Gukesh, Keymer, Erigaisi, Anish, Giri, Wesley. So the stars are finally joining the action. It is round number 2 of the FIDE World Cup. After we made it through yesterday's tiebreaks, the field is set for some action. I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, joined by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko here live in Goa. Yevgeny, any pairings you're looking forward to today?
Well, of course, a lot of big names joining. Our favorite pairing, as we agreed, is Aronian. Aroniak, simply.
Gotta cover that.
Yes, the naming.
Gosh, made it.
Yeah, but there will be some tough pairings for the Elo favorites, I imagine. Yeah. Something that catches my eye. I'm not sure. I'll be curious to see how Gukesh performs, because apart from winning the candidates, the World Championship, well, beating Magnus a couple of times, he haven't had a good result in a long time.
I disagree. He just won the gold medal in the European Club Cup like last week. He's back in shape, back in the top 10, and back in action here in Goa. We will switch to some highlights from yesterday's action. Come back to you after. Was a dramatic day of playoffs yesterday. Many pairings reached the blitz portion, so a lot of these players played each other 8 times at the very least. And the star of the round, the player of the round, was 12-year-old Faustino Oro, who defeated his high-rated opponent, Ante Brkic from Croatia. And not that he needs new fans, he's already very popular, but he gave an interview that was also very popular right after the game. And we will switch to that now before we then come to today's action.
I'm here with Faustino Oro, the youngest ever participant of the FIDE World Cup. Today's player of the day after beating his opponent and grandmaster in the tiebreaks to make it to the second round of the World Cup. Faustino, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel so nice and too happy to win the match against Brick, a good Croatian player. So yeah, too happy. Yeah, I didn't expect it. Yeah.
You play a lot of online fast chess. Is this your favorite format?
Yeah, it's my favorite format, but also I like classical and that format. But I believe, yeah, it's my favorite format, the Blitz. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you went into the playoffs, you were confident?
Yeah, I was confident when I get to the 5+3 portion. Yeah, I was happy to get to that portion because, okay, in Blitz I have more chances maybe. Yeah.
Faustino, I want to know a little bit more about you. Like, what do you love the most about chess?
I don't know. I like to play against another opponents, and yeah, tactics probably, solving puzzles. That's, I believe, yeah.
And who is your chess hero?
My chess
hero?
Magnus. I admire Magnus Carlsen, yeah.
And your dream one day, do you want to become world champion?
Yeah, my dream is to become world champion or be world #1, yeah.
Okay. What advice would you give to someone your age who is trying to improve chess?
Well, first that trains chess, yeah. You need to practice, and then, well, tactics, and you need to like chess to play, yeah. You need to, and that's, I believe, yes.
How much do you practice? How often?
A day, I practice 6 hours a day or 5, depends the day, yeah.
Okay, what about school?
Yeah, I go to school from the morning to the to 12:30, and then I back to home and I start training chess. Yeah.
Wow. My final question to you, Faustino, is you have so many fans around the world who look up to you. Do you have a message to them at home?
I love that people admires me, and if I am a good inspiration, I will be grateful.
Well, thank you so much, Faustino. We've got so many people rooting for you. Good luck with the rest of your event.
Thank you.
That was Faustino Oro dropping some timeless knowledge. Because the truth is, in order to get good at chess, you have to like chess. Then stuff will be easy. And he certainly does seem to like it. He's facing FIDE in round number 2. Is he going to like that?
Well, we'll see. We will have a dedicated camera on this game, so I believe we will visit.
Fausti watch.
Yeah, we will be visiting this one very often. Yeah, it is much harder opponent than in round 1, FIDE himself, but yeah.
I believe it's the first 2700 Faustino Oro has faced in a classical game. FIDE, the Indian star, one of the many Indian stars, joining the action today. Of course, we have the world champion Gukesh. Pragg is here. Erigaisi is here. The big guns are all ready to join. And we will be going to the playing hall to see if the players are seated, if Charlize has anybody to talk to. Let's have a look at these top guys.
Welcome back to the playing hall, which today is going to be and is already a lot fuller than usual. And that's because of 2 very special reasons. Well, first of all, we have our top players who have joined. And funnily enough, players like Hans Niemann, Wesley, Anish, Giri were actually the very first players to enter the hall today. We've seen them in the first round coming to spectate, but here today they came to make sure that they're ready and focused before their game. What will happen with these tournament favorites? Will we see some upsets? Let's see. Another special reason is because our special guest today is Dr. Pramod Sawant, who is the Chief Minister of Goa and is going to be making the first move on the very board of our world champion Gukesh D. So at any moment now we are expecting literally 20, 30 people, journalists to come for the special minister to make his move and start the first round, the first game of the second round. For now, back to the studio.
So finally, the question, where is Gukesh? He's getting answered. He
wasn't
up
there though. Did you see him? I didn't see him.
1.
I saw Vincent Keymer already at the board, but a lot of these guys waiting for the last minute to show up at the board. Very risky. So you're 1 minute late, it's $500 fine. But I will guess they'll all make in time. So let's have a look at the matchups we have on the top boards. Gukesh, the world champion, is playing on board number 1. He's not the highest rated in the field, but the world champion does get board 1. Then we have Arjun Erigaisi on board number 2. In case you're checking the live rating list and you're confused, you're saying, wait, but those aren't the ratings. They are using the ratings from October and November. Things have changed a little bit. But here, Arjun Erigaisi is on board number 2 against Martin Petrov. Then we have Pragg, the next Indian, against Temur. Kuybokarov from Australia. Anish Giri, not an Indian player, but very friendly with the Indian chess community for sure. Wesley, the US. I guess you can call him a veteran nowadays.
Yeah, fair enough. So
not old, but he was crushing everybody in 2016. He had this streak where he won like 3 super tournaments in a row.
Yeah, and if you think of it, 2016 sounds like not too far back, but it's almost 10 years. Yeah.
But that's the picture we see at the top of the chess world. You have the guys, the Magnuses, Fabis, Anish Giri, Wesley who are all roughly early 30s now. And then you have the next generation, Pragg, Erigaisi, Gukesh, Keymer, Nodirbek, who are early 20s and not much in between. And we'll see which generation takes this tournament. Hans Niemann on board number 10. What a strong player. Hans Niemann has become with all the attention he had to endure. But there he is, the 10th seed, facing Lorenzo Lodici, Mamedyarov, the Azeri legend, Jan Nepomniachtchi, former Vice World Champion, MVL. Yeah, there's strong players wherever you look, but of course, the big matchup is on board number 15. Unfortunately, we only have 12 cameras on the top boards, which is a crime, because you don't get Aronian, Aroniak
very often. Yeah. And jokes aside, Gosh Aroniak is one of the 3 international masters left in the entire field. So one being Faustino Oro, then it's him, and then Bojan Maksimovic, Anish Giri's opponent.
Ah, he's not a grandmaster.
Well, it says he's an international master. Possibly has all the norms and stuff. But
and fun fact: if you reach the last 16 here, you get a Grandmaster title automatically.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So all they have to do, survive 2 rounds, and you're a chess Grandmaster.
Yeah.
How tough can it be?
Should be one of the easiest ways of making a Grandmaster norm.
I know Divya got her title for winning the Women's World Cup. There, I think you have to win it. But here, the last 16 will give you a Grandmaster title. There we see Vincent Keymer, Vinny K, as I call him, behind his back, sharply dressed, facing Kovalyov, staring into nothing.
Staring into the void, one would say.
Praggnanandhaa is in the building, looking ready for action.
Yeah, so of course a lot of attention will be driven to this top 3 Indian talents, Gukesh, or should I say 4, Erigaisi, Praggnanandhaa, and I think it's...
Well, they're on the top 3 boards, so
yeah, top 3 boards.
The obvious place to look. There we have Arjun. Cool, calm, and collected, as always. We've seen Anish Giri, and there is Gukesh. He has indeed arrived, according to Vichy. Probably took the flight yesterday from Chennai to Goa. And there he is. He's doing some smart stuff, meditating a bit before the game, collecting his thoughts, maybe deciding E4, D4, C4, trying to visualize it.
He's too strong for one knight F3, I believe.
No, that's not happening. Need to push a pawn. Beautiful camera angle.
Yeah, and I believe it's his board where ceremonial first move will be made by Honorary Chief Minister of Goa.
Yeah, Dr. Pramod Savant, where is he? Kazybek Nogerbek, who had some drama yesterday with some pieces flying around. His opponent was trying to move his rook somewhere to G1, H1, and then the rook flew off the board and the opponent lost on time. But he did make it to the meeting with Gukesh, and it looks like there we have the Honorable Chief Minister arriving. That's board 2. You need to get to board 1.
I believe he's greeting all the Indian players on top boards.
Anand also there, the FIDE Deputy President.
And, well,
here we are.
Still no information if it's E4 or D4.
Gukesh is still in the zone. Someone do something. Gukesh, say hi. There we are.
They didn't want to disturb him.
Yeah. He was still focusing, exactly.
This pawn to this square.
Two squares. Whatever pawn you want, push it forward.
Both are good moves. And Vichy would know.
Is that allowed? Vichy is giving Gukesh advice on the first move?
And D4.
Well done.
So it's 3 p.m. here in Goa, local time, so I believe the round starts any second right now.
Yeah. Oh, Sorokina wanted to take the move back, but Gukesh is saying, No one touches my pieces but me and the Honorable Chief Minister.
Right, so I believe we will have today. It's kind of an interesting poll of the day. Well, not like the days before, of course. It was quite obvious. The answers were quite obvious. What is a sudden death game? Nobody knew. But today we are asking if there will be any upsets on top 10 boards.
What does upset mean? Oh, we said knight f3 is not possible. We were wrong yet again. But what does upset mean? Means a draw or someone has to win?
I guess someone has to win.
Someone has to win, no? We don't count draws as
We don't
upset
count
at
draws.
this level.
And it was a beautiful picture because I have a layout with all top 12 boards, and on top 4, boards 5 to 8, second row of the boards, E4 happened simultaneously.
Gotta. Best by test. By Gukesh, kidding aside, of course, he's become incredibly flexible, preparing for this World Championship match, submitting ding to all kinds of first moves, and it makes him so much stronger, so much harder to prepare for. They can start with E4, D4, C4, one knight f3. Here he goes. Knight to f3, which he also used. Versus ding to get some very good positions. Pawn to d5, pawn to c4. And it did look like Kazybek, Nogerbek wanted none of it. Decided to play solid with e6. We'll get to the action in a minute. But here we get the Fausticam. Vidit, popular tire specialist in India, I've been told. There with white, trying to decide. Italian, Spanish, Scotch.
4 knights. Well, there are options. There are options. And we've been advised, since the number of players somewhat reduced, and now it's, well, actually is a power of 2.
I did the math, 128 players.
Yeah, we can talk about the format. What does it mean? Yeah, on the upper half of the screen that we have round 2, game 1. What is it? What is the system? What is the time control? And so on and so forth. So now I believe we can, yeah, that's very usual for us to start with 128 players. So that is how World Cups used to be until recent. So 128, and each round we divide it in half. Each match consists of 2 classical games, if you've missed the entire commentary on round 1. And then on day 3 of the round, we will have the tiebreaks.
Basically, it's always 3 days. Round 2 consists of 3 days. Then we will go to round 3 with 64 players. Then round 4 with 32 players. Round 5 with 16 players. Round 6 with 8 players. Round 7 with me, having lost my mind after too much time in beautiful Goa. You get the idea. So today is a classical game. Tomorrow is a classical game. If the score is 1-1, then they go to tiebreak. What does classical game mean? What's the time control? How much time do they have?
90 minutes, or as some people say, 1 hour and 30 minutes for the first 40 moves. Plus 30, half an hour, 30 minutes added to their clock after move 40 with 30 seconds increment per move. Rapid and Blitz, we will discuss later, but basically you can see on your screen 2 types of Rapid, and if the score is still equal, and this is, we are talking tiebreak day, then 2 types of Blitz before they get to this sudden death game,
That's
which nobody knows.
Day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow it's classical. And yeah, 30 seconds increment means the player makes a move, he gets 30 seconds added to his clock. Which I don't like. I think it's fine for after move 60, wherever for the end game. But on the way to move 40, give them 90 minutes or whatever, 2 hours to reach move 40. Let them use their time as they want. We want drama. We want time. Pieces flying around. We want somebody having 10 seconds to make 10 moves. But
like good old days.
harder to monitor. They have that at the World Championship matches, but here they get 30 seconds per move from day 1, from game move 1.
Okay.
So Gukesh is playing whatever they call this, the reti, the something.
Yeah, well...
He had
what
this
was it?
against Ding.
Yeah, sort of a...
Ding went here, and they got some sharp stuff.
Yep. So e6, was it? What was it? Delayed Catalan, some people call it like Catalan without d4, this or that.
I have
Right,
to say, I understand the theory, and he does it, Kazybek, Nogerbek, that is, for repertoire reasons, I guess. But if you're going to play pawn to d4, now is the time where you haven't moved your e-pawn yet, and you can go knight c6, e5, or f6, e5, or even c5. Well, I see this often. People play e6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2.
And then d4.
Now their repertoire is d4, because whatever, it's the best move. I mean, other moves here, bishop e7, dc4, and so on. But to play d4 now, it's somewhat inconsistent to me. I mean, it's a good move, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but you
You're
feel
gonna
like...
push it directly.
You feel like it's very often nowadays, people try to get positions with colors reversed, right? And then you get some type of a Benoni structure with colors reversed, plus you potentially lose a tempo because, you will have to support your center with e6, e5.
Yeah. No, I guess he's just scared of the Gukesh homework here. But this at least gives White some grounds for playing. Even though it has to be said, this is a perfectly good line. Knight to c6, preparing e5 potentially. Pawn to d3, bishop c5,
Knight d2.
Out. This is our theory. Here, black has a choice between castles and pawn to a5.
To keep the bishop on that diagonal. Yeah,
Yeah,
drop
also
it on a...
anticipating knight coming here.
Yeah.
So you can kick it. Castle, knight b3, bishop back, and here, as far as I know, the main move used to be pawn to e3, challenging in the center directly. When black is supposed to take, bishop takes, and there's some theory here, knight g4, bishop c5, a5, and stuff
So on and
continues.
so forth.
This was played in Pomnesky Carlsen, for example, in their World Championship match. But Gukesh, who of course studied his predecessors, has a new idea already. He plays pawn to h3, covering this square.
So to go e3, to capture with the bishop and not to worry about knight g4.
Exactly. So you're not bothered there. I'm not sure if Kazybek, Nogerbek, if you're playing Gukesh, you're expecting one e4, one d4, one c4. Not sure how much time you spent on one knight f3, d5, c4. If you anticipated this turn of events, he will probably start taking a bit of time here.
Yeah, which allows us to move on, but say on board 2, Martin Petrov against Arjun Erigaisi. Nothing to talk about just yet. It's quite calm Italian.
Yeah, Petrov, big Italian specialist, pretty much plays Italian.
And then
his whole life, every game, after e4, e5, the Bulgarian. So, not much to see here yet.
Yeah, on board 3, Prague has the closed Catalan position against Temur Kuybokarov. Also, nothing new here just yet.
Nope.
A lot of game. But on board 4, Anish Giri.
Anish always fire on the Giri board. This time, it is Bojan Maksimovic who's doing the nasty 2 bishop g5, Trompovsky. Not seen much nowadays, mainly because black is considered very fine after
d7,
d5.
Yeah.
But Anish decided to mix a little bit, and my best guess is that Maksimovic is not his first time playing Trompovsky. Giri's preparation is typically thorough and nasty, so Anish was looking for a way to spice it up ASAP.
So c5 and...
Yeah, some moves here, bishop f6 or d5 being the main ones.
Yeah, so bishop takes, pawn takes, d5, queen b6, queen to c1, and an immediate f5.
Yeah, this is all still known. In the old days, there were lines like here, 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 here.
Queen f4, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, queen b2 and
here.
Knight e2 and knight e c3, right?
Yeah, which is quite dangerous for black, but I'm pretty sure Anish will be aware of that. And of course, black is not forced to play like this. He can just play quote-unquote normal. d6, knight d7, knight f6, bishop g7. Black has a slightly funny structure with these double pawns, but he does have the two bishops. And he will have checked this thoroughly. While if you're a Trompovsky player and you get this position, you really should not be in deep agony right now. You did this. You chose a Trompovsky.
Yeah, that's true. That's surprising to see a player who played Trompovsky to think in this position after 5 moves.
What did I do? Maybe g3.
Yeah, so he did go g3, which is even, I believe, an older attempt to go to play this position. So you're supporting the d5 pawn with the pieces. Then you, after bishop g7, I guess you just play c3?
Yeah, you want c3, bishop here, knight here, potentially here. The other knight often also goes to the rim and is hoping to jump into h5.
Yeah.
But of course, black is allowed to make moves in between as well. I vaguely recall some nonsense like queen here, which looks funny.
Queen h6.
Don't ask me why. I think I've seen this queen. Queen maneuver and then play with the queen here. We will see. Anish normally can be relied on, having checked all the options, but g3, not the main move, so he's taking a moment there. The man from The Hague, Netherlands. And we will let him think. Go to the man from Minnetonka, USA. He no longer lives in Minnetonka, but I think it's fun to say.
Yeah, that's a lovely name for a town.
Yeah.
Wesley saw against Stremavicius.
Stremavicius, I think it's not the first time he's playing this line. This, what do they call this? The Putian French, or?
Yeah, it's not like it wasn't played before Putian, but bishop a5. Kind of a Putian variation, right? And there were the main, or rather, I don't know, the main move I knew was b4.
Yeah, this at some point it was a big discovery, because your point was if they take now I will take and break all the pawns. But then white players discovered you can sacrifice this pawn to b4, c takes b, and knight b5, sacrificing a pawn, but the knight can go here. However, turned out things aren't that easy, because after b4, black goes c takes d, and modern theory is focused on these positions, knight b5 here, queen g4 directly, and I believe that's what Wesley chose.
Speaking of queen g4 directly, he went queen g4 without b2, b4.
Yeah.
Queen g4, knight to e7.
Yeah, this is still theory now. Yeah, you can take on c5 or on g7. It's going to be a mess. Stremavicius, of course, will be an expert here. But if you do this regularly and you play it against a guy like Wesley, who always does his homework, this is very risky.
Yeah, dc5.
It's not like you're playing e4, e5, the Berlin, and you have a solid position here. You're saying, okay.
Yeah, and I imagine these lines are kind of objectively sound, but the margins are quite narrow.
Sure, they're sound, but there's more room to ask a question compared to Berlin, Petrov, the usual stuff. But of course, many of the players around 2550, like Stremavicius, they're also not playing 2750 all the time, where you need a solid repertoire, but they're playing opens where you need to win games. So it's very natural to have such openings as his main weapon. Let's see if it holds against Wesley. So, let's get to Mr. Keymer against Vladislav Kovalyov. e4, e5, no surprises there, the Italian. But now
f6.
Kovalyov, who likes these Italian sightlines.
d4.
Goes d4, e takes d, and e5. Keymer had this position recently. He went d5, bishop b5, knight d7 in that game. And it was this funny line, castles, bishop e7, takes, knight takes d4,
knight
back to b8. But he got a slightly worse position against Teodoro. Probably didn't feel like repeating. And here he goes for the move knight to e4, which I always thought was a good move. Jumping to the center, you reserve the right to play pawn to d5 if white does nothing. So that's also the curse of being a top player. You have to constantly learn new lines to be unpredictable. Even within e4, e5, opponent plays a side line. I don't want to repeat the stuff I just did.
Yeah.
So let's do a different move. Here we are.
So castles short and bishop to e7.
Castle short should be mentioned, not the main move. The main move is queen to e2. The point being that now black cannot go pawn to d5 because white takes, and you're not in time.
So you drop the knight to c5 then, and
yeah, you go here, and now theory continues. You go c3 or castles, knight e6, and then c3. There's all kinds of stuff here. But castle short, conventional wisdom says, first of all, that d5 equalizes, and also after bishop to e7, as Keymer played.
Yeah, now queen e2, you can play d5.
Yeah. Sorry. Opening, nerding out here.
So what's the point for white then? Does he go bishop d5 because this is one way of stopping d5 from black?
Frankly, I'm not sure what he's doing because he's also in deep thought now. And once again, he chose the line. You chose the d4, e takes d, e5, somewhat sideline where knight e4 is the first move of the computer and has been for a while. So I'm not sure what he's up to. I guess he will show us. But yeah, you can sacrifice a pawn with bishop d5, knight c5, c3, takes, play this position. I've seen someone do this recently, maybe Nihal, but it's not supposed to be that good.
Yeah, I believe in all of those lines, like you kind of sacrifice the pawn with a threat to win it back.
Yeah, very much.
Yes,
you might equalize with your activity,
yeah.
But black will never be. Too big trouble. Right, Kovalyov. Not to be confused with Anton Kovalyov of Bermuda Short fame and from Canada. Yeah, this is a different Kovalyov.
Speaking of Italian Giocopianos, we have one right next to this board in Wei Yi against Piorun Kacper game.
Wei Yi, another big Italian specialist, the Chinese top player. But yeah, call us when there's more action.
Yeah, but 4d6 I thought was like almost a surprise, but they probably play it nowadays as well. Yeah.
I'm never totally sure what they're afraid of. Could be either you want to avoid knight f6 d4, but Wei Yi usually doesn't play that, and then there's some theory here. Well, after d6 d4, typically your idea would be to go bishop
just
b6,
go bishop b6 and play this one.
Although I'm not 100% sure. So now there's d takes e5. I've seen some crazy gambits like bishop g4 here, but it's certainly a rare move order, and it's also why Wei Yi is thinking. You can go d6 first, white goes d3, but if he announced this...
Yeah, usually knight f6 is your main move, right?
Yeah. There we see. Wei Yi has played d4, saying, show me the money.
Yeah.
Kacper Piorun will have to explain to us what he's been doing. There he comes. Former problem-solving world champion. But that's a slightly different skill set. Pawn to d4, and he has some problems to solve. He does take on d4, indicating that he did prepare this.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with it. After c takes d, you go bishop b6, and then knight f6, and you argue the center is weak, or what's his point?
Yeah, that's a good question, because like good old days, you would think, yeah, black just doesn't know the theory of this line, and let's white build a very strong center.
This would look like an under 10 tournament game, where after the game you would explain to the kid, no, try to
stop
keep
them.
Stronghold in the center, don't allow them to get the perfect pawn center.
Yeah, precisely.
It's never that simple with top players.
That's quite interesting, though, right? Because some people say, like, in order to solve a problem or a study on the board, first you have to create a study-like position. So maybe he chose this.
It's like
kind of
in
original.
order to catch a serial killer, you have to become a serial killer.
You have to think like serial.
Okay. I misunderstood. I've gone too far. So bishop b6 played.
Bishop b6.
Question is also, is Wei Yi in book? Does Wei Yi know this? Looks like he's thinking. It's not easy to surprise an Italian specialist like Wei Yi. Like this, so maybe at least that objective has been accomplished.
Yeah,
For Kacper Piorun.
now not that many strong players games here.
No, I haven't seen this.
Main move apparently being h3.
Can't be too bad, stopping bishop g4. My best guess would be knight c3 or castles. Can also not be mistakes.
Yeah, and say h3, knight f6, knight to c3, black castles. And I guess if white does so, you take on e4, right?
Yeah,
Not sure how good is it,
trick.
but there are games. Yeah, knight e4, d5, and black is seemingly fine.
So you should play a different move here. But yeah, interesting line. I've never seen this, of course. White is not forced to play d4. Can play whatever. d3, a4 to keep it more typical Gioco piano. But good stuff from Kacper Piorun. Learned something already.
Yeah. Okay. So that was what? That was our board 7. Board 8, we have pure London from Denis Makhnev against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
A lot of Nodirbeks in this tournament. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, we have Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and of course we have Kazybek Nogerbek, who's not from Uzbekistan, but
From
in my mind, he's part of the
Nogerbek family.
the Beck family, at least.
The Beck family.
Nogerbek and the Nodirbeks. So yeah, what's going on here?
Board 8, yeah.
b2, bishop g4, one of the main moves.
C3, e6, bishop to b5, c takes d4. So yet
Sides know what they're doing.
yet another Carlsbad is reversed Carlsbad, that is.
Normally they play e takes d, bishop d6, and then white has to do some soul searching. What structure he wants. If he wants to take here, here, go bishop g3. Normally they take the castle, and then you could have a debate if this is equal or slightly better for white. Depends who you ask.
Yeah, I've seen Magnus playing this type of positions
Magnus
with great
loves this stuff.
success.
Yeah, yeah.
It's great success.
Any Carlsbad, he's happy. Okay, we'll continue our tour through our quote-unquote TV boards. We have cameras on the first 12. Then we'll check in with Fausti. Then we need to be told which game is interesting.
Yeah. For now, we move to board 9. Mamedyarov against Gergely Kanter.
There's a funny line. Queen b3 looks silly, but stops black from going d5. If black can't play d5, you could argue the knight on c6 is a bit silly as well. So you give up a lot, moving the queen out, stopping this, but you also gain something.
Knight
a5, Kanter, a good theoretician as far as I know, probably aware of this. f3, bishop b4, takes. Now, I don't know, if you play queen e7, this is a theoretical position. If I had a different move order where white can play pawn to b4, it gets very interesting.
A pawn to b4, but you cannot play d4 here, no.
No, in this version I think d4 was less good, some knight e4 probably.
Yeah.
Knight e4, queen somewhere and takes. But b4 was very interesting. Of course, computer says 0-0 no matter what, but this was very messy. So let's see. what is going to happen. Queen to e7 played, and now Mamedyarov has the option to push the pawn. He doesn't have to, he can play bishop e2 or whatnot.
b3, b4, d3, bishop e2 were tried in this position.
Yeah. No, I know this stuff, because you normally get it from the quote-unquote normal move order, which is this. Takes queen e7, which we talked about, I think, yesterday, a3. Here the main move is d5, but if black plays a5, we magically arrive at the position from our game. All right. Hans Niemann, what is this position?
2 knights defense with knight g5.
Yes.
Which strangely gotten quite popular recently, thanks to Gustafsson variation, queen f3.
Yeah, but I was giving queen f3 here to confuse people. Bishop d3 has been the main line for a while. This was recommended by Wesley. I think Wesley is a bit to blame for making this popular. Wesley had a course, and people have just discovered, okay, it's a forcing line. I can ask some questions if my opponent is not prepared. White is not worse, so might as well.
So knight d5 is correct.
Knight d5
I remember well. Knight. Were there knight e4 attempts, or it's not here?
No, the
it's
point
not
is
here.
bishop d3. If h6, then you go knight to e4.
Ah, right.
But after knight to d5, knight e4 is too slow.
Yeah. You just gets into f5. Yeah.
So that's why you play knight d5, and now the knight has to go back here. Bishop d6, castles. Now black faces a big choice. Castles is one line. I like this stuff. Gets very, very messy as well. But the more sane way to play is after castles to play knight f4. Then grab this bishop, and you get positional compensation for the missing pawn.
Yeah, knight takes d3, castles, rook e1, c5, b3. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all mainline theory. You'll find a million correspondence games here. One fun line is, because of course, the first thing I always check is, what happens if they take my pawn? The good news is, we're active enough to make a draw with stuff like this.
Aha, bishop h2, and a check on h4, king g1, and bishop g4, or?
Yes, sorry, I'm just showing off very random theoretical knowledge. If memory serves, it was this. And draw.
Ah, takes here, bishop f3, and yeah, it is a draw.
Then we go check. And rook e6, and this was somehow ending peacefully. And they could not play some move like, I don't know, d3 or d4.
And then you take g2.
It's a perpetual to. Anyway, very useful, useless knowledge, and also not even the only way for black. But that's why white does not take this pawn, but plays b3.
b3, so basically what white wants. Some
White wants knight e4, bishop a3.
attack the c5 pawn somehow.
In some order, like if he can take the e5 pawn, he will. But typically the position you get, there are different move orders, is like knight to c6, bishop a3, rook e8, knight e4, bishop f8, rook c1. This was played, for example, in Nakamura against Caruana, and this is the line that everybody has clicked. But here Fabi mixed it up and played f5 and went on to lose. While the theoretical line is
Might be
someone
full.
clicking this, queen d5, d4. Okay, I'm done showing off. I know opening theory in the 4 knight g5 stuff. This ends peacefully. And yeah, it's not a stupid choice, because Lodici, of course, is a bit of an underdog against Hans Niemann. On paper, he's, 180 points lower rated. So he's saying, okay, Hans, do you know details here? If not, maybe I'll get a good position. If you do, it's probably going to be a draw. We get down to one game with more variance. So interesting choice by Lorenzo Lodici, the sole Italian.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting choices, how about the very next board where MVL facing Surya Ganguly, and the position after 5 moves. It's very hard to recognize.
What is this? Is this?
It is a French, Jan, if you wanted to know. It's a French defense and then so-called Chigorin variation against the French defense.
So
I'm not sure if I've ever seen...
Queen E2.
Yeah, if I've ever seen one game of Mikhail Chigorin doing this.
No,
but
this
somehow it's called Chigorin variation, like at least...
Bit of a misnomer. It's not Chigorin style at all either. I mainly know this as a move used in Bullet, where you're expecting D5 to be pre-moved.
And then you take and...
Say, ha-ha.
And not only you force them to take with the queen, but you also win a couple of seconds them trying to understand why e takes d5 is an illegal move. Yeah.
No, this is sometimes played and sometimes even taught to beginners. The French, they want to go d5, so you stop it with queen e2. But common thinking is that after c5, black gets a very decent, whatever you want to call it, close Sicilian, where the queen is not bad on e2, but it committed there a bit early, no?
Yeah, so to my surprise, knight c3 was played on move 5, because...
That looks very weird, no? It looks like you want to control the square.
You would want, that's what I would be thinking. Like you want something very flexible, like c3, d3, possibly f4, and play for King's Indian attack type positions. Knight c3, you pretty much accept that you are playing the closed variation of the Sicilian, with the queen already being on e2.
Well, see, you're saying, please go knight d4, kick my queen back to d4. I don't think this is deep home prep. Actually, playing queen e2 and then some random moves is more like saying, okay, Ganguly, you're a great theoretician. Everybody knows that, long term. Second to Vishy Anand. How about
we play a game of chess?
We make it dirty, messy.
And Ganguly up to the task, going
saying, all right, h5. Why h5? I don't understand anything.
Yeah, not easy to tell. H5. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. You want h4 and then h3. We all know that by now.
But if I go knight f3, you go h4 anyway. Yeah, this knight f3 is not stopping it. So it's the usual decision White has. You go h4.
But also Compi says after knight f3, d5 is apparently strong, because you no longer can take on d5. Which is, again, wouldn't cross my mind, because it seems like I'm trying to do too many things at the same time, moving the h-pawn and then, but apparently queen on e2 is just misplaced.
Yeah, that's the problem with 2 queen e2. It's a silly square, especially in combination with knight c3. When knight d4 is always there.
Now, the line, by the way, the line after knight f3 is fascinating. So knight f3, d5, e takes. And then, I mean, you could castle h4 and be relatively sane, but if you play h2, h3, Compi, okay, one of the moves it suggests is actually rook h6.
Oh.
I guess to put it on e6 and then go knight f6 or something. Yeah. Okay, black is...
No, looks like black gets to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm sure MVL does this on purpose. He wants to, make it as weird as possible against Ganguly. But he's paying a bit of a price.
Yeah, so do you just go h3 maybe?
Yeah, it's always a 3 choice. Yeah, h4, h3, to me h4 with g4, or do nothing, allow h4. I don't know, I guess h3 is logical. h4, g4, then at least the white structure remains quite flexible, even though the knight is silly on c3.
Okay, so something very original from the offset.
Should be said before we accuse Maxime, as I like to do, of being lazy and badly prepared. Probably didn't expect the French from Ganguly, and Ganguly spent the last 2 months studying.
It could be, but also, like, I'm trying to recall, wasn't MVL the guy who would play an exchange French and stuff like that? So it could be like he being known for being like very principled, the guy who plays the Berlin endgame with white and so on and so forth. Like French could be this one territory that he's trying some weird sidelines. And
maybe. conflict of interest. Don't want to go too hard against the French. All right, then we have on our last non-Oro camera board, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces against Diptayan Ghosh, not to be confused with Aronia Ghosh, who's also in this tournament still. There was what? Good old Nimzo, queen to c2, pawn to c5. One of the three main moves here takes castles, a3, knight f3, d5.
Bishop to g5, dc4.
Yeah, white has some other moves here. Bishop f4 or c takes d5. But bishop g5, if memory serves, is the most solid way to handle this. Diptayan Ghosh not looking for too much drama, and Nepomniachtchi being solid.
Bishop c4, knight h5, and
The question is,
gotta say, yeah, like if you trade go g4, g5, it's something that black might be a little bit worried about, I want to say. So after bishop b7, you limit black's option to only move. That's for sure. Queen has to take. After g4, doesn't seem to be a lot of alternatives either, even though Compi suggests there is some b5. But yeah. So let's be sane. Let's return to f6, g5, h5 once again, an only move. Knight takes, and white has...
doesn't this look super scary for black? Like
It does,
one
right?
on castles. I thought it was being solid with knight h5, but yeah, allowing that. I mean, maybe you want to play some other move. First, wait for white to castle, and then do it. Okay.
Bishop
Diptayan Ghosh.
e7, queen e7. So the more I look at it, at this position after g5 happens, the more I think maybe black has to, find some... No, b5. b5 is not very serious as well, because, I don't know, maybe you could take, but also after bishop e2 you get more or less the same position, and...
Yeah, with white, I would probably just want to go bishop e2, not open anything, and then keep pushing.
Yeah.
But yeah, also unclear how much.
Yeah, so there could be one of those examples where Jan, who can be very solid when he wants to, but then again, like facing an underdog, he thinks, yeah, let's maybe do something.
Sometimes he's also not too worried about it when he's playing against somebody lower rated, and he's thinking, okay, he wants to go g4 against me. How dare he? But it does look scary. And there we see Jan Nepomniachtchi. What color is that shirt? Or what colors, I should say?
Grayish, something.
White, some gray, some black, and then some dirt.
Stripes and... yeah. Queen e7 plates. The question is, will Diptayan Ghosh go for g4?
You could even play without g5, go rook g1, and then go either g5 next or h4.
Yeah, like expanding on a king's side doesn't seem to be a bad idea either way.
Not at all. Especially with h6 played sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes like you have to spend too much time to open a file that, yeah, you have to go g4, g5, and then move the h-pawn here. It happens quite quickly.
Right there.
We'll see. We won't say Nepo is in trouble right here, right now, but there is a potential for that.
Playing with fire.
There is a potential for that, that's I'm sure.
Someone else who's playing with fire is Vidit against the 12-year-old Faustino Oro on board number 19. And Vidit is trying to keep it classical, dry. Don't let the kid do anything active.
Hang on a
It's
second.
not really true. He's playing a normal line. The anti-Berlin, pawn to c3, and bishop to g5, which nowadays in any position can always be played.
And bishop e7
Yes.
is not the most popular move.
No, but it's smart. Or
It is, yeah.
the thing is, you can go h6, bishop h4, and of course there's always all this g5 stuff. But if you go bishop e7 here, then white goes bishop g3, d6. Okay, this is another big theory territory, knight h5, g6, knight a5, whatever many moves. But if you start with bishop e7 and castles d6, here white does not have this option of going bishop to g3. So it's quite cunning to play without h6. It has its own issues. I think here the knight was moving somewhere, and white could go bishop e3 back, which you can't with the bishop on h4. But it was an interesting line. So Fausti did some homework.
Yeah, and what's interesting in this position that after 7 moves, 7th move being d6, Vidit has already spent more than half an hour, while Fausti is on 1 hour 29 and 53 seconds. So basically didn't spend any time other than like moving the pieces, writing down the moves.
Vidit is a big opening theoretician, incredibly well prepared, knows everything. But sometimes then if you face a line that maybe you haven't prepared for the game or that he doesn't know, then he feels like, how can I not know this? And you spend a lot of time. Well, more practical guy might just, I don't know, blitz out h3 or rook e1.
Yeah, knight goes to d2, yeah.
But Vidit is a scientist, so he wants to figure out
The best move, the best setup, and so on and so on.
yeah, what he's going to do here. Playing against Dr. Fausti.
Well,
I promise we would call him Doctor
Doctor.
if he made it to round 2. I'm not trying to start any controversy here. And Fausti, very, very focused.
Yeah, he likes the game of chess, as he told us
I
in the
think
interview.
he really does. It was interesting to hear. He just goes to school regularly here from 8 till 12:30. Then he gets back. Then he starts his chess regimen.
No, but it's really impressive, like how mature he is for a 12-year-old answering those questions.
Yeah, both that, but he's also a kid, right? I mean, you can clearly tell he's a kid. He's having fun, like how he's walking around, and I like it. I mean, he's 12. He's a chess prodigy, but you can tell he's also a 12-year-old going to school. Just enjoys this stuff. So yeah, very refreshing presence in the chess world. Okay,
Right.
I think we've avoided it long enough. We might not have a camera,
But we have
but we must know what's going on.
Aronian with Aroniak. We are talking about.
Aronian, Aroniak. And I would think that Levon is not the type of person you can Aroniak, but I might be wrong. Let's find out.
Can you Aroniak Aronian? Can you Aroniak him easily?
He Aroniaks other people.
Usually that's what he does. Hang on a second. So c6, knight f3, d5, and wasn't this where you were supposed to go bishop b? I mean,
Bishop B3 is the
ed5
main
is
move,
also.
but
yeah.
ed5 exists. In a way, it's the same idea we've seen from Kacper Piorun with colors reversed, who went for this d6,
Yeah.
and then he took.
And you
bishop
claim that the
B3, knight B3.
center is a bit,
You try to attack it.
a bit loose.
Here,
Bishop
white
b3,
has an extra tempo.
check to b4,
Yeah, also not the
preventing
only
white
move,
from
surely.
developing the knight to c3. From what I imagine c3 here, yeah,
Yeah.
6. So far, Aroniak's his center very well.
Yeah, all under control. I like bishop e6, not committing the knight here so that the knight can come here if needed, supporting this guy. Knight bd2, knight bd7, rook here. All looks normal. Queen c7.
Queen c7
Some
and
other move as well. Rook e8, rook c8. How bad can this be?
c4.
Aronian is saying your queen is now on the c file. So let's open it. d4 looks principled, but could imagine some trickery happening here.
Yeah, so that would be some really, really favorable version of what people call snake Benoni, which
Yeah.
doesn't work like in its purest form. Yeah, where black plays the modern Benoni and tries to go bishop to d6, bishop to c7, and then put it somewhere. So here, strangely, yeah, So c5, e6, yeah. Let's see, 3 takes, and then yeah, bishop d6 to go to c7, and then like sometimes to a5 and so on. But this doesn't work. Don't try it at home.
Fun fact: arguably the strongest move here is g4.
Ah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
More
G4
useful
could be.
knowledge for you,
Yeah,
for you viewers.
Yeah.
G4, knight g4, e4. This ends quite badly for black.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, so here in Aronian's game, c4, d4.
Yeah, maybe d4 is wrong, but queen c7 feels
Queen c7 's
slightly like you had time to make more useful moves and then decide where to put the queen.
Yeah, so
if anywhere.
After c4, d4, Compi suggests like one of the possible ways is to go for a funny positional pawn sacrifice. Bishop takes knight, knight f6, goes c5.
Okay.
And when you take with the queen,
Takes.
bishop takes, pawn takes, and maybe you just win it back after queen b3. I was thinking like it would be
direct
playing
stuff.
for e4 square, but yeah, it goes queen b3 and you go queen d5. And basically, something like that happens. It's not
Pawns
much
are a
for
little
white.
silly, but they cover some squares maybe. It's
Yeah,
still
not
defendable.
much for white. So. But yeah, but what would be the better move after c4? Like just to play.
I don't know. She just says rook ac8, but that looks strange in combination with queen c7.
Yeah, I guess hiding the
Feels
queen on
pointless.
b8 potentially, but that is weird. dc4? How bad is dc4? dc4 bishop
Fast.
c4, right?
I
And
thought knight takes.
knight takes. Knight takes, yeah, also works.
Or maybe.
Yeah, so basically, again, with colors reversed, this could have happened in some Spanish, the structure itself, yeah, and very often e5 pawn is an actual concern and not the d3 pawn.
All right, so looks like Aroniak gave Aronian a bit of a chance by putting the queen on c7. Not a drama just yet, but something to think about. Maybe he did not expect c4 coming. Although, what else is white gonna do? He's not gonna wait forever until you put all your pieces to the center.
Yeah.
Anyway, Levon Aronian, the chess legend, long time, world number 2, used to hover around 2.830, second only to Mr. Magnus Carlsen in the 2010s. The only participant who has won this very event that we're in, the FIDE World Cup. I believe he won for the first time. Year was it 2005 when he wasn't a fully established top player yet. Everybody knew he was good, but his rating was lagging a bit. And then he just won this event in 2005, announcing his arrival.
Yeah, and since then, yeah, he won it one more time.
He won again in 2019, showing his, was it? I think it
was
17.
17.
One of those.
Was it 17? Was it? Yeah, I think
Showing
17.
his longevity.
Yeah, it was quite impressive.
And his biggest achievement by far, he kicked me out from the World Cup in 2007 in round number 2. 1.5-1/2.
So couldn't make it 2-0, but still went through. Yeah. Anything on funny openings front?
Don't know.
Maybe we have to check.
Showing some prep. He's better, but it's not exactly funny.
Yeah. No, I'm
the
thinking
thing.
maybe we should visit page 2 for that, like to see some funny opening positions, or
You will
it's too
have
much.
to brief me. I will click through the top games if you find something fun.
Well, that's still on the top boards. I mean, on top 32 boards, there is Matthias Bluebaum with Ahmed Adli.
Oh, my boy Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah.
Candidates qualifier, reigning European champion. So even if it wasn't a funny opening, I'd be thrilled to watch that.
Yeah, that is not it. Board 29, you can pull it from.
He has a pawn on h6,
from the list,
which
yeah.
is good, as we've learned. See how they got there.
So this is.
Adli played this version of the semi-Tarash. Thing is, This line is normally better
when
White
white
already
knight's
committed
already on
to knight
f3,
f3.
so that you are guaranteed to trade the dark square bishops.
here. Okay, this is
C takes, and
boring
then check,
line.
bishop d2, and so on and so on.
yeah, this is quite solid for black, but without knight f3 included, here white can play rook b1, which looks strange,
But it
basically
stops bishop
b4
b4.
check. And this is not so simple for black.
Rook b1, bishop e7, knight f3 castles.
Yeah, now white has many moves. Bishop c4 used to be the main move. I introduced the very aggressive move, bishop e2 here, showing my typical set the board on fire style. But computers, of course, like h4, as in any position. That's what
Yeah.
Blue Bomb does.
So h4, b6, bishop to d3, bishop a6, and then, somewhat counterintuitively, he takes on a6, admitting a tempo loss, but the knight is misplaced, apparently.
I guess this is homework. My hunch would be after b6 looks more normal to go h5.
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
I mean,
So now, if they go bishop
you can take-
a6, you have an extra tempo in the same line. If they go bishop b7, you have
Now we
your
go
bishop
here.
d3.
But I'm not. I think I've seen somebody do something like this: h5, h6, some rook h3 business. But I'm not heavily into details. Normally, you can trust Blue Bomb
Yeah.
that he did his homework, so he will have a point. Bishop d3.
So they've traded h5, c takes, and black went f5, which
Very direct
apparently,
stuff.
apparently computer dislikes.
Maybe h6 is still the more prudent choice here to stop this pawn.
Yeah.
f5 played, takes.
Rook takes, h6, g6.
Company is also saying the direct h6. was
Direct
good, by
h6
the way.
was a good move, but takes, rook takes, h6, g6, and now as Compi has taught us,
Now
after you do
castle,
all
yeah.
that, you
Put the pawn
castle
h6
short.
and then you castle, and that's what
Yeah,
he's done.
then you castle short.
Very typical modern sequence. Push your h-pawn, then castle. Chess is changing.
As we speak, yeah.
The world we once knew is no more. Where you kept your 3 pawns in front of your castle king. Keep him safe. But it seems to be quite pleasant for white. I'm not smart
Yeah.
enough to understand this, but you go rook e1, then maybe you swing the other rook, d5 is always sort of looming. And the usual story, you put the pawn on h6, then you leave it there for 40 moves, and in some random line there will either be a queen g7 checkmate threat, or in some endgame, I don't know, h7 will be weak. So this is very much a long-term thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
here's Blue Bomb. Off to a good start.
Yep, and
While we're in the hood, we have to check your boy, Daniel Dubov.
Daniel Dubov. Yeah, he has some very, very solid position.
It looks a bit worse though, no? With this pawn, maybe not much. Then we get here, now some Carlsbad. Bishop f4, and that's what the cool people do nowadays. Rook c1 and
c4.
bishop d6.
c4, I gotta say, is a little bit ambitious. Yeah.
I'm always afraid of this with white, but it is committal as well. Like in all these structures, if black pushes.
Yeah.
I'm more afraid normally if they're in time to go.
a6, b5, and
B5.
threaten b4 all the time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because here white could play b3, takes, and now white is very solid at least. Rook b8. I would argue white should be a bit better with his weakness, but maybe it's not all that much. Should be 6.
Bishop e6, and then in knight a5, knight c4 in some cases. Yeah.
Dubov is rocking the Balenciaga sweater. But I have to ask, I don't know, I think he has 2, but how impressed are we if for years it's one of the 2 Balenciaga sweaters? Like, it's still impressive, but the effect wears off a little bit, no?
It does, yeah, it certainly does. And again, I'm not big into new Balenciaga collections, but it might be that they've released something
Maybe
very
it is a new
catchy.
one, yeah. I don't mean to insult his Balenciaga wardrobe. Also, what is the dress code? Sweater is not allowed unless it's an expensive sweater, or what are the rules?
Could be this. So it was business casual, whatever they call it. Like that they come with these funny terms all the time.
I know
Smart
t-shirts
casual.
weren't okay, but I don't remember the language about sweaters. But normally, I think the Balenciaga boys, they were waiting for this debate to then shame people and say, do you have any idea
How
that my
expensive.
sweater costs more
Than your
all
suit.
your suits together?
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. He might be in a little bit unpleasant position again. We had a conversation with him yesterday, and he says like at some point he's gotten a lot of fans thanks to those like spectacular wins against, I think, Rasmus Wane, then Karjakin, Queen Sacrifice, and so on. And he says people approach me and ask for like, will you play this game again where you sacrifice everything? And he says like, happens so rarely. I'm very boring. Yeah, so
Sometimes it's not about the games, but once you've established the image, you can draw your way through World Rapid Blitz for 7 years in a row. No one will notice.
yeah.
I'm clicking around here. Kirill Alexeyenko against Andy Woodward. On our prodigy watch list, of course, the 15-year-old
2600 player from the US.
US-American Kirill Alexeyenko, tremendously strong player, played in the candidates tournament. Which year was that? There was pandemic times 2021.
Yeah.
Was split over 2 years, as we remember.
Yeah, the longest chess tournament in history.
Yeah. Now representing Austria. Kirill, another specialist. Of the Italian,
right.
as is
That's
pretty
true.
much every top grandmaster, you can say. Italian specialist. But yeah, some nuances are being discussed here, which are way above my pay grade.
Yeah.
3, whatever, castles, bishop seat. Small random details. Not
Yeah.
smart enough.
No, these are way too complex for me either.
Any game you want to see?
Or what else can we? What are the other? Peter Leko. How about
Leko Peter.
Peter Leko against Bobby Chang?
Yeah.
Bobby Chang from Australia, if I'm not mistaken.
He is from Australia, but
Yeah.
he's a Thailand Open participant, so he's not a serious chess player. That much I can tell you.
However, he has an hour 33 minutes on his clock.
He did some
And
homework.
Can you imagine somebody making Peter Leko think for 45 minutes early on first
Absolutely.
15 moves?
Anybody.
No.
If you get Peter Leko out of his files, he will take it as a personal offense and he will sit there for 2 hours.
No, but I
trying
thought
to
the first step in this sequence is impossible to take him out of his
is
files.
very difficult, yeah. But once you achieve that, you will absolutely spend time. I remember Aronian surprised him with this Queen A4 move. I'm not sure if I can show this. This is a random story. In which line was that? This stuff.
94. It's here, right?
So
Knight G4,
Levon
Queen
played
A4.
Queen A4 here against him. And I remember Leko sat there for 90 minutes straight, staring at this move,
Seriously?
hanging F2. Yeah. So,
Wow.
I mean, it's not a very fair example, but I recall that now. But Peter Leko, not very active anymore nowadays. More known as a commentator, as coach. Or more known is not fair. He's like vice chess champion of the world. But nowadays more active as a commentator, as coach of Vincent Keymer. But when he plays, you know Peter, you know he takes it extremely seriously.
Yeah, very,
Prepares.
very professional preparation, and so on. So that's why I'm particularly surprised, because this line felt like it was excessively kind of studied. Well, maybe not the Knight C3 part of it, right? So
No,
Queen
Knight C3
A4.
nowadays,
Yeah, Knight
I mean,
C3,
that's
of course.
Queen A4, B3, all kinds of moves. But Knight C3, it's also established. C5, I thought the clean way was Rook D8, but I haven't checked this for a while. So So c5 is probably fine. Takes, queen h5, f3. Bobby Cheng, obviously, still in book. e5, knight d5, takes, bishop e6, queen e4. But the good news for Peter is, even if he was surprised, position doesn't look too scary, right? You go f6, queen f7, you're not a pawn down.
Yeah, opposite colored bishops potentially. How bad would it be to go queen f5?
Leiko's looking at him. Young man, how dare you get me out of book? Do you have any idea how hard I've worked for the last 38 years of my life? And you just blitz out this random sequence of computer moves? Absolutely
Unacceptable.
shocking. But while we let Leiko think for a while, we'll switch to Ketty, who will fill us in on some more of the action.
Yeah, today we have a really amazing day. We do have a lot of spectators also in the playing venue, full house, and we have some fun on the chessboard as well. The board 45, we have Azeri Grandmaster Aydin Süleymani with black pieces against Diak Bogdan Daniel. Here we have quite standard opening in this Nimzo Indian position, and here black just blitzed knight c6 move, which is something new, have not really seen in a database. Mostly black plays knight to d7, and he blitzed out this move. After 1 minute, Diak thought, and he played f4. And here was the moment when Aydin started to think for 20 minutes, and he goes with knight to b8. Back! He has to develop all the pieces, but no, he's going back this knight, and this is not enough. After white goes with e4, he wants to fork the knight and the bishop with e5. Now he goes bishop to e7. Again, backwards all these pawns. Black is down on time, and all the pieces are still to be developed. And we have a beautiful center for white. A lot of pieces are out there already in the center. Knight f3 has been played. Next move, white is ready to castle. Guys, what just happened? Can you please explain what is your opinion about knight c6 move and then knight to b8?
I struggle to explain. I understand knight c6. He wants to go e5, d5, knight e7 and get some typical structure. But f4 looks very natural to me, just stopping e5 forever. So I would think that's a move he considered if this is preparation. I can see the computer, for example, gives here b5, and you can maybe prepare some crazy stuff like this and then blitz it out.
Crazy. Can I take it?
Yeah, for sure. Then bishop b7 and you claim some compensation maybe. But if f4 took him by surprise, I guess this was freestyling. Yeah. Then you just sit there and you just see, okay, knight f3, e4, e5 is coming, none of my pieces are going anywhere. So out of desperation, you go knight b8 back. But clearly something's gone very, very wrong. This is not some home cooking, this is just something went badly wrong.
Yeah, after c5, the current position on the board looks like white is just like completely dominant. And yeah, Compi advocates for some e5 pushes, but even if you were to take on c5, you're just like bajillion tempi up.
Lost 3 tempi in a very sharp position, so this can't go too well.
Perhaps now knight e4 will also come with next move to develop the bishop.
Yeah. No, it looks very, very dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Knight g5 might also come somewhere there to annoy the pawn on h7.
Yeah.
No, this didn't go well, and Bogdan, once he has the initiative, he's very, very dangerous. Bit of an opening disaster for Süleymani there.
Yeah, I'm going to keep the eye on this game, and if something happens, I'll be back.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ketty. We will go on a brief break and then come back with all 64 games in great detail.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
चेस खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come don't be late It's your move ए तो तोय खोर
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए checkmate It's your move check में भी होगा just It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move come don't be late It's your move esto todo It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 2 of the FIDE World Cup. All the big guns are in action. They've completed their first hour of chess. Let's have a quick look at the pairings to see all these big names you have.
So, question, where is Gukesh? Is answered. Gukesh is here, even though not the highest rated, but the world champion is playing on board number 1, table number 1.
Yeah, Gukesh is facing Kazybek, Nogerbek on the top board, joined by his 2 compatriots, Arjun, Erigaisi, and Praggnanandhaa on boards 2 and 3, before it gets a little more international with Anish, Giri from the Netherlands on 4, Wesley, so the American on 5, and Germany's own Vincent, Keymer, board number 6, Wei Yi representing China, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov representing Uzbekistan. So chess has become very international, but there's a slight trend that we have 3 Indian players on the top 3 boards. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, so it became very international and quite Asian in recent years, like recent Olympiad winners being Uzbekistan, India. Yeah, a lot of young players from India and a lot of like very strong young players from Uzbekistan as well.
Yeah,
maybe
nowadays if you play an open tournament, you're never happy to face a young Indian, but a young Uzbek you're even unhappier about.
Yeah.
There we see Jan Nepomniachtchi. But I want to go to one game where I'm afraid we don't have cameras, but it's sort of a fun position. It's Richard Rapport from Hungary, who's also, of course, a very top player, rated 2740, played in the candidates tournament, and he's facing Supi from Brazil. But I'm afraid Supi's position is not so Supi. This is
board 14, if I'm not mistaken.
14,
yeah,
just away from our camera boards. But what is going on here, Miro?
It was a... Hang on, it was a Sicilian Najdov? Oh, no, it wasn't the Najdov.
Khan or whatever you call it. Some Richie special.
Yeah, turned Najdov, turned Scheveningen.
A3, modern chess. Now it's Scheveningen.
Yeah,
C4,
bishop
whatever.
on A2, queen C7, G4, and it was answered with D5. ED5, and this is why you never put the pawn on A3, because it gets taken.
Also, maybe what you shouldn't do is put the bishop on A2, which looks natural, you're hiding it there. But if you put the bishop here, at least you don't run into any bishop takes A3 business in lines like the one they're playing.
Yeah, bishop A3, and bishop A3 turned to be quite an unpleasant move to face.
Ouch. He went knight to D1, and Rapport is not retreating. No retreat, no surrender. Plays pawn to E5.
Well,
something went wrong here for Supi.
Yeah, very early on, because G4 pawn is hanging. If you were to take the bishop, black takes on D4, and seems that everything's collapsing. Rook E8, right?
This is coming.
Bishop G4, yeah.
Not sure what you do. Knight to F5, Compi says.
But then
doesn't look particularly pleasant either.
Yeah, black takes, then goes check, C3, bishop D6 even, not bishop C5, but bishop D6.
That's a good, yeah, no.
And then, yeah, just the knight on D1.
Knight on D1 is not correctly placed.
Yeah, and there will be some questions where white king's gonna hide. Because, yeah, it's unlikely long castle will be any good in this game. But short castles is not very appealing either.
No, if you had time to go short castle, king H1, knight
rook
G1, rook
yeah.
G1, maybe, but I'm not sure nothing bad will happen along the way.
Yeah, so there is like this E4, and yeah, it's really, really unpleasant position on move 13 for Luis Paolo Supi.
You gotta applaud the confidence to play G4, but something went wrong there for Supi.
Yeah.
In the opening. All right, where you want to go?
The top boards, maybe? Once again, check Gukesh and how did his opening You know, clever opening play with h3. How did it go for him?
Going great. Kazybek, Nogerbek was surprised. Went e5, which is all right, e3, but now he played similar to this line we covered earlier, where black goes knight g4, bishop c5, a5, with the pawn on h2.
With the exception that there is no knight g4, so you cannot disturb white that easily.
So he went a5 anyway, which looks logical, but now white is in time to play d4.
And apparently here he didn't have to take, right? Some e4 is what computer likes. a4 you could make an argument for.
Takes, whatever, but clearly Gukesh out-prepared him. And after e takes d4, which looks sort of solid, but this is not that equal, I would guess. Could even make a case for knight takes, but Gukesh took with the bishop. The pawn structure is sort of equal, but the white pieces have such an easier time.
Yeah, you go queen c2, you get rooks in the center, and the black will be struggling.
Yeah. And the next black move also doesn't strike me as supernatural. Knight to d7. Don't know what he wants.
Guess was hoping for, I don't know, bishop c5, bishop f6, knight c5, who knows?
With this bishop stuck here, if white just puts stuff towards the center, this looks
the question
bad.
is, the question is like, will you have your next move? You might just not have it. Now, after queen c2 is unclear what you play at all.
No, this looks terrible. Kazybek, Nogerbek got caught in the opening by the world champion. He's in trouble.
Right.
Arjun. Don't make it bad.
Arjun is fine, but like it's not clear if he fully equalized, because yes, white has these double pawns, but weak pawns protect. Okay, they're not so weak, first of all, and they say like they cover good squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then since you're unable to recapture with the pawn, or at least it costs you dearly, you drop the a6 pawn. Then, yeah, you take with the bishop, white goes queen e2.
Normal.
Or what does white do? Can he go queen e2, or...?
Is there any trickery? No, knight e4 doesn't work. Yeah, it's just a bit unpleasant. Pawn on a5 is also useful, restricting any b5 business. Not the end of the world, I'm sure Arjun will be all right, but so far he's under some light pressure.
Yeah.
By Italian specialist Martin Petrov. Yeah, bishop takes has been played. And Martin will think about it. We should mention, by the way, if you have a feeling your favorite player does not get enough airtime, which will probably be the case because we have 64 games to cover, there are individual streams, individual cameras on all the top boards, and you can just look for them in the, I guess, the description of this video, or just look for your favorite player on YouTube, and then you can follow their game, move by move, without being distracted by anything else. So look for those if you're a fan of a player. That's a great feature to have, even if it's a second screen situation where you can watch the show and still stay in tune with any Anish Giri movement.
Yeah. Speaking of Anish Giri, on board 4, well, seems that Trompovsky is very playable.
Looks like he got an all right position, no, Maksimovic. Anish also taking time, just as I was saying, Anish knows everything and so on. Looks like this g3 setup caught him a little off guard.
So it wasn't knight h3, knight f4, white instead puts the knight on h4. It's kind of making it ridiculously awkward to solve this tension. Like you have this e6 pawn, you never want to take, you never want to go e5. So you're getting a little bit stuck structurally.
Yeah.
Queen c2, knight d2, and then where does the knight go? Not to c4 or something?
I don't know. Another question is, can white just go e4 and...
Yeah, this is...
It's business time. Takes, knight takes d5, let's say. Sorry, rook d5.
Oh, yeah. This one is like rook d5, pawn takes, knight g5, f5. This is something goes into textbooks, right? And queen d1 apparently. Like bishop d5 is good, but queen d1 is even better.
It's good. Could become quite dangerous.
Yeah.
What has he done? He's thinking about it.
So
Bojan Maksimovic, one of our 3 non-grandmasters remaining in the field.
So
putting pressure here against very much a grandmaster in Anish Giri.
Yeah, no, e4 is a very, very serious move. E4 is a very, very serious move here. But in general, like computer gives a few lines where white has quite a bit of an advantage. Interestingly, one of them being d takes e6, which I'm not sure I would consider, but again, it's connected with e2, e4 on the next move. So it's not, you don't just like surrender the center. But yeah, Compi says you can take on e6 and then go e4.
What else can you do? You play some normal move, I don't know, a4. It's also a bit unclear what black wants to do, no? I mean, he can sit, go bishop c8, king h8, but as you mentioned, hard to resolve this tension ever. Okay, Maksimovic.
Oh wait,
with a good
did he play a4?
No, that was me.
Yeah, yeah, a4 also looks quite sane.
Yeah, exactly.
a4, knight c4, you know. Yeah.
He looks happy, weighing his options, also ahead on the clock. But it's still a long way to go.
Whoa, I see some, I don't know what it is, but like if you look at Mamedyarov's board, it's probably funny. I would guess he's to move because otherwise would suggest his position is not very good.
I promise Ketty, we're not gonna touch Mamedyarov.
This one will be covered.
There.
Yeah, this one will be covered by Ketty. Okay.
Wesley on the other hand
is all ours.
Is all ours. Then again, it's not that exciting.
Wesley, no, not really. I mean,
yes, he's a bit better. So we've seen this opening, queen g4, knight e7, takes, bishop d3, knight out.
Knight c5, and then black decided to just go b6. But what you did, like you
looks sound to me.
Yes, if the bishop goes to a6.
Here. This looks normal. Now.
I guess they will somehow put the bishop on d3 then, right? And then potentially on g. Yeah, like bishop a6, d4, they will go.
Yeah, but black should be alright, no? Rook c8, the bishop can come here.
Yeah. So, but these are extremely tricky positions still. Like,
yeah,
it's hard to tell like where black's real counterplay is. Like, so maybe you can like really slow play it. I mean all this like g4, return the queen, and then again. Like,
yeah, I don't know. But c3 is always a bit weak. I don't mind black's position. Maybe one day you can go f6.
Yep.
We shall see, and Ketty will update us on the strange Wei Yi opening. What's happening there?
Today we do have a day of openings. The board 7, we do have here Wei Yi against Kacper Piorun. Peaceful Italian game before Kacper decided to sacrifice the knight on e4. But this is not a big deal because after taking this knight you have d5 and you're getting the piece back, right? So look at this. Bishop goes back on b3, black takes on e4, and black just blundered knight to g5, and now it is impossible to guard the pawn on f7. You are also losing a chance to castle on the short side, your king will be in the center, and you have to give up this pawn. So this is really, really bad position, and it is only move 11. Let's see a few moves here. If you play rook to f8, white can actually bring the queen into the game, queen to h5, hit the pawn on f7, another pawn on h7 is also hanging. So this is really bad position. If you give up this pawn and just carry on in this game, bishop takes, and after king moves away, you just play bishop back on b3, and like we just gave up the very important f7 pawn in this position. So after knight to g5, here Kacper thought quite some time, as you can see on the clock. He has burned almost 20 minutes, a little bit more. He decided to give up this pawn with a way to also trade the bishop. So bishop e6 has been played, and now white can perhaps take here on e6, knight takes, g7 pawn is hanging, queen is also hanging, and again, black's king in the center cannot castle in the next two moves at least.
Yes, looks quite bad for black. I'm a bit surprised because Piorun surprised Wei Yi earlier, and Wei Yi was taking a lot of time. Well, it looked like Piorun knew what he was doing. I guess after bishop to e3 and move 8, he got a bit too excited. We were talking about this knight takes e4. It's a typical idea, but it's too early. He should have castled and kept it in reserve. Because now, after bishop b3, knight g5, just looks terrible.
Yeah. And I think it was not mentioned, but this is a very typical problem that if you castle in this position, that after queen h5, you cannot defend both f7 and h7 at the same time.
Oof. That's not how you want to start the first game in the knockout system, obviously. So this is not the end. I'll go to the next board. We have board 9, and this game is really crazy. With white pieces, we have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Canton Giri, and this game was very interesting from the very beginning. So at this point, black decided to play e4 and kick the knight back on the starting position. And after a few moves here, bishop f5 has happened. Shak played f4, and black decided to sacrifice one piece on f5. White took it, and then he sacrificed another piece on e3. And now it's moment white is thinking. It is very interesting position. If you take this knight, queen gets into the game, king goes on d1, then rook gets on d8 with a check, and it will be a checkmate. If you have to cover now knight e2, and black can just move the rook away, rook e8 or rook to d8, and everything is pinned, even though white has extra two pieces. One piece will be gone, and black has a very good compensation here for another piece. There is a very nice line that I would like to show. In case if white just moves the queen away, now there is a brilliant move suggestion by Engine. Third piece sacrifice, knight to d4, hitting the queen. Let's see what happens after bishop takes. Now we have queen to h4 check. You have to cover this check, king cannot move, and you take the bishop on d4, rook is hanging. And now white has to be careful. If you make a very casual move, which looks quite natural, then after rook to d8, d2 pawn will hang, and you cannot save this game. So white has to play rook to a2. In this position, very smart move to guard the pawn on d2, and you can play. And it is funny that the engine just says it is 0-0, it is equal position. Don't worry, carry on, play this game.
Yeah, but it's not only the 0-0. Like if you'd like to make a couple of more moves, it ends in a funny perpetual check where black goes rook e8 in this position, rook f2 e8. And then apparently bishop b5 is what you do, and knight c2, knight e3, perpetual check.
Oh.
I don't know what it means. Probably means this line will not happen. I think Mamedyarov will take the knight on e3.
No, he took already, no?
He already took.
Yeah.
Did he?
Maybe
he
not.
took it?
Oh, no, he's still,
he's still thinking. He's still thinking, because apparently queen f3, knight d4 is the only move, so you can get a bit deceived by the fact that, you calculate queen f3. If you don't see this knight d4 idea, you would think, take on f3 and I'm better.
Yeah.
But it's Mamedyarov. He's seeing knight d4.
He's seeing stuff.
Knight d4. He sees knight d4. He sees all these moves, and he's burning a lot of time. If we just take a look, he had 1 hour and 20 minutes here, and now he has spent quite some time already. He's still thinking, and usually he likes to play the other side of the board. He likes to sacrifice and have the initiative to attack the opponent's king, but this is what we have. I love this game. One piece sacrifice, then another piece sacrifice, and potentially we might have the third piece sacrifice in this game.
Yeah, let's see if it works out for Gergely Counter, because
I'd still be worried. Like, I agree, Mamedyarov prefers to attack, but he's such a good calculator, and this is pure calculation. This is not about strategy or whatever, so if anybody can find his way through this jungle, it's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So I still like his chances. I don't know how this continues. Rook fd8 here, you said.
Yeah,
Queen
rook
takes
d8,
f3.
queen takes
Queen
pawn.
d2, I guess.
Yep.
Queen takes b2. What is this position here? Queen c3. We are a piece up, no?
We are a piece up, and we are actually forcing to trade the queens as well, which is safer for White's king.
Yeah, so I guess maybe like rook d2 takes, and how many pawns?
Maybe black has a couple of pawns. Black is fighting for survival, I would think. So I don't know. Maybe it was a bit optimistic by Cantor, but let's see. Mamedyarov once told me that, I don't know if this is true, but he told me that before school every morning at 5 a.m. he would go to the park and solve chess puzzles from a puzzle book for 4 hours and then go to school. So this is a man who's no stranger to calculating when it needs to be done.
To park?
I don't know, some park sitting on a bench and calculating chess puzzles. Dedicated.
Knowing how good he is at tactics, this might be a true story. If I would tell you so, you would know. I'm making it up.
You might have gone to the park, but you didn't solve chess puzzles.
See? Right. Shall we? Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I think we return to the other games of the round. We have 64 of them in total.
Let's cover them all. Hans Niemann, board number 10. Worse, didn't know theory.
Didn't know theory.
MVL, board number 11.
Better,
played to queen e2, but then confused Ganguly. Jan Nepomniachtchi, board number 12. Equal, boring. Jobava, board number 13. Equal but complicated.
Equal but complicated. So that's one of those examples where, what do you call them? The Benoni worked for Jobava somehow.
Yeah.
It's very rare nowadays.
Rapport, board number 14, much better.
Yeah, overwhelming.
Oh, Aronian Aroniak.
Yeah, this is the game. This is the game. So, what did we have? We had the c4, which was answered with bishop f5.
Right. Logical, attacking something. But
yeah, c takes, bishop takes, rook c1, queen b8, knight c4.
All makes sense. Takes, e4, knight goes away, h2 drops, king goes, and g5.
G5.
So aggressive.
G5, and now
Aroniak is not afraid of big names, he's saying. That's pretty much my name. Why would I be afraid?
Right, so White apparently has a couple of attractive options. One of them would be just to go g3.
Yeah,
you take my bishop, I take your bishop.
Obvious solution, like takes. Why is this so good for White?
Queen comes back, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's good for White because after hg4 or gh4, you're not taking the bishop. You go knight e4 first, and even then it's quite tricky, right? Even then it's quite tricky. Yeah, maybe it's not as easy as like computer tries to picture.
Computer.
It's easy
merciless as usual.
Yeah.
But for puny humans, all this kind of stuff not that obvious
E6,
from afar.
Yeah, that's one of those.
But do we have to play G3?
Yeah,
what
like,
happens if you take here?
can we do, knight takes, rook. One rook takes, yeah. Rook E1 to E4.
Now GH, there's probably something bad happening. No, I don't know. Queen G4, Queen H5. Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, this should be just really bad. Too many rooks on the fourth rank. Too many rooks on the fourth rank, and Black King should be getting checkmated.
No, so Black should go here. Covers this. This is still a mess.
Yeah.
Next we go back to complicated.
Yeah, it is a very complicated position indeed.
Aronian is wearing one of his Aronian shirts, but Aroniak is just standing there next to the board, not impressed, trying not to look at the shirt.
Trying to look at the position.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it should be, frankly. People are saying he has his own style, looks good on him. But who cares? It's very irritating to the opponent to have to look at this.
All these vibrant colors.
All this green, these variations of green throughout the game. I mean, that's the dress code should protect the opponent a little bit. I mean, you can't just say, that's a shirt, I'm properly dressed. Stop hypnotizing everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's a lost cause.
You know, like if his moves were not confusing enough, right?
Exactly. It's not like he's bad at chess. He doesn't need these shirts.
Right.
And I don't believe a word. Oh, I don't know. I didn't even think about it. I picked something out. Come on. There's a pattern. Too many patterns, you could argue.
Too many patterns.
All right. So the Aronian-Aroniak
battle
clash is still very unclear. And Aroniak seems to be relaxed. Young player from Kolkata. I'm pretty sure he's going to get his Grandmaster title pretty soon.
Yeah.
What else you got?
What else we got? We got like a lot of positions that are seemingly equal, and yeah, most of them you could probably call boring.
Could mention that Fausti has a good position against Vidit.
Ah, wait, I forgot.
The first 2700 player he's ever facing, and he's better with black after 12 moves, which
so that's quite
pretty good.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. So
yeah, he did the stuff. He went knight h5. Vidit went back.
f5.
He went f5. That's one of the ideas. Takes.
To be honest,
apparently Vidit had to go d4 here.
Yeah, to be honest, like this idea with moving the knight and f5, I could do when I was 12-year-old. Yeah, I wouldn't be playing 27. Yeah, like I wouldn't be playing 2700s back then. But
only when I do this, some knight takes e5, queen h5, and then I resign. But in oral sense,
there wasn't any knight e5.
No, it didn't work apparently.
95, queen h5, c6.
Yeah, and then we regain our pawn with interest.
Yeah, so knight bd2, bishop g6, and now after bishop g6, black is solid with the center. And
knight comes here, d5 is there, king can go to the corner.
And he has twice as much time as Vidit. Vidit is down to half an hour.
Yeah, we mentioned if you surprise Vidit, he can spend a lot of time, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so far, very good game for Faustino Oro.
Yeah, it's also not the type of positions where his young age might show, right? Some structure, some Carlsbad, whatever, where we would call his maneuver strange here. Pieces are playing, f-file is open. I'd be very afraid.
Yeah, so this is precisely not the position when you need, well, maybe you always need fine maneuvering and so on,
no,
right?
But here it's a little bit more
straightforward.
So this is
it's a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah.
Right, so on opening catastrophes front, we only have this Wei Yi Piorun situation. Mamedyarov, by the way, did not take the knight on e3. He captured queen f3, and now, if Cantor finds this knight d4 trick.
Knight d4 watch.
Yep.
Which board was that? That was 9. Yeah,
board 9, yeah.
So he did take here.
So again, now
might be
black...
tempting to give this check, but that's not good enough.
So check, king goes to d1. And after knight takes, there's a Zwischenzug, queen c3. And you don't even take the knight, you don't bother for now.
Ever. Yeah, you can probably take it, but computer says just develop everything, knight f3, rook e1, take eventually, and then you'll have 2 pieces and an attack versus the rook. So that's the temptation that Cantor has to resist. He has to find this beautiful...
find knight to d4. Right.
Takes here looks tempting, but this fork is a bit too much. On paper, white would have, I don't know, 3 pieces for the queen. But with this king, it's probably...
Yeah, like I imagine if you let white play... I don't know, even then I thought like 3 moves, knight f3, bishop c4, move the rook, but even then...
Even then black's probably fine, but also you never get there.
You'll never get there, some rook e8, rook d8, and something is going to fall off.
Oh, Cantor. Doing well.
So knight d4, bishop d4, check. There is g3, there is queen g3. Oh, I mean, it's still quite tricky, to be honest.
Yes.
Still quite tricky, to be honest. I will not be surprised if Mamedyarov somehow tricks his younger opponent. But yeah, fascinating game.
Yeah. Cantor means no goal in German. But if he plays knight d4, I would say that's 1 goal. Ein Tor.
What?
Dr. Hans still struggling.
Dr. Hans somehow...
Once again, this line claims another victim, because everybody always messes up the move order to get to this position.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, because you would think, how can it possibly be dangerous, right? White has just a measly doubled extra pawn on the d3 square and so on, but somehow, you have to be precise. And then this g4, rook c6, and all of a sudden, it's not that easy to regain the pawn.
No, he went bishop g4, which I guess is fine, but then after h3, maybe takes is the way, and knight d4. You have some play here. But what Hans did, somehow he found himself in quite some trouble here.
Yep.
Normally 2 bishops and weak king, you'd be happy, but somehow white controls so much ground that it's very hard to make him work.
And this resulting ending, computer goes as high as +1 in white's favor. After d4,
up and there are more direct questions, no?
You cannot really take because knight f6. Yeah. And in some cases, I imagine, like even if you could take and white plays d3, it's not like it's a dream position anyway, right? But of course, like you have this knight f6 tactic which wins on the spot.
Lorenzo Lodici. Putting pressure against the favorite. Hans Niemann here. At some point I thought, I'm not sure what the power rankings are, but at some point Hans was clearly the 2nd most known chess player in the world. Now I guess it's after
Robert
probably,
Fischer.
If we're counting active players, probably Fischer, Kasparov are still ahead of him. But at some point I thought it was clearly Carlsen, Niemann. Now I'm not so sure. I guess Carlsen, Nakamura, Gotham Chess are the top 3. But
do not underestimate the population of India.
Yeah, that is true. That's maybe through my Western lens. Yeah, maybe Gukesh, Prague, especially Gukesh, of course, Anand are right up there. Yeah, that is fair. I'm not sure. We don't have reliable numbers. But what I'm saying is, Hans, he had so much attention.
Yeah, the
and
publicity,
scrutiny, not everything asked for. I guess he likes some sort of attention, as many people do. But to go through this as a 19-year-old after what happened in the Sinquefield Cup, I'm impressed that he came out such a strong chess
Yeah.
player, mainly.
Yeah,
Really loves
he's
chess.
he's done a tremendous job and indeed like proved himself.
Yeah.
Speaking of some games on lower boards that we've looked at already, Matthias Bluebaum seems to be completely winning after move 20, trapping a horsey on a2. That's board 29, if you wanted to check.
Knight 29. Let's
Yep.
go there. Making short work. Young master Bluebaum. He's not that young for a chess player. He's 29 or something. Finishes school, finishes studies, studied mathematics, then played a bit of chess, won the European Championship twice, and now he qualified for the candidates. So it's been quite a year for Matthias Bluebaum. He trapped the horsey.
Yeah, but what's amazing, so Adley captured on a2. And you would think, yeah, why not to capture the horse instead of trapping? But there was a cunning rook f3, and the rook spin you have to take, and then it's, I believe, a perpetual, not more than that, but not less than that as well.
Clever. So what's the point? He went queen b2, but he's not threatening to go queen takes a2.
Yeah, no, well, he threatens to take on e7, I guess.
This, of course. But if we move it away, I don't know, here?
He moves it, if you move it away, how do we trap the horsey? Maybe we move our own horsey first.
Can we attack it again? Just
Oh, maybe. Maybe that. No, wait.
Now
Is knight
threatening
c1?
queen
Is
a2.
knight running away to c1? That's a
But
question.
I have my pawn on h6, so
Yeah,
watch this. Takes, takes. And finally, Mr. Pawn is doing his work.
Aha, so we have, yeah, queen f8 checkmate. I didn't realize there was. Yep.
There we see Ahmed Adli, the Egyptian star.
Yeah, queen b2. And after bishop f6, rook a1 does win. Yeah. As strangely, rook e1 wins as well. So I guess white is so much not in a hurry to take the knight. He goes rook e1 and then wants to go knight e5 and stuff. Or maybe just take the knight then, and he has the square on f1 for the king. So no more perpetual.
Maybe treat the a2 knight like your h6 pawn. Yeah, you continue the game, and then at a convenient moment you either take the knight or you give checkmate on g7. That's not a big factor. Yeah, Ahmed doesn't look happy. Dubov, always happy. Right next to him.
Yeah. Always happy, but somehow...
Not sure he's always happy.
Somehow still...
Always confident.
Tiny bit. Always confident, that's true. Somewhat worse in this position could be true as well.
Yeah.
Could be true as well. That is one minority attack went well position.
Yeah, exactly. It's like white went b4, b5, b takes c6, but he didn't. Dubov did the minoritizing.
All the heavy lifting by himself.
Yeah. And I like this decision to exchange the bishop, which sometimes
people
looks
find it
counterintuitive. You take the bad bishop for your powerful knight. But the bishop is a defender of the pawn, also you clarify things a little bit. It's very Fischer-esque. Don't think about what leaves the board, think about what stays on it. Now you could even simplify
drops of
further.
wisdom from Jan Gustafsson. Think what's left on the board. Like what? Yeah, but the legit question is, Jan, what if I have nothing left?
Think about that. What is left here?
Is left here is
failure to communicate. Some man you just can't reach.
Yes, he does take on decent. Somehow it looked like he will be playing for this c4 square, but
he's never gonna get there.
Somehow never gets there, right?
No.
Bishop f5 and yeah, it's probably defendable, but unpleasant.
Yeah, don't like it. Yeah. All right, we are being told can't bet, can't beat the Balenciaga sweater, so we will be going on a brief break. I'm not sure if we're checking in with Charlie's. Let's find out.
Today we're going to be unboxing the goodie bag that every player here at the World Cup has received. This will also be a surprise to me, so let's find out together. So starting obviously with this beautiful bag, I think it feels really nice, like a laptop kind of bag that you can reuse for sure. I know I will be. And then let's take a look at inside. So speaking of bags, I saw this at the merch store and wanted to get one myself because this is a really, really cool tote bag. It's got little chess pictures on it, got the World Cup logo. I think this is just an awesome addition. So 2 bags. We'll put this over here. Now we move on to this beautiful water bottle that's made out of wood. It seems got the logo on as well. And I suppose you can keep, it's got made for tea. That's cool. Or chai, since we're in India. Some cold drinks, some hot drinks. Yeah, cool. We have another drinking cup, but this is a mug for hot drinks, I suppose. And this as well, made out of the same wood and materials, keeping your drinks nice and warm. Then we've got this really cool pen, and I don't know about you, but I love these types of pen with the rubber on the edge because you can use it on your technology. It's really handy. Again, same wood, same logo. Now, I know this confused a few players on what exactly it is used for, but this is to keep your cards in, which is quite nice, or your visas, any important, I guess, traveling documents you can keep in. Again, same wood, same logo, and nice and small to keep in your bag. Almost missed this one because it's tiny, but it's so cute. It's a little keychain of the FIDE World Cup. Very nice quality. Everything, by the way, is very nice quality, and I know that it will last a long time. Speaking of books, a beautiful, beautiful chess notebook, or chess notebook if you're a chess player, but I suppose you can use it for anything. Brand new, same wood. Wow. This looks really, really nice. It's got even a little holder for your pen. This is amazing. And where's anything else? Okay. And finally, I don't think this counts as an item, but to help you with carrying this around for your laptop, we've got this extra super long strap that you can just attach to both sides of the bag and carry it on your shoulder if you don't want it to be handbag-like. So there you have it, the really awesome goodie bag that all players got, and you can get your hands on these items as well at the FIDE shop. Let us know in the comments what you think.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 2, day 1 of the FIDE World Cup. And we're about 2 hours in. The first results are starting to show up. The Jan Nepomniachtchi game ended peacefully after all the pieces were exchanged. But Miro, there's one more draw where I'm not sure the notation is correct, but certainly a spectacular game in the game between Raoslav Wojtaszek from Poland, long time, Anand second, and Maxime Lagarde, not to be confused with Maxime Lagrave. There was another draw, and there was quite an eventful short game. If we can bring up a board, we see some Grunfeld theory debate.
F3 is what they do now.
I'm not an expert on this. Radek normally is an expert on everything. Trust him.
Yeah, everything he touches, he usually knows. Yeah.
But the queen went for some adventures here. Bishop takes b5. Bishop comes out. Knight to b1. Attacks the queen. Knight d3 check. King to e2. Here I suspect the notation we've got is not correct, because it says knight c5 back was played, which would allow knight takes a3, which looks pleasant for white.
It is quite pleasant, right?
So my hunch is that instead he played knight to f4 check.
Knight to f4.
Which would force king to e1, because bishop takes check would be bad. And now black is nothing better than knight d3 check, which brings us back to our game position. King e2. They say this was played, but I'm guessing the knight went to f4 instead. And a draw was agreed on move number 20 because of the threefold repetition.
Hang on a second. So apparently, knight f4, you cannot go to f2. Because if you could, then knight d3, king e3 would be an interesting way to continue the game.
But there's trickery. Yeah? Knight takes e4, takes... Bishop check, king e1, and this is too much apparently.
Knight g2, knight e3, yeah.
We take everything with check, check, and then the queen escapes with the winning position.
Yeah, so Radek knew all that.
Not sure if he knew. He did make a draw only with white, but he avoided it for sure. Okay, so that's our first 2 results. Let's check back in with our top boards. We were talking a bit about the Anish Giri game during the break, where stuff happened.
Yeah, stuff happened for sure, because his opponent went for e4, the move that was critical, we thought. However, fe4, knight e4, and Anish did not spot the best reply for black, which apparently was to take on e4.
Yeah, we looked at knight takes d5, takes knight g5, which is dangerous.
Yeah, but he could take on e4, and if bishop takes, go f5, bishop d3, and c4.
Now
black gets to play e5 as his King's Indian pair of pawns, and should be happy according to machine, and yeah, optically it looks very pleasing as well. Instead, black went rook f to e8, perhaps missing one of the moves from that sequence. Yeah, f5 and c4. So now knight f6, bishop f6, queen e4 is once again back to being better for white.
It's not obvious who's better and why. No, I guess the slightly shaky black king is a factor, but black has the bishops and a compact pawn structure.
Yeah, but
so I wouldn't be sure.
What's the continuation if, say, black does something reasonable?
I guess like king h8.
King h8, I was thinking.
F4 is annoying, maybe.
I
don't know how annoying. Somehow this whole construction is not so easy to maintain.
Queen e7 runs into knight f5. Yeah.
Yeah. No, some mild pressure for Maksimovic.
Yeah. So Trompovsky back on stage.
Yeah, if everybody played c5, I think people would do it more. The blocker has been supposed to be d5.
Yeah.
It's Anish who chose to mix it.
Well, let me update you on Wei Yi with Piorun, because Wei Yi, despite having a dominant position just a couple of moves ago, he has captured the bishop on e6 with the wrong piece.
That's surprising. Bishop e6 looked so nice.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight e6, but yeah, like he took on e6 with the knight, fe6, then castle, then here queen f6 is an option. According to the machine, queen f6, queen g4, queen f5.
Huh?
That's
we
the
can
trick.
always castle away if needed.
Yeah, if queen g7, then castle long, and it's a big question. Who's better? Yeah.
Probably black, no?
Probably black,
g8
right.
is coming.
And if you were to take on e6 after queen f5, then black trades the queens, takes d4, and I guess the worst is behind. So quite a shift in the evaluation, right? So it was fine for black until he took on e4. Then white was close to winning for a couple of moves, and then we are back to balanced position. And to be perfectly fair, it's not only queen f6, like castle short seemingly works as well. Castles, yeah, I guess white will be slightly better with pair of bishops, but even then it's not given. Yeah, this, and I was thinking knight e5, Compy says knight to b4.
Bit random. Yeah, queen f6 looks very strong.
Yeah, queen f6 is a better move.
fine.
Yeah, queen f6 is a better move. And wait, and Wei Yi's down to 11 minutes.
Oh,
so
that's
I'm
normal.
very surprised. I'm very surprised then.
He was my teammate in German Bundesliga, Wei Yi, and I would stand next to his game after. I made my quick draw as usual, and he would just very calmly play with 30 seconds per move. It would always be, his opponent would make a move, he would write it down, he would think, then he would be down to 3 or 2 seconds, he would make a move, no rush whatsoever, rinse and repeat, and he would do that for 20 moves.
Wow.
I'm not the slightest concerned if we see Wei Yi on 30 seconds.
So that is his normal rhythm of play. Yeah. Okay. How about MVL? Because we didn't check this game for a little while. We said he had an advantage, and maybe he still does, right?
Which board is he at?
MVL is on board 11.
11, here we are.
Playing against Surya Ganguly. This quite funny.
This position is bad news against MVL. I don't even care what the computer says, but open
white
king, active
white
pieces.
is better, yeah.
This is
White is better. But like, so impressive how from this very strange looking line he gets a winning position pretty quickly.
But Ganguly felt he was provoked by White's creativity, so he felt I
Let
need to
me
match
be creative too.
by being weird as well. Played this bishop e7 to d6, g5, and it didn't really work.
Yeah, that was way too
Here,
optimistic.
knight e4
right?
even was completely crushing, apparently.
With some
C3.
C3, knight f6, woof. But even what he has done, capture on g5, bishop e5, then knight e4 is still
Also
quite good. Yeah.
Ganguly overdid it a bit. Let's check with the neighbor, Hans Niemann, and he escaped to some endgame. Kind of typical for this line, and I guess the worst is over. After d4, he went f5. We've seen this. Takes.
And king g2. And apparently
G2,
the key
bit
to the
slow.
position was to take on e5.
Also not the strangest move anybody's ever heard of. Take the central pawn and go d4.
Yeah.
Don't know why Lodici decided not to do this.
Yeah.
After king g2, bishop d7, and e takes d4, the worst was over. There's no knight f6, so Lodici went for this tactic. Eliminates the defender of the rook. Now knight f6. But pawns are equal. Black should have enough.
Yeah, king f7, rook c8, and I think d3 is important move to make, so that you will always have some bishop h6 targeting d2.
All right.
Any...
Quick tour to Faustino Oro, maybe?
Yeah, because his position looked very promising against Vidit, and still does.
Still does? Keeps getting better.
Yeah. Talking of outplaying the youngsters, what happens if it's a vice versa?
Yeah. I thought, okay, we'll probably be a little outplayed by Vidit, but then maybe...
Some tactical chances,
some tactics if clock gets low, or he will be a tough defender. But so far, he's doing the outplaying.
Yeah. e4 and queen e8. Queen e8 opting to f7?
Yeah, or keeps an eye on the pawn. Not sure what it's about, but apparently this is a good move.
Yeah, completely confirmed queen e8.
Maybe he's just stopping knight takes e4.
Yeah.
Just covers the knight again with the queen. So this doesn't work. No. d5 looks sort of normal too. But Compi likes this, so who are we to argue? And yeah, Black just has a very good position. Has the two bishops, has the center. The knight can jump.
All potential. Yeah, it's not like you're not playing d5 at all. Maybe maybe we'll play d5, bishop d6, knight f4.
Vidit is also down to 18 minutes.
Yeah, this could be...
Not drastic time trouble, but it's move 15. He's worse with white, and he has 18 minutes. So tough time.
Yeah, definitely under pressure, Vidit.
Yeah.
These youngsters, you think you play them when they're young enough, and...
Gotta beat them when they're young, but sometimes it's too late already, I think.
Yeah.
Aronian already left, right?
From the playing hall.
Yeah, but I think he said he was leaving today. Because I have this long-held dream, which I couldn't realize yet, to take a picture of Vidit, Anand, and Vincent Keymer for social media. And then I can use, as a description, Vinny Vidit Vichy.
That is. So you call Vincent...
I call him Vinny.
Vinny K.
Yeah, exactly.
Precisely.
So, not sure will ever happen.
Again, games that might not be under anybody else's scope, but we were watching closely. Aronian with Aroniak.
Oh, where?
Aronian does.
Wesley
and Aroniak to his opponent. That is
here we are,
board 15.
15, got it. And Aronian's beating Aroniak.
Yeah, g3 was played.
He found g3, and he found knight takes e4. He did all the stuff.
HGFG, and his opponent, Aroniak, is cracking under pressure because rook c4, knight f6 would have been... so queen d6 would have been fine. But it was the only move, and maybe not the obvious move, that, yeah, you have to invest time right here, right now. And after knight f6, rook g4, don't ask me why.
Show us the win. Rook g4 check.
Rook to g4 check.
Take.
And when you take...
Go king h8, then queen d4, or something bad will happen. So let's take.
Yeah, queen takes.
King h8.
Queen d4.
Where
f6.
Is the problem?
d6. Now,
We're
come on.
This is rook up with black.
Yeah, this is a very good argument for not finding this line, because here you have to play d6.
Oh, and the point is bishop takes queen d2. What a difficult move.
No, seriously.
Threatening checkmate.
I mean, if you give me this position and say white has a winning move, then there is a slight chance, like by, the method of elimination of all the moves with the rook, all the moves with the bishop, and so on and so on, I might arrive at queen d2. But yeah,
very
but
tough.
this is, yeah, that's...
Then again, Levon.
Queen d2, and there is no way to defend
that's also
h6.
d6, open up the bishop, so king g7. I mean, even here, I would be guessing, but I understand. This is probably checkmate. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
check,
wins.
king g6, queen d3. Yeah. Let's see, because if you don't play rook g4, I guess white's still better after, say, rook f4
So this
and
would be
king
sort of
h2.
the same way. Yeah, wins the piece back. Queen here takes. But this position, just by eye test, it's not that obvious to me at all.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes like if you get the knight on d6, you could be a d pawn down and still hold the draw, right?
Yeah.
So that is, this is not obvious. Yeah, rook g4, if played, would deserve a high praise. I mean,
especially if he calculates the whole
played
line.
it,
Like
and
g4 maybe.
has seen the whole line. Are there any alternatives? Say queen g4, king h8. No, I mean you have to give a check. Otherwise, it's equal.
Looks not
Check d6.
Here you could bail out with king takes h2 and
King h2.
compensation.
But yeah, but it's not winning. d6, bishop
is very
g3,
tough.
and queen d2.
Such a tough.
No, queen d2 is very tough, right?
Yeah, this whole
'Cause
sequence.
d6, yeah, I guess it's tough too.
It's
but
very
at least it's
logical,
more
of course. It's
typical.
blocking
It's-
out the pieces.
It's a little bit less logical being a rook down. You have to play this calm move being a rook down. But yeah, like d6 is something that you look for. But like d6 and queen d2 after bishop takes, that is...
What a sequence.
That would be quite impressive. So that would be final Aronian.
Unbelievable. But
That would be...
it's the only way. Will Aronian spot this and defeat Aroniak?
That'd be seriously a game of the round, I would argue. Like if
sure.
if all this happens on the board. Really, really impressive stuff. Speaking of impressive stuff, do we have any impressive stuff?
I don't know. Let me scroll through the list a bit, check some games we haven't seen yet. Yakuboyev, the other Nodirbek. Although some sources say that Abdusattorov is the other Nodirbek.
And Yakuboyev, the OG
real deal.
Nodirbek.
Yeah. He's, I don't know, this is, I guess, equal. Slightly worse. He's a pawn down, but with the bishop controlling this diagonal, can't be too bad. Against Niklas Huschenbeth from Germany. Other German next to him we've seen still winning. Matthias Blübaum against Ahmed Adli. Now a piece up. Okay, that should be doable. Lekopeter. Is he still suffering? Not greatly, but maybe some minor inconvenience still. Bishop d4.
Bishop
some pawns.
Or what is his plan? Just FC. Yeah, but it's like 3 pawns hanging. I just realized.
Yeah, but if you cover one, then
the other
anybody
two
gets
are not,
taken, B2s.
not as hanging. Yeah.
No, he should make a draw. Not sure he's enjoying the process.
But yeah, very professional.
Yeah.
Very professional. Draw with black.
Egg draw with black.
Slide pull with white.
Then put some mild pressure. Oh, we have another result. Rauf Mamedyarov draws against Rasmus Svane. What was that? Rasmus Svane chose this line against Mamedyarov Grunfeld. I don't know. It doesn't look like he put too much pressure. I could be wrong, but this looked like Rauf wasn't sweating all that much.
Yeah, a draw for Michael Adams and Ivan Cheparinov.
Let's check back in, or check in with battle of two of the legends of our time. I'm not sure who's the bigger legend.
Veterans.
Acclaimed author Sam Shankland of such hits as Small Steps to Big Improvement and Sam Shankland's Queen's Gambit and Vasil Ivanchuk. And it does look like Ivanchuk is in trouble.
He lost the plot somewhere because, say, after move 15, or move 14, move 15, it looked quite pleasant, to be honest. It looked quite pleasant for Ivanchuk. And then something has happened, and he went after the c5 pawn, and it was still okay.
There was some counterplay. It's annoying. Sometimes you feel like you've got the job done, you're up a pawn,
but they're not resigning.
They're not resigning, and you're not even better.
Yes, a queen g2 takes, and it could be that he missed rook a6.
And now knight c3, there's rook takes c5 or something, or rook a3 maybe. Rook c5,
rook c5, knight e3, and it turns out to be much better for white, for black. Pardon.
Yeah.
Yes, rook a6, and he had to go for this e4 stuff, and then black is simply better.
Pawns are equal, but there are more targets in white's camp. King g7, rook d7, rook d4, rook a3. Yeah, apparently it's really bad, which is rare in a rook endgame with equal pawns, but this might just be strategically terrible.
d3 is so weak, and if you lose d3, it's over.
Yeah. All right. Sam Shankland on track here with the black pieces. I keep scrolling. Another battle I'm curious about is Wang Shizhu B, rated only 2-4-13, and he's facing the 14-year-old Yash Erdemush. But as we've discussed, a Chinese, slightly unknown 2400, who easily defeats a 2600 in the first round, is not exactly an easy opponent.
Yeah, precisely.
Yas seems to be handling it well, though, so far.
Yeah, so what was it? Was some... Right, yeah. Yas position, yeah, like everything's equal, but bishop on
bishop
g6.
is a bit dead.
Bishop on g6.
Play f3, I guess. You go queen b3, so you're not vulnerable to c6 or b5 funky stuff. Now, Yas is in good shape. And we will switch to Ketty. What you got, Ketty?
I have a game, a demonstration how you can attack to your opponent's king. Perfect game played by Andrei Esipenko against Nijat Abasov. This was the game, and here black had to play bishop to f7 to try to eliminate this bishop from the light squares and then to do the artificial castle on the short side. Instead of this, Nijat played long castle, and now we will see severe attack on the queen side. White started with the b4 right away. We had here the trade of the pieces, and in this position white has a light square bishop, black has a dark square bishop, opposite color bishop, and now look how strong is the attack. So white goes with c3, kicking this queen back, and we have d4 opening up the center, and bishop to a6, a very beautiful piece sacrifice. Obviously, if we take here, we do have a checkmate in one move. Sorry, I thought that it was a checkmate in many ways, also queen to b7, but this is good enough. So this was impossible. Here only move was c6 to plate, and now Esipenko goes with b5. He's not scared. His opponent can take this bishop on a6. He wants to take the pawn on c6. If now black takes this bishop here, there's no more checkmate on a8, but there is pawn takes the queen, queen goes on c7, and now you can just choose the move from the menu. You can take the pawn on e5, you can play queen to f5, queen to g4. Any move wins this game. So in the end, we have after b5, black just admitted that was a bad position, played c5, allowed b6, and after in this position taken here on a6, we had this game ending in few moves. We had here some checks, opening more files, and in the end, queen to a8, and the rook will be gone in this position. There is not a practical chance here for black, so black just had it enough and resigned in this position.
All this king hunt just to win the rook in the corner on h8. But that's good enough. Nice game.
Nice game by Yosipenko again. And I think on move 16, if we could click there, c3. So originally you could have missed that c3 is a possible move. But if queen takes, yeah, c3, and if queen takes c3, bishop a6 wins. And this is something that is maybe not that easy to spot.
And after c6,
rook c1, I guess.
C1.
Yeah, rook c1.
Rook c6 comes on the way, or queen c6. Oh, that's very powerful attack on the queen side. Yeah.
Yeah, nice start for Yosipenko.
Yes, and Nijat Abasov is the one that we remembered from the previous World Cup. He managed to qualify to the candidates tournament exactly at this very event. I have also update on the board 45. We were talking about this game earlier. Suleimanli against Deak, and here we have, very, very bad position. This is exactly what we predicted. So last time we saw this game was c5, and white played here takes, then e5, white went to knight to g5. All these moves are so natural. You don't even need to spend here any time or effort to think through. Queen attacks the knight. Black was forced to play h5 here, and white actually managed to put really serious fight on the king side. g4 has been played, and after a few moves, we have currently this position. He even just denied to take the pawn on h5. And what do you think? What will be the final blow here? What will be the final tactic?
Well, for now there's many threats, but normally black just gets overwhelmed trying to keep everything together. No, I don't know. What do you even do?
Yeah, like
d4, there's bishop
queen d3
b4,
is a bit confusing, Jan, right?
You know what he wants? If I
take on d7, yeah, he wants to take on d7, I understand.
This is so funny.
This is a bit surprising to see that you can... maybe the other thing is that knight f6, king g7, he'll have knight h5 with a check, right? If, say, you were to move the bishop to e8, for example. Not my favorite move by any stretch of imagination, but if I can give a check here, king g7, yeah, knight h5, queen h7, checkmate. Okay, they don't have to take the knight, but still looks quite
Someone
bad.
was also solving puzzles in the park.
Nah, it's done it much later, after school, not before the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, problems for Aydin Suleimanli.
If he starts with king g7, I think white can still do this. Is it possible?
Yeah, maybe, but maybe not the strongest. Maybe you don't need any of that, because it's like you would win the h5 pawn, and instead we could just play for the checkmate.
And Miro, is the queen d3 the precise move here, or there was any better ways to...
One of the good moves.
One of the good moves.
One
good
of
enough.
the good moves. Plus 2.8. Nah,
that's so terrible. It was just an opening.
Yes.
Disaster if you lose 3 tempi to such a strong player. This is what will happen.
Yeah, well, this is all I have for now, and I'll come back with more updates.
Thank you. And so far, it is the only game that finished with... it did not finish, sorry. The Yosipenko game is the only game that finished with the result. Like, we have a bunch of draws.
1-0, yeah.
Yeah, we have a bunch of draws already, but there was the only one. The only game that ended was the result. Gukesh is completely dominant, though. So
how's the world champion doing?
Completely dominant. Queen...
Making it look easy.
Yeah.
All pieces on good squares.
Yeah, we failed to guess his move last time we checked. We thought it was queen c2. He went queen b3, but ended up with the queen on c2.
Put the pieces to the middle.
No, but this is precisely, it's so easy games to play usually when you have to do natural stuff.
Yeah, but it's hard work to get there, no? Yeah, you need this h3 idea.
Yes, like be very, very clever early on in the opening. Yeah, that's...
Kazybek, Nogerbek, adjusting his jacket, watching the screens.
still hanging in there, but...
No, his position doesn't look so bad yet. It's just his pieces are a bit all over the place.
The way black falls apart, okay, one of the ways black falls apart would be knight to b5.
Yes.
And you would think, okay, let's bring the rook from a6 somewhere.
I would think that. e6,
yes,
let's say.
And then knight to a7, the Korchnoi maneuver. Knight a7 going after the light square bishop. And then you have to move the knight.
c6, because you just take.
Yeah, you have to move the knight, and then knight c8, bishop b7.
Nice. Okay, great start for Gukesh. What's happening on board number 2? Okay, Arjun.
Arjun is still...
Arjun thinks he's all right.
Yeah, he probably is all right, yeah. But somewhat more pleasant for white still. Somewhat more pleasant for white still. Maybe not easy at all to make any substantial progress, right? I mean, you have more space, you have control over the d file, but the knight is stuck on d2 for now.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Young master Pragg, also a bit better, not over yet. But opposite color bishops, as long as there's other stuff on the board, bunch of rooks and knights, you can squeeze for a long time. And he should be better here because of the structure.
Yeah.
Okay, just do a quick tour through the first couple games. Anish position optically improved, at least. Got the ball here. Nothing bad happened on the way. Just as equal. Wesley.
Cool stuff happens.
Where?
Cool stuff. Wei Yi against Kacper Piorun.
Okay.
So he was better, he was back to equal, and now he's winning.
He's resigning.
Yeah, whenever they've started this tactical stuff.
Don't want to mess with Wei Yi in such a position.
No.
Bishop f7 check, such a tough.
Absolutely. Yeah,
tough
no, but board move 13 after castle, we said, yeah, queen f6 maybe a bit computerish, but also a natural move to keep stuff together. Bishop d4 allowed queen h5, and queen g4 already a bit shaky. Bishop e6, queen f6 now. It was not the good timing.
No, but everything he did makes some sort of sense. It all comes down
Bishop e3.
to this position where he missed bishop f7 check, which is an unbelievable move. I mean, the bishop
it's so cunning.
Goes to a square where it's covered 3 times, all black pieces can take him, but everything lose on the spot. It was also the only winning move.
Yeah.
Queen takes e3, queen e6, black is fine.
So maybe
So
that's
he just
how
missed
he
this.
sort of missed it. Yeah, he has calculated all the
What
way
a
there.
move.
Yeah, that is
Let's
that is
explain.
really beautiful.
So the knight cannot take because of the pin.
If the king takes, we once again can talk about Finn.
We'll get there. If the queen takes, queen e5 check, and if the king tries to run away, saving the rook, then the white attack gets too strong because the king has to come out and play, which won't end well. So that leaves the king, and now f takes e3, we see the real point. He lured the king on the same file as the queen. That's game over.
Yeah. So, and
what a move.
Any chance to move the king anywhere?
Well,
no, but then
it's not going to be fun. Actually, the knight just drops.
Yeah,
so
yeah, the knight just drops immediately. Right.
No. Beautiful, beautiful move by Wei Yi. And yeah, Piorun. Yeah, he's not enjoying this bishop f7 check, if I interpreted that facial expression correctly.
And him being former problem solver, he must have seen this type of sacrifices, but not in a practical
It
game
looks
yet.
like an end to study here, bishop f7 check, but you don't expect studies appearing on your board.
Not for your opponent, that's for sure.
I'm not an expert reading facial expressions. I did watch that show Light to Me, but I didn't learn that much. No, but yeah, it's over, and Piorun understands it's over. What a beautiful move, bishop f7
Yeah, bishop
check.
f7 is absolutely
Wei Yi
beautiful.
Shall win. Okay, back Fausti watch. Has Vidit made a move? Fausti is also running a bit low on time now.
Yeah.
Knight g4, king h8, f3, takes. Queen d7.
Queen d2.
Looks like Vidit is putting up a bit of a fight.
Yeah, it's much easier to breathe without this pawn on e4.
Yeah.
Black is still better objectively, but now you can see the potential for white to start trading the pieces.
Yeah,
and
some bishop g5 comes. But apparently this move is smart.
to prepare to meet bishop g5 with knight e4.
Fausti's getting ready to make a move. There he jumps. Wow. He wasn't shy about that jump. That knight went high in the air before it landed on g3. And yeah, keeps playing well. 12-year-old. There.
Jan, speaking of masterpieces, Aroniak.
Did he do it?
He didn't, but he will.
Wow.
So after knight f6, he went d6 level.
He mixed up the move order.
He mixed up the moves order, and here apparently queen c8 would have saved.
Move, queen c8.
Queen c8 would have saved black, but black captured on g3, and now bishop to g4, rook to g4, queen g4, king h8, queen d4.
And he'll get the same position.
Yeah, and then after f6, well, it's the only move, and he will find it.
Yeah, once he's here, this shall happen. And it's also very beautiful. Levon, we know, appreciates beauty in chess.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And what's remarkable, queen e3 instead of queen d2 is not as clear. You would think it's precisely the same, but then rook f7, bishop f7, queen f8. And then with the queen on d2, I imagine you go rook e7, yeah. And here it's a little bit less clear, or maybe a lot less clear.
Yeah, that is very beautiful. So Aronian, who is of course the big favorite in this matchup, will come through. How's Wei Yi doing against Austria's Felix Bloberger? Not much happening. Bloberger hanging in there.
Hanging in there, just tiny bit worse according to the machine, but
yeah, enough counterplay.
Should be holdable. White has his own weaknesses. And Wei Yi's position.
The agony of Kacper Piorun after this bishop f7.
Bishop f7. What a find, though. Huh? The find, yeah. But that's Wei Yi at his finest, right? I mean, all this counter-tactical points all the time. So you see a long tactical sequence, be sure that he will see one move long.
No, I'm sure Piorun spent a lot of time calculating all this mess, and then you conclude, yeah, okay. This works, looks equal.
Yeah, looks.
No, queen e3, queen e6, f4, queen b6, and draw something. But then bishop f7 hits you, and you can just resign.
Yeah, that is amazing. Okay. Yeah, games are getting more and more tactical as we are approaching to the end of third hour.
I do not like it one bit.
Tactics, hard.
Yeah, so there are too many games. I keep scrolling through the list, and like half of the games we haven't even seen yet. Max Warmerdam looks equal against 2700 US player Wonder Liang. It's tough nowadays. If you're 2700, but you're already on a hold, he's 18, 19. We don't even mention him, no? I mean, you're not world champion, you're only 2701. What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, true that. And I remember him being mentioned as a young talent, so not any longer, strangely, right?
No,
casual,
I've seen him, 12-year-old.
2701, yeah.
I should mention, I don't know how old he is. He might be much older, but he can't be that old. And yeah,
no,
very under the radar for such a fantastic player.
Yeah, but also being from the US, where you have, like still the Olympic team spots being taken by the older guys.
Yeah.
Seemingly forever.
No, this generation, I mean, now it might change, but here, speaking of which, Samuel Sevian, more or less the same situation. Now he's rated 2701 from the US, and I'm not sure if all the viewers have heard of him. Maybe they have, and it's my bias, but it feels like it's rough for these US kids.
Yeah, and Sam is... Whom is Sam playing? I can't...
There he is.
tell.
He's playing Jing Yao Tin. Sorry if I'm bungling that name. Who is very, very strong. I've seen this guy in action a couple times. Very solid, very strong. I would guess the strongest Singaporean player we've seen. But the position, it's a mess.
It is.
I was going to say Sam is winning because he's a piece up, but apparently that is not the case.
Yeah, I guess really hard to make the king. I mean, basically impossible to make the king into a safety, and I guess at some point you might run out of pawns if they start taking b2 and a2.
Yeah.
And, you know, not run out of pawns as in you lose, but like
you're not gonna lose material.
The moment,
like so active.
The moment you simplify, maybe the black will be capturing your last pawn. And
some more results coming in. There, Hare Krishna made a draw, and I hear Hans Niemann also made a draw against Lorenzo Lodici. Yeah. Hans can't complain too much. Was in some trouble out of the opening, but after Lorenzo missed this chance to put some oil on the flames, D takes e5, followed by d4. It came to a peaceful endgame.
Could give Hans a run for his money, that's for sure.
But Hans will be white tomorrow. Won't be easy for Mr. Lodici.
Right.
Blue Bomb still playing? Okay, still
Blue Bomb
completely
is
winning.
still playing and still completely winning. Aronian finds Queen D2.
Over.
Richard Rapport.
Yeah.
Lost his huge advantage, as computer tells me.
Supi's fighting back.
Yeah. Luis Paulo Supi fighting back.
Ah, but he has to do some clever stuff, yeah? Like bishop takes e5 tactics. Takes.
Otherwise.
Takes. Even this still looks somewhat ugly, but apparently he's active enough now.
Yeah.
Okay, still. So here. I'd still take black.
Yeah, in all of those positions, the engine kind of knows it will not, blunder, right? But for human, it's a very good messing up potential position like that.
Okay, let's watch the final moments, or we don't have the camera, but final combination in Aroniak here. Queen to d2 was played. Beautiful construction. He locked out these two heavy pieces and just calmly threatened checkmate. Pawn for black is king g7, runs into rook e7. So he had to try this.
Rook f7, bishop f7, then king g7. But in this case, white has a plethora of winning moves.
Yeah, and here the difference in
G1.
piece activity becomes kind of stark. Okay, this is just resigned.
Probably checkmate in a few, yeah.
Best move is king e6, which tells you all you need to know about the position. No. Nice game by Aronian. We'll go for one more Fausti check, and then we'll go on a quick break. So let's check back in with
Faustino
Oro. 12-year-old in his first battle against a 2700 player. Doesn't seem afraid. He's moved to the feet on the chair position.
Knight
so he's towering over the board.
Knight f2, last move played by Vidit, and last, take f3, take f3. That's, well, not necessarily the strongest move, but I imagine very tempting for Jan. Faustino Oro, rook f3.
But I was going to follow up with rook f8, which is bad, because now white is in time.
Yeah, but you take and you go queen f5, and then you stop bishop g5, and you want to take with the queen. Maybe that's the...
That's still a mess. I don't know. We don't have to give material.
No.
Fausti, you can just play h6.
Stopping bishop g5. Yeah,
yeah,
bishop
maybe
g5 is an important,
yeah.
important positional idea.
No, h6 looks good. Then.
Yeah, if bishop h6 doesn't work, then
think
h6
about all this stuff.
Then, yeah.
Bishop f4, okay, I guess you just go away, but now the white pieces are a bit stuck as well. No. The golden boy
of Argentinian chess.
Yeah. Gold price went up. Oro's rating actually went down in his last tournament. He lost 14 points in the European Club Championship. But here, he's in stellar shape so far, eliminating Ante Brkic in round 1, and so far giving Vidit everything he can handle. Let's not forget, Vidit is one of the best prepared players in the world playing with the white pieces, so normally you would expect...
And by move 20, he's in trouble.
The opposite happened.
Yeah, so really well played so far.
Vidit is pacing next to his board, down to 9 minutes. Oro has 20. And yeah, we will go on a quick break and then come back with the time trouble phase in this and the other exciting games. See you then.
We are at the beautiful Resort Rio, host to the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and this is your official venue tour. Most players are staying in the hotel itself. As you can see, the bungalows are well spread out. There is so much nature everywhere. It really is a go-in paradise, which is perfect for chess players, as we all know how much they love their walks during tournaments. The dining hall, which gets packed full of players enjoying the cuisine, which is both foreign and local yummy Indian cuisine. This is the entrance to the hotel, where guests are greeted by wonderful friendly faces, funny signs, and of course the FIDE help desk, which is here for every player's needs. I'm here with Matthias Blubaum, who recently arrived. What do you think about the venue and the hotel so far?
I mean, I enjoy the food quite a lot, and I haven't yet. I mean, yesterday evening I went to the playing hall the first time. I haven't played so far, so I can't really comment on playing conditions, but it looks very nice, so I'm looking forward to play.
Let's check out where exactly the participants play. The playing hall, where all the chess action is happening. Tickets are also on sale for fans to enter the playing hall and watch their favorite players live. There are so many cool spaces around the venue for fans and spectators to interact, and we're expecting this to fill up very quickly once the top players arrive. And as with every major FIDE event, we also have a FIDE merch store. What is available here for our fans?
Hi, so we have different categories. We have all our collectibles, we've got bags, we've obviously got a chess set, we've got stationery, and we have some cool merchandise like your t-shirts and one hoodie by the FIDE itself.
There's also a space dedicated to beanbags and comfy chairs where fans can watch the action on the TVs, but of course right now they're enjoying the live commentary. Right next to the hall there is an awesome fan zone where fans can even get treated to live commentary by some of India's best voices from ChessBase India and Chesscom India. Now let us take you behind the scenes to the video broadcast room, where you've got the hard-working video broadcast and media team, as well as our awesome commentators Evgeny Murozhnichenko and Jan Gustafsson.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
I'm on a quest to explore the history of Goa. A land steeped in diverse and intersecting cultures and traditions.
I think this is one of my favorite pieces of art in the city.
Here, influences from multiple faiths coalesce in beautiful ways. From religious sites to charming villages and vibrant streets.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 chess. खेल ये हमारा है. आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है. अपना गेम भारी है. हैंडशेक की बारी है. अब इंडिया बोलेगा. It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. ये तो कोई खोर.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. 1, 2, 2. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Coming back with Levon Aronian in our studio. He played crazy game, amazing tactical game, and won his first game in the World Cup. Levon, congratulations. How do you feel?
Very happy. Not every day you get to attack, and this was, this felt very exciting.
Amazing. Shortly we will see the games here. It was your first game joining us in the second round. What is your feeling? How was in the playing venue? How you are starting it?
I love knockouts. I think this is one of the best kind of systems. I love knockouts. I love the Swiss. I really don't like the round robin, and I'll explain you why. Because in knockouts, you play badly, you go home. In round robin, the motivation is never the same in the end, and it's not balanced. So here it's that's why I love playing every time I can play in a knockout. I'm very excited.
Amazing. Can't wait to see the game. Please take us through what happened here. And we can start actually from the moment that was interesting for you.
Yeah, so this was more or less normal. I didn't remember what I was planning to do generally, but I thought, okay, I'll just, after all, my opponent is he's not too experienced in Petrov. He only started playing Petrov here. So I thought maybe he will not be so knowledgeable in this type of structures.
Even though that his last name is just like yours?
Very close, but
very close.
Not close enough. My advantage is the two letters, make a huge difference. And yes, I felt that Queen C7 was kind of, I won't say it's too precise. I was thinking that Rook E8, I was thinking about C4 here, and probably Bishop F5 here would have been the best way for him to play. And the position is kind of solid. But when he went here, I thought that this is, even if this is kind of okay for black, it still feels like it's easier for me because I don't have to really decide on things. I mean, he has to come up with an idea to play. This was more or less forced, I felt. C1, Queen B8, Knight C4. Yeah, because if I do something like Bishop C2, black is totally fine. He just takes, let's say, Rook C2, and I felt like Rook to D8. It's not a big deal, or Rook E8, some of these things. Yeah, so Knight C4 I thought is a must if I'm pretending that I want something, and this I felt is kind of interesting, So King H1. And I saw some moves for him. B5 is of course possible, but I felt Rook C6 is dangerous here. Because now Queen F4, I don't know if this is good for black or not, but I felt it should be good for me. Oh, I blundered something, huh?
Oh, Queen H4.
No, I saw Queen H4, but I somehow felt there is something for me. Knight E4, GF, Queen H5 just takes and is back. So maybe B5 then was the move, huh? forcing me to take on e4 and then just retreat with the bishop. Maybe this was the correct way to play for him. But anyway, the position is so sharp, and I looked at the games of my opponent and I felt he's a very good positional player. Therefore I wanted to create something very tactical. Yeah. So he went g5, g3, and yeah, I felt that this gh is good for me. Knight e4 takes, f takes g, knight e4, rook c4, and yes, queen d6 I also saw as the best. And I felt this is pleasant for me, king h2, knight f6, rook f4, but, you know, not such a big deal. Because he always has this knight h7, knight g5 idea, and white is slightly better, but black will probably hold somehow. Yeah. But when he went knight f6, yeah, I saw d6. I got too excited. So rook g4 was the right way to play. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g4.
Yeah.
We can show that. Actually, it was very beautiful. Rook sacrifice.
Yes.
Knight takes.
I'm basically trying to do the same. King h8, queen d4, f6, and d6, trying to.
Yes. We started from d6, and you wanted to do the same.
Yeah, and d6 I saw queen c8, but I didn't believe in it somehow. You know, I felt like I will take, and with the pawn on d7 it should be winning for me. But surprisingly, yeah, when you check, seems black is okay here. Yeah, yes, counterplay. Very, very difficult to understand this, I think, for humans.
Yeah, very hard to believe, but you get to the same position via your sequence, because after d6, bishop g3 looks like the move, and then...
Yeah, and then it's just the same. Yeah, white. Yeah, because if you take on g3, then it's actually not clear. I mean, black is okay, because he always has this queen c8, queen d8, queen f8, you know, with the check ideas, and black is fine. But yeah, I saw this, of course, from distance. And also, it's important not to play queen e3, because this is also kind of okay for black. Bishop f7, queen f8. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, the whole point is that here, he doesn't have queen f8, because I go rook e7. And if rook d8, just d7, king g7, and queen d3 here. Same like in the game.
A free piece was hanging in this game. It was so difficult to understand what was happening. I was analyzing your game and I was capturing every piece by the help of the computer, and you had everything under control. How much was your home preparation here, and how much you just felt good to play?
My home preparation more or less stopped at bishop b4. Yeah, because I mainly checked knight c6, which is kind of more natural. And bishop b4, I thought, wait, this shouldn't be the way, but it's a decent move, obviously. Yeah.
Well, that was a smooth win, also very nicely done. Levon, just tell us what is your feeling here in India, how it's going, what you like, what you don't like.
I'm normally very happy in India. And you know, this tournament is so exciting always. You know, I'm every time when I play like a Swiss tournament or a knockout tournament with the young players, I'm walking around and I'm like, oh my god, these guys are so good. These guys are playing so well. Everybody knows the openings, and it makes me kind of happy because I understand that the game is becoming more popular, is progressing. And back in the day when you were watching the World Cup, you were thinking, okay, first 2 rounds, there's nothing to watch. Nowadays is not the case. Nowadays is really tough, and you see that there were upsets in the first round as well. So yeah,
exactly.
I'm very happy here.
And how is this communication with the fans here? We have so many fans lined up before they come in and enter into the venue.
It's amazing. You know, you see that truly chess is one of the main sports in India, and this is a dream come true for all of us.
Yeah.
I have a very important question for Levon. Do you know you're the only participant who's ever won this event before?
Oh, Wow.
You even won it twice, but no one else has won the thing, so mathematically, no one else has a chance.
Yeah, well, you know, you might have a point there. What can I say?
Thank you so much, Levon. Amazing
Thanks
game.
for joining.
Great start. Thanks for joining us. What do we do, guys? Back to the studio?
Back to the studio, and Jan, I think we have to look at the game of Winnie K.
Winnie K, what's he doing?
Apparently, he's doing very good.
He's doing good.
He's doing very good. He has sacrificed the queen a couple of moves ago, but it was not accepted.
Oh, let's see.
I mean, sort of passively sacrificed the queen.
So it was a strange opening where white sacrificed the pawn and then sort of tries to have enough activity.
Yeah.
Some moves. Looks like white is actually doing all right.
Somewhere.
But
Yeah.
knight b5.
Knight b5 allowed black to go d5.
And he sacrificed the queen.
Knight a7, yeah, d4, rook d8, ef3, and if white takes back on f3, then rook d8 is just too many enemy, too many pieces.
Now, if we do a body count, yeah, it's 2 rooks, and it's a rook and 2 pieces.
Rook and 2 pieces.
Too much.
Yeah,
Opponent
so white
took on
instead
e8,
took
gave
on
the
e8,
queen back,
fe2,
takes here,
rook e1,
rook
and now
here. Now it's still weird.
knight c7 is what he has to do. Rook d8.
Again.
And
c7's been played.
yeah, rook d8, and now move the light square bishop is the recipe.
Why is that so good? I'm confused. He's just trying to untangle here. It's not.
Yeah, it's not
anything
any sort
direct.
of tactical. Yeah. Just trying to untangle and have Jose and a bishop against a rook and a pawn.
Yeah. It's not always clear, but here I guess there are enough pieces that should favor black. But still some work for Vincent.
Yeah, of course.
This ain't over.
Still not over, obviously, but has good chances for now.
He's making faces. It's normally a good sign. What's the clock situation? 10 minutes versus 2 minutes. Kovalyov played rook d8.
Yeah, he didn't have that much of a choice. Now, yeah, 96, you could repeat the moves, but you don't have to.
Also, Vince has more time, so it's not in his interest to repeat even once or twice. Mess around with this potential threefold and give Kovalyov extra time. He will just make.
So, bishop e6, rook takes, knight takes, rook e2. Knight d5 and say bishop d4 or something. Yeah, these are, I would agree, like, if you don't have like computer running at the background,
you're not that
you might
sure,
not
right?
be
Like,
you might not be sure if
rook
it's
and
better
pawn,
at all.
Exactly. Could be equal. Apparently, black has too many pieces. Wei Yi has won his game in the meantime. No surprises there. I don't know if it even ended after bishop f7. I don't know. They made a bunch
No,
of
they
moves.
made a bunch of moves, but the game has finished.
Not much to hope for. Wei Yi took like 18 pawns, and then he showed off with this last trick.
Queen b3. No two rooks for you, sir. Yeah.
Good job by Wei Yi.
MVL.
Move of the round. I'm not sure if game of the round,
but move of the round is bishop
definitely the move
f7.
of the round.
Yeah, bishop f7 is indeed very, very beautiful. Now seeing Lev's game, I'd argue that it could be like a tactic or whatever combination of a round. That's really this whole setup with d6 and queen d2 is absolutely stunning. MVL, I don't know if he played the move of a round, but he's winning his game. He's completely dominant. MVL against Surya Ganguly.
Yeah, he dragged Ganguly into the mud, and Ganguly probably should have played somewhat more conservatively in the opening. He felt too inspired by MVL's slightly weird setup with Queen E2, Knight C3, went for all this H5, H4, Bishop D6 business, and in such freestyle positions, Maxim is so good. He has such a good feel for the initiative, he calculates so well. So yeah, this did not go well. Smooth win for
Frenchman with 3 names.
Yeah.
Then what do we have? Some draws.
Draw and Jobava against Le Quang.
Yeah.
Quang, Compi says, was better on the final position, but Badur scared him. So he went for the move repetition.
More and more games.
Scan the list, but let's check Fausti. Who cares about all these chess players older than 12 years old? No one wants to see that. And Oro, yeah, he allowed this Bishop G5 business, giving White a bit of breathing room.
It's over. It's over,
they repeated moves and draw.
They repeated moves and they draw.
And surprisingly, it's Videt who dodged a bit of a bullet there with the white pieces.
Yeah, so it's a
he
good
was
start.
Worse pretty much all game.
Good start for Faustino Oro, but...
Yeah, but still, how many chances do you get against a 2700 player?
Yeah, could have been even a better start if he would have won this one.
Of course. It's also the first time he's playing a player of that caliber, so to be a little conservative and say, draws maybe not terrible with black is very understandable, but he could have pushed for even more, especially with his H6 move. Stopping Bishop G5. Squeezing it. All right. Draw there. What else do we have? How's the Aravind Kartik clash? Kartik, the low-rated player, is better.
An endgame. Bishop versus Knight. White has a pass pawn. Yeah.
White is an easier path for the king as well. Okay.
Right. Mamedyarov completely winning. So that
let's catch up with that. We only saw this early mess.
Yeah, the mess, the brilliancies and so on. And Knight D4 was found. Remember, there was a key move which held black's position afloat. Knight D4. But it was not enough.
Knight G4, he kept his foot on the gas here with Rook E8.
Yeah, Rook E8 was important.
A step back.
Knight G4, Bishop E2, and then,
Mamedyarov just crawled out and emerged a piece up. Yeah, he's quite good in these messy positions. Now it's over.
Yeah, somehow collected all the pawns, and it's just a clear bishop up.
Yeah.
Clear bishop up and completely winning position for
understands it's over. Bishop D1 keeps everything protected, or Bishop C4.
Bishop C4.
Double check. He's not blundering any Knight H4 business, but he is not. And
Knight H4, I guess King F2 is what you...
F2 and everything's covered, and you resign.
Yeah, so wins even more material with Bishop C4. Good start it will be for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, he knows it's over too. He's waiting for Knight H4.
Knight H4.
There it comes. He'll play King F2, and the hand will be extended.
Well, apparently GH4 also wins, but it's some unnecessary checks and captures. Yeah, Anish Giri out of trouble meanwhile, and like maybe he's the one playing for a win, but position seems to be equal. Erigaisi is slowly taking over, it seems. That's what he does very often.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the stronger he gets. What's going on here? Takes. We can't take. There's some back rank troubles, but Knight C6 stops that. Hits the pawns. Knight's hanging. Yeah, well. He is 200 points stronger, so showing his class here very slowly. And especially with black against a well-prepared opponent, you can't really expect to win out of the opening. So Arjun showing patience.
Yeah.
And now getting somewhere.
So far, I don't think we have any wins with black, interestingly.
How could you ever win with black?
Okay, not on the first page, not in first 32 games.
Okay. The Prague game, not much has happened. He's still a bit better.
Sam Shankland wins with black against Ivanchik on lower boards.
Yeah, that was in the making. By the way, Gukesh is still better, but Kazybek Nogerbek is sort of hanging around. He survived the first wave, still not a pawn down. So...
Oh, yeah.
Tenacious defender, Kazybek Nogerbek. Promise he's still worse. He's stuck here. He has to cover the b7 pawn with his bishop. If he plays b6, he blocks his own rook from the action. So it's not clear how to get
first try to bring the rook, then a5's hanging.
Rook d6 and b6, but then a5 is hanging. So
very hard to establish.
A bit of a conundrum.
So knight f6.
Gukesh thinking hard. But Kazybek is confident.
Yeah, no, but seriously, like kudos to him for not falling apart. That's because the position looked really there.
And yeah, Mamedyarov has indeed won his game. No surprises there. I guess King f2 was the last move.
It says queen.
Queen takes f3. Yeah, okay, and then he didn't wait for rook takes f3. You think he got excited? He thought it was checkmate. And then he spotted as a rook. He resigned in shame. Here.
Rook e1 and this bishop f7.
Check is a bit unpleasant. Now you could even take the piece up.
Yeah.
Okay, bunch of results are in. On the top boards, I don't know if we have a graphic. The first 6 are still playing. Then we've seen Wei Yi win. We've seen Mamedyarov win. We see MVL win. So no upsets yet on these first 12. Pomnashi was a draw. Chubava Lekwang Lim was a draw. Rapport still playing. Aronian beat Aronyak, as we saw. Draw and Faustino Oro against Vidit. Another draw in Semsevian against Tin Jing Yao. Hare Krishna has made a draw hours ago. Jorn van Forees made a draw against Alisher Suleimanov. Let's check in with Parham against Grandmaster Motilyov. It's an endgame. Black has a nice knight, Parham Masudlu. But Grandmaster Motilyov is still solid.
Yeah, this could be surprisingly hard to win if you just like switch to being solid.
No, it's Parham with a knight though, like some
will happen eventually, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what and where, but there's enough potential. Okay. Like say enough. Why is Bluebaum still playing? He's still completely winning, but we keep saying that and the game keeps going.
Yeah. Maybe
if you're Ahmed, you could also contemplate resigning here, maybe, no? There we saw Parham. Sorry, we're jumping around too quickly for poor camera to find the guys.
Yeah, then again, a lot of draws. Woodward, Alexeyenko are still playing on both 31, and Alexeyenko seems to be in a really good shape.
There we see the Bluebaum game. I don't want to torture the cameraman by leaving again. I'm just a bit puzzled. Why you don't resign here? Well, like, what fortress are you hoping for? If White doesn't have a g-pawn, I understand. Then your rook has a square. On f5 and h5. There's something to play for, but
yeah, here
this
it's
version,
not even No, I mean, you just lose the g-pawn next couple of moves.
Lose all your pawns, obviously, but
yeah, g-pawn.
resigning seems so tempting.
I have no idea why I stopped at the g-pawn specifically.
Yeah.
That's not the only pawn you're losing.
If we want to. Yeah,
not the only pawn you're losing.
Maybe with the rook. Isn't the rook kind of gone?
Rook d5, I guess. You can.
Rook d5. Yeah, okay.
Rook d5, but then again it begs the question.
b4 would check. Or at least go king e5, queen f4, checkmate.
Yeah, like king e5 would be an explanation why you don't want to resign.
Yeah. That's
king
not
d7, not so much.
This is not a fortress.
No. So
queen f8, g5, maybe that's the setup he had in mind.
Yeah, there's a bit of problem. The white has two pawns.
Setup,
2 pawns, right?
Also, white could like go king h3, king g4, and take on g5 and play the pawn endgame.
Yeah, okay. I mean, in all seriousness, this is not the most exciting position out of what we have.
Okay, Andy Woodward. Woodward's in trouble.
Woodward's in trouble against Austrian Kirill Alexeyenko.
Yep.
Somehow this Jokopiano scores nicely today, right?
It's been scoring nicely for a decade. That's why everybody keeps doing it. And it's never easy. Only Fausti knows how to be better with black after like 8 moves against it. Everybody else is struggling.
Wow, and it's a clever point here, like white's last move, king h2, so that when you take c1, white has a couple of checks. Right, white has a couple of checks and captures the bishop on a7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is gone.
Winning. Yeah, this is easy. f4 is too weak.
Yeah.
So Andy Woodward, the 15-year-old American, is in trouble here. Had tremendous outing at the Grand Swiss. Barely lost the game, was in the top group all the time. But Kirill Alexeyenko, of course. Very, very experienced top grandmaster. Played a candidates tournament. It will be too much for Andy to handle here.
Yeah.
Mustafa Yilmaz held to a draw by Bu Shangji. I'm not sure if held to is the correct phrasing, but yeah, draw.
Yeah, that's draw. Nicholas Huschenberg draw against Yakoboyev.
Yeah, that was in the making. Leko got his draw.
So no big. I mean,
still no upset, right? I mean,
still no like big upset.
500 boards, not even a small upset, like low-rated player winning. I don't see any. The Rapport won against Supi.
Yeah.
Turns out rating seems quite important in chess, after all.
Yeah, it's quite important. It's also quite accurate, it seems. The higher the rating, the stronger the player.
Get some draws, but like
today,
to beat the player even 50, 80 points higher than you is so hard.
Yeah, almost
so
impossible. Anton Giharo with Donchenko, some endgame on the lower board.
Schenko and beat Ivanchuk. Of course, Ivanchuk used to have a much higher rating, but
no, not anymore.
Also the underdog in this matchup. And
Bogdan Daniel Diak is no longer winning against Suleiman Lee, believe it or not.
What?
But Suleiman Lee failed to convert his huge advantage.
Bogdan, you mean?
Bogdan failed.
I thought even Suleiman Lee was
no.
winning
no.
afterwards.
No. Yeah, and I was told we are ready for an interview with Richard Rapport.
Coming here, or are we going to Charlie's?
No, we go to Charlie's, and we are coming back then, right after the interview.
All right.
I'm here with Richard Rapport, who just won his first game here at the FIDE World Cup Round 2. Tell us about the game. How did it go?
Yeah, I was playing black, so it was kind of it's always difficult. Yeah, I think in these matches to start with black. It was complicated Sicilian. I felt like I got a good position out of the opening, but okay, I could be wrong. I don't know. So it was kind of a messy middle game with both of us having some potential, trumps to play with, let's say. So I had a better structure and solid play. He had bishop pair and some possible initiative against my king, which I kind of parried. And then afterwards, when we were both sort of low on time, I think he started to play kind of, tepidly, and I just took over the game, and then, okay, he blundered at the end.
You've entered this tournament now in the second round. Do you think that there is some sort of advantage of having the rest that the other players didn't get, or them having played the first round gave them a bit of a warm-up? What's your opinion on that?
For me, this is the first time I played the World Cup with this system. So I played in 2017, I think, my only other World Cup in Tbilisi. Back in the day, it was just, this round, so there was no this let's say, qualifier rounds, or whatever you want to call them. So it's a bit strange for me, but I don't mind playing less games in general, so as little chess I can play, I take it, yeah.
That's interesting. This is only your second World Cup then?
Yep.
Did you not qualify before, or what were your reasons for not playing before?
Well, being in top 10 for 10 years, I think, or something like that, I hope I did qualify by rating, yeah. This is for some personal reasons, every now and then I kind of decided to skip it, yeah, for one way or the other, so, yeah, I don't know, I'm not, it was kind of a brave thing, let's say, to choose India as my return, but at the end of the day, I wanted to play, just to play chess, and, whatever it takes, I guess, yeah.
What do you think about the format, this is a very intense knockout format?
Yeah, but I like how you said it will be a quick interview, and we are like going for a marathon here, yeah? The format is interesting, of course. I'm not a big fan of shortening the tie breaks, like compared to when I used to play. I understand that it might be exhausting for some people, like arbiters or whatever, but I think it should be, the drop is just too big, in my opinion, from 90 plus 30 plus 30 to 15 plus 10. I think it's too much, but otherwise, okay, it's normal World Cup, yeah, so usual.
Okay, we'll end our marathon interview right there. Thank you, Richard, for joining us, and good luck for the rest.
He didn't seem that thrilled with his victory, did he?
No.
It was a nice game, though.
It was a nice game. It was... But, yeah, let's see. It's like playing as less chess as possible. Some people just made it zero.
I can relate.
I understand.
Yeah. Join us, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm just clicking through games here.
Yeah, I found a game of Ivan Zemlyansky, who was lower rated than his opponent Ray Robson, and Ivan Zemlyansky checkmated Ray on the board. Board 36, that is.
36. Let me scroll there.
Meanwhile, you guys who are watching without being subscribed to a channel,
how dare you?
Yeah, please like and subscribe. Please make FIDE Chess great again.
That's a nice finish. Queen f8, king f8, rook h8, checkmate.
Yeah, we don't know what was happening in this game for the most part, but the finish...
We don't care.
We don't care. But the finish definitely looks nice.
Good job by Zemlyansky. Ray Robson has to win tomorrow, as does everybody who loses in this first round. To remind you of the format, 2 classical games. If the score is tied 1-1, we go to tie breaks. If somebody scores 1.5 or more points, he moves on to the next round. And of course, on the top boards, the rating differences are still not as big as in round 1, but biggish, so you have good chances of these guys will go through. But the more we scroll down, we have a lot of clashes between, I don't even know who the favorite is, Anton Guijarro 2648, Donchenko 2641. Like, the ratings get very close, so we will see a lot of tie breaks out of that group.
Yeah, absolutely. And some results kicking in, but not that many on the top boards.
No, they're still chipping away. Also, because of the rating difference, everybody's playing for a win. So, games might last a little. In the meantime, Frederik Svane made a draw against Edis Gurel on the lowest possible board. Wow, some opening nonsense.
How is Wesley So doing? We've checked it was a French and we never returned to this game.
We never will.
We never will. He's up a pawn. It can last forever. Seems like his opponent has enough compensation even. It's like some endgame. But knowing Wesley So, he can grind for a very long time. It is Gurel.
I was checking this. It is Gurel game. It ended in Georgia, so that's
yeah, there was a funny opening.
Yeah, F4, D5. Knight takes D5, Bishop E6. Those are, not surprisingly, the computer moves.
And Frederick is somebody who would know all that, right?
But I don't know. He has many ideas. He knows a lot for sure, but I'm sure. So does Edis Gurel. But now it's already white who has to be careful to keep the balance. And Gurel, to his credit, managed to do so, and it was a draw. On other bottom boards, Michael Adams drawing.
Ivan Cheparinov.
Cheparinov, not much happened there. Ibic against the legend, Jospim. Also kind of a quick draw. Ibic, of course, incredibly well prepared. And looks like they found an early move repetition. All right, where shall we go? Shall we look at Wesley's game?
I have another suggestion. Now, Vinny K. Not only he found this way of trading the rooks and everything, but now he seems to be. He trapped the horsey on A7. It never gone back.
Run, get it, get it.
King D6. Did White play King D2 already?
I thought so, yeah. King D2 happened. You gotta trap the horses while they're young.
So go King C7.
Yeah, there he comes.
A4.
King B6, no? Or Bishop takes A4, do I even have time?
Yeah, Bishop A4. Because
King B6, like Knight B5, and you keep
if you're allowed, you'll play. I guess you'll just play B5, King B7.
Yeah,
right?
King B8 too.
Or just King B8. So Rook. Yeah, there is nothing to do.
No, you can go A4, Bishop takes B5.
B5.
King B8,
so it's kind of
B6, and King
the
B6.
The horsey survives, yeah, but
kind of survives, but the position does not.
King B6 check, and even King C5 to keep the horsey restrained.
Dominating the horsey. Knight E7, then you just take Rook C3, King D6, and pick up the B pawn, and you win.
Yeah.
Good start for Vincent.
And
so strange with these top guys. How sometimes they make it look easy to beat, or not easy, but just beat 2 550s with black consistently.
Yeah, and I've been told, even though we have our players, kind of the tournament started in end of October, so they're ranked by October ratings.
Yes.
But if they would be ranked by November ratings,
This
Vincent
is the
Keymer would be the top seed.
Vincent Keymer is now the number 4 in the world. Of course, exciting for German chess fans. And of course, with hindsight, I can claim. I always thought he wasn't weaker than this other class of 20-year-olds, the Prags, Nodirbeks, Gukesh, Erigaisis, Ali Rezas. It's good to see him joining their lofty heights in rating as well.
Well,
the second seed would be the boomer, Anish Giri, now the number 5 in the world.
Wow.
Also.
Quite an impressive, but after very good performance.
No, he's played great all year.
Yeah.
He was out of the top 10, but recently he's been absolutely
on a roll.
Won the Grand Swiss, did great in the Euro Club Cup, great in the Euro Team Cup. I know, he should play more Euro Cups.
Matthias Blubaum eventually makes it official. His game is over, he won.
Amazing.
Against Adli.
Anish is still chipping away here. This looks fortressy though, doesn't it?
Anish's game? Yeah, I think so. Compi was saying it was like absolutely equal when they've traded the queen, so I don't know what happened there. Compi wanted to put f4 for white, like on move 36 or something, like when the knight was on g2. Compi was saying just go f4, block everything.
Lock it up.
Yeah, block everything. But yeah, even the position we have on the board, where black might have made some progress, but you just, I guess, just like shuffle with the king. Yeah, just shuffle with the king, and it's not a lot black can do.
No, it does look like Anish will be helped to draw, even though if there's no risk and some potential like a6, b5, then he might as well keep trying for a little bit.
Nogerbek, Kazybek.
Almost still hanging in there?
Almost neutralized Gukesh's advantage.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Amazing defensive job by...
Passed pawns, they do count for something. d2, and now you have to play bishop d1 or you lose. And then apparently h4 is strong.
Okay, that's not so easy.
Yeah, h4, and then when a white takes or goes g4, rook d4, double attack on the pawns on the fourth rank. Yeah, might still not be exactly a draw, but you know.
Still the feeling. You just lose with black to these passers, but apparently
you take
Compi is like
take h4,
hanging in there.
d2, rook take, or even like starts jumping. Yeah, I mean, if Compi holds this, it doesn't mean that the human will hold. Yeah,
still looks.
So what we are
murky.
Concerned about in that line, that usually the bishop is much better supporter for the passed pawns.
Yeah. Also, the white king is closer, so bishop d1, king f2, king e3. Black has to do some magic to mix it instantly. Good news for Nogerbek is they just made the time control, so Gukesh has to play bishop here, but then it's going to be more 41, and he can calculate for as long as he wants.
But not longer than half an hour.
Not longer than half an hour. And probably will allow him to spot h4. But even then, I still think
it's not the end, right? Prague doesn't seem like he have that much of a chance.
Now we should mention, before we get there, that Arjun has won. Indeed, number 2.
Arjun has won against Martin Petrov.
Yeah, Prague didn't get anywhere special.
Yeah. That is like a little bit more pleasant.
We're getting some instructions here. Switch to Keymer game, but Keymer game is over. The knight.
Is it over?
No, not officially, but chess-wise.
A4, b5, king b8, b6, bishop d7, rook c3. Nice though. Rook
that
c3.
Is cute. He doesn't take. He goes knight takes b6. And actually, it's the only move. Yeah, this
knight
even
c3,
worse,
king c3. You
king
lose.
Is locked up.
You lose.
You just walk in.
That's beautiful. That's actually beautiful.
But it was move 41, so he had time to foresee all of this and go knight takes b6. That is very pretty. White can't cover the knight because of the fork.
Yeah. Knight takes b6, and there is nothing to be done.
It's over. I mean, it will continue for some moves, but black has 2 pieces and a passer, which will just win.
Yeah, but cute, really like cute little idea at the end.
Yeah. Tactics.
They
do seem to matter. Kovalyov's calculating, looking for any hope, but there is no hope in this position.
Yeah. Trying to find something exciting, but it gets harder and harder to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games finished.
Could mention. Also, we should mention in general, since we're sort of jumping around with 64 games, it's very hard to focus on anything and to find everything. But if one of your favorite players, one of the top 12. They have individual cameras for all of these boards. So you can just find the YouTube stream, should be in the description. Of course, only after you subscribed. And then watch your favorite player non-stop. Do that. But keep watching us too. Figure out. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is in some sort of trouble. I don't know how much trouble, but does not look pleasant. What can you tell me about Denis Makhnev?
I was told, well, he finally made it to a Grandmaster. So I was told, it's been quite a few years back, that he's international master, very talented. He was over 2,500 back then, who doesn't pay that much attention to chess because I think he was playing like video games or something, you know, something really important. But then maybe he's taken a couple of months to concentrate on chess, and then he finds himself playing the World Cup,
Maybe
being a
he switched
Grandmaster
around
already.
his work video games balance, and now he's going places.
Yeah, no, seriously, again, I imagine like most players from Kazakhstan, if anything, the argument is they are underrated somewhat, because a lot of them just don't like to travel too far, play again against each other, and there've been cases like somebody 24, 50 who turns to be like really almost like an established grandmaster. So yeah, it's not an easy task.
There we are. He played b4. It looked like he played b4 at least. Yeah. It might not be winning, but it's certainly a bit unpleasant.
It's a very unpleasant position, right? I think you should probably like play b6, play for...
So b4 at least you have a bit of a target.
Initiative.
Takes, queen d4. Now white is still incredibly stable.
Yeah, might not be winning, might be winning.
Yeah. Not fun, but of course.
Not fun, of course.
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek.
A tough one.
Not fun for Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Denis looks so relaxed. So they made the time control. I think they made the time control
everywhere.
Everywhere by now, right?
They've made, yep, precisely.
Normally for us is the sign to go on a small break. Let the player think. Let them get their coffee, get their refreshments, and then we will come back, hopefully, after having scanned the remaining 37 games with where the action is. Thank you so much for following the FIDE World Cup, round number 2. We'll be right back.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive. One match at a time.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch Postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Welcome back to round number 2 of the World Cup. The time control has passed. A lot of the stars are still in action, the likes of Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa trying to score their first victory. And we will switch right to Ketty to inform us about all the action in the time control. What happened, Ketty?
The game that did not pass the time control was this one on the screen, Arjun against Praggnanandhaa. Here it was Black's move. Black went f4 to expose the king side, and White made a blunder here. He played g4. This is a crucial move because after rook to c8, queen has nowhere else to go but to d5, and now we have rook to g4. Obviously, if you take this one, you lose the queen. If you get this king on h3, we have this double check and then checkmate on h6. And then if you play king to f1, then another rook gets into the game, and that's going to be also checkmate. There was a crucial moment. Instead of g4 here, White could just play rook to h5 first, attack the bishop. Bishop had to go back, or rook could also defend this bishop, but the line could continue after queen to f5, forcing Black to trade the queens because the bishop is hanging over here. And here we have this very pleasant position because you want to take the bishop, and Black has to be very careful how to move this bishop or guard the bishop, because we over here have this brilliant one which targets the d4 pawn, and White is having not so bad position actually.
Yeah. No, move 40 must be painful. Yeah, he blundered it probably with seconds on the clock. Instead of g4, rook h5 is better. g4, he resigns.
He had 1 minute and 20 seconds in the end when he resigned. So very likely he just blitzed this move on g4, because instead of rook to c8, this line would not really work for Black, because now you have king to f1 and there is no rook to c8 because this bishop is hanging with a check, so that's not a problem for White.
Yes.
Tough
break for Arjun.
Arjun loses to Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah. Anything else we missed?
No, you guys are covering everything, doing a brilliant job. So far, we have this this game that was just very exciting. The other ones are just slowly going now to the second part of the game.
Thank you. We will keep doing that.
We check in with those. Thank you so much, Ketty. And I saw, with great regret, that our friend Nils Grandelius lost his game to Etienne Bacro. I guess on the plus side, he will be in time for dinner, but probably not worth it. What happened to Nils? Okay, this is some theory.
We are currently shown those who are still in play. Yeah, Nils' game.
Clicking through the game. He was just grounded down in an end game. Tough break for Nils Grandelius. Was the rating favorite, so technically this is an upset. But of course, Bacro is a very experienced player. He used to be an absolute top player. So hard to call it a big upset, but still, we have a higher rated player losing to lower rated. Have not seen at all day.
Yeah, Zimlansky beating Robson was the same. Similar thing.
Rating difference.
Yeah, but a lot of on the second page of our, let's say, of our boards 33 to 64, a lot of draws. A lot of draws where, ELO favorites are not as big of favorites. It's a lot of draws, and second game might decide it tomorrow, or tie breaks.
It's gonna be plenty tie breaks, I dare to expect. Vladislav Artemiev on his way to draw against Haik. So let's switch to the top boards. Is Gukesh actually gonna win? Is Kazybek, Nogerbek? He's still thinking. He spent half an hour in this position.
Yeah, incredible.
I told him he could take all the time he wants to calculate h4, but he's taking it very literal.
You didn't literally mean it, right?
No, half an hour seems excessive.
Bishop d1, and he went rook for an immediate rook d4, but now
he spent all this time and then he didn't even go h4?
Yeah, white can improve on the previous line by going king f2. Rook takes, king e3, and you're just a pawn down.
And now it's too late for h4 because this pawn is covered.
Yep.
So Gukesh on the way to victory. Pragg, is he still trying?
Yeah, he kind of tries, but that's not much to try for, it seems.
Yeah, no, this
Black just has
peacefully.
Black just has to, attack the bishop, or, I mean, not to blunder rook d7. Basically, that's the objective.
Played something. Not sure what, but it looks like did not blunder rook c7. Some of the boards I'm having here seem a bit behind.
Yeah, it seems that we are behind on this PGN relay compared to what we see on camera.
What's going on?
It's definitely more than one move being played.
Yeah, and also some excessive time usage in some spaces, which might not be all that accurate. I also doubt Keymer lost on time here.
Yeah.
Although the 0-0-0 sometimes just means the clock hasn't switched yet to give him the extra time.
Yeah, no. So we zoom in on Pragg's position, but it's not that easy. No, with the camera we've zoomed in on Pragg's position, but it's not that easy yet to tell how they've arrived to the position they currently have on the board.
What is easy to tell is that there's not a whole lot happening. Whenever f7 gets attacked, black goes rook to e7. In this construction with the h-pawn and doubled f-pawns, they're pretty good defenders, right? Because white can't really push his pawns.
Yeah.
Inflict any damage, whatever pawn comes close.
Even without the a-pawn, which is not the situation you want with black, if you get the rook on the 7th, king on g7, and then you shuffle, and it's really, really hard to do damage.
Yeah. Still nice to have that a-pawn to keep white a little distracted. Has to block it. Now this just looks like a draw. I have to admit I don't know much about Temur Kuybokarov, but this is strong showing.
Yeah. Holding Pragg for a draw with black, not an easy task at all.
Also 2-5-35, how did he get here? Did he upset somebody in round 1?
He must have had.
No, technically not. He played Subei, who's 2-5-32, so he was the favorite. But he did win his round 1 match. Now, holding his ground.
Yeah, so does it mean that we do not have PGN updates at all? Because I see Keymer's game frozen, I can see Giri's game frozen.
I have the feeling it's all frozen. I'm not sure if it's an internet issue or a PGN issue, but we will have to go by what we see on the camera. We see Anish Giri stretching.
Anish is seemingly closer to, but also, the bishop's on f6,
bishop on b1, and the bishop somehow got to f6. No, we're a couple moves behind, so we'll have to wing it. Bishop b1, fishing for some weaknesses, attacking the a-pawn. I guess you go a3, but with this other bishop on f6, maybe there's some d3 unpleasantness. No, it looks like Anish is winning this now, no?
Yeah, somehow white allowed a bit, or maybe more than a bit, too much.
Also, what's the bishop doing on f7? It
protects the h.
Should be on d3, blocking the d-pawn.
It was on e4 at some point, right?
Here, which looks fine.
Yeah.
Okay, took the pawn, all right.
Then
back.
Put it on e4.
Now it went for on a
mission. That is
bishop d5
really strange. Yeah, really strange.
Chill.
King d3, and then you can go bishop d5 next move and return to e4.
Exactly. He might still struggle a little bit, but set up this and ask black to prove it. Okay, it's not over yet.
Yeah,
so looks like Anish is getting somewhere. Keymer should have won.
By now, yeah, very likely.
What about our boy Wesley?
Our boy Wesley, once again, the board's frozen in the position where it was hard to make progress for Wesley, because how do you defend the f2 pawn?
I'll find a way. King g3.
King g3 92, I think, is something that they've already had.
Something has happened. The king is on h2, rook d3, knight d5. This looks like it should be possible to reconstruct.
Rook d1, knight to d5. Rook to d3. Can this be right?
That sounds correct, yeah. Rook f2, he goes rook dg3. Ganging up on the f7 pawn, on the g7 pawn.
Yeah, which computer is not very impressed by that.
Hard to impress.
But maybe that's something.
I'd be impressed over the board. Like, this is
Two
falling, the
connected
h pawn is running.
Yeah. I'd be tempted, if not to resign, but be like very pessimistic about my position. Maybe he'll slowly grind it out.
Yeah, I believe in Wesley.
So from the top boards, Erigaisi has won. Kacper Piorun lost to Wei Yi, and Keymer's game has to be finished by now, right?
I would guess that game is over. Maybe we can.
If we can find his table number 6
somewhere, table 6. No, they're still at
not
it.
Over.
There's still something on a7. I'm assuming that's a rook, but the b pawn is alive and well, so it should just be totally hopeless. Black has a bishop, a knight, and the b pawn passer against the poor rook. Can just go whatever. King e5, knight d7, check, not to allow any counterplay. Then start pushing.
Knight d7, yeah, and the b pawn is also running quite fast, right? So once it's on b5, it's almost automatically on b3, and then you want, because there is like a very slight potential that you move h4, h5.
Yeah, that's
in
the only
some
thing
moment.
to keep an eye on. But he has the bishop on e6, and I guess. The king stays on the queen side. He could also go g5 or whatever to freeze those guys.
Yeah.
Kovalyov.
So Vincent should be winning.
Kovalyov, that's the guy who won the Aeroflot Open a couple of years ago now, and then played Dortmund, all these things. So he has experience dealing with top guys.
He can be quite dangerous, right?
Yep. But Vinny K was up for the task.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just go knight d7, go b5, b4, b3, and something.
Yeah. Keep an eye on h4. When h4 happens, go bishop takes g4. No, this should be easy.
Yeah. Should be relatively easy.
Nodirbek, we also don't have a lot of updates.
Yes, from the top players, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is maybe the only one who has some difficulties, right?
Yeah.
Difficulties as in, like, he's worse.
Slightly worse, yeah. It's not anything dramatic.
Hans was in quite a bit of trouble after the opening. All the rest...
And once again, stuff happened. And there's a black rook on a3. C-pawn has disappeared. There's a pin, but Nodirbek is a pawn up. How do we reconstruct this? Hard to think of a sequence of moves. It's too complicated.
Yeah, wait, so now white is down a pawn, right? I mean, you go rook d6 in the position that is on a camera, right?
Yeah.
And if you are not getting checkmated, and it doesn't look like you're getting...
Still have your b-pawn passer.
Yeah. So black gets to trade the queen, maybe, and then rook takes b6. And the question is if you stop the b-pawn comfortably.
No, but if black has to trade the queens, you're in trouble, no? Like f7
yeah,
is
there's
also weak.
also f7 weakness. Right. So you mean rook d6, you go queen e7, you don't trade the queens.
I think you have
maybe. But still rook b6, and this pin is quite annoying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not as simple.
So Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, the Uzbek top player, way behind on the clock, while
I think we've gotten an update. If you refresh the board now, I think we've gotten the moves. Queen d4.
Oh, yeah, something happened.
Queen d4, king g7, and white just went rook e5.
He did this on purpose. He gave everything.
Yeah. Rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn, rook... bishop c4.
As usual, I was wrong. After queen e3, computer says black is just fine. Takes, rook b6, rook c3. No danger whatsoever.
Disturb the bishop, disturb the bishop all the time, and then you cannot keep it on c4.
Yeah, and if rook c6, knight d7, you're just in time to be
jumping.
annoying.
Jumping is a good recipe.
Or knight f6 back. Okay. Not so simple.
Not simple at all, but yeah. Possible for Nodirbek to find, though.
Yeah.
Especially out of necessity, kind of. Again, so rook d6, yeah.
Might not even be a necessity. Rook d6, if queen e7. I don't know, Kacper always wants to exchange queens.
Yeah, rook b6, and then, it still goes like check and... Check and queen c3. All right.
So somehow a lot of games are finished, but on our top 8 boards, we only have 2 results, and everybody else is putting in overtime.
Wow. In Anish's game, Jan, we've gotten an update, and he went through, but apparently this is a fortress. I don't understand how, but computer says it's equal. Do we buy it? Do we believe in it?
I believe it. I don't believe Maksimovic will hold.
Wait, but maybe you have knight b3. Well, not threat, but knight b3, knight c1. You'll force the opposite
I can't
colors.
go whatever. Bishop e5 because of knight c1. That's the point.
Yeah, you'll force the opposite colors. So f3, and now black somehow... Yeah, even b5 is answered with knight b3, apparently.
Anything knight b3.
Yes, c takes, and you go knight c1.
Okay, this looks drawish indeed.
Yeah. And you're not even in the Zugzwang, you'll keep the h5 pawn alive, yeah. Well, but was he winning? No.
Was all
So
correct?
bishop b1, knight d2 was the answer. When we've seen this position was bishop on b1.
Which looked winning.
Looked completely winning, yeah. Knight d2, bishop takes, king e2.
But d3 was the mistake. f3. Apparently comes close.
f3.
Don't ask me why. Just
f3.
Messing with the coordination.
Right, and then when the king takes, bishop g5. And then the bishop escapes from a2. Wow.
Okay, that's tough also. Knight takes.
It was
A5,
tough, yeah.
Random stuff.
It was. But now it's a bit easier, I want to say.
Played
Now
b5, but knight b3 is forced, which makes it more likely to happen.
Knight b3.
Everything else you resign and then
Hang on a second, wait.
straightforward.
And if you play a7, a6 here, which Compy says, how easy it is to understand that nothing happens, and you just go bishop e8, and that's apparently computer's recommendation.
Yeah.
Computer's
You
good
just
at
chill,
chess.
yeah, because bc4, knight c1 is never a topic.
Ah, yeah. Ah, so the bishop is free to move on this diagonal.
Yeah.
Computer's good at chess.
Yeah.
I come to the conclusion.
Finally.
Computer is good at chess.
Robotic beings rule the world.
No, but seriously, that's quite an unusual. I've seen quite some patterns, like, through the years, how you defend.
So it feels like you should be completely lost, no? Against the two bishops and these three
Like
pawns.
the connected pass pawns. I mean, what's this? And Compy just casually says, you know what, it's equal. It's nothing to worry about.
What do you want?
Yeah, impressive. Yeah, let's see if Maksimovic holds, of course, but that'd be an impressive save. Prague has already made a draw, by the way.
Yeah, that was in the making.
Yeah.
So let's do predictions. Gukesh, win or draw?
A win.
Agreed. Giri, win or draw?
I'm tempted to say a draw, because knight b3 was played reasonably confidently, but with less certainty.
Yeah.
I'd say with less certainty.
I have to agree again.
I think Wesley might not win, because Stremavicius just defends, I think shows really, really clever.
He's doing
really,
smart stuff.
Yeah.
I believe in Wesley.
Yeah,
He's a pawn up. I'm going with 1-0. And we're being told to go to board number
51.
51. Who can scroll that far? But it's Wang Shizhu, the hero of round number 1, one of the heroes, against Yas.
Erdemush.
Erdemush has been winning or much better all game.
Yeah.
And he still is. Just outplaying Wang Shizhu step by step. Obviously, this looks hopeless almost, no? c7, rook d8 is coming. 14-year-old against the 24-year-old Chinese player who I'm sure is stronger than his rating, but he wasn't strong enough
to hold,
to hold Erdemush to a draw.
Yeah, the bishop on g6 didn't make it into a game. Knight d6, rook d6, and an extra pawn is something I've been told that can decide games. Artemiev.
Erdemush on the road to victory. Daniel Yufa lost his game after
Daniel
his struggles yesterday to win a single game. Now he even lost one.
Wow.
That's going to be rough to come back from a loss with the white pieces against Jeffrey Zhong. Nils we've seen lost. Pranav, Ketty showed us, beat Ayantari. Other than that, apologies, bunch of draws.
You know what might not be a draw? Both 54 Artemiev. I remember when we've returned to this broadcast.
I proclaimed the draw.
You proclaimed the draw, and it looked like a draw, and it walked like a draw.
No longer a draw.
And it seems not to be a draw any further.
Because the pawn endgame is winning, or what is this? Takes. King comes.
Yeah, like if I trust computers somewhere, it's definitely in calculating pawn endgames.
Yeah, but here, what's the only winning move? White to move.
H4?
Correct.
H5, G4?
No.
No?
G4 draw.
G3 first.
G3 winning. King
E5, yeah,
G4.
G4 I was too hasty. You take and go King E4 and then, yeah. Rook, so it's like winning, but also, who knows?
Yeah. I don't know if you can calculate this stuff. Of course, black could try other stuff, but apparently everything is winning. F5, king f4, king f6, g3, king waits, now g4. Some clever tempo stuff. Takes, 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 king back, king back, king back. We always get zugzwangt.
Yeah, opposition. Powerful thing.
Here, here, and now black is to move. King goes here, this wins. King goes here, this wins.
Wow. And d6
Vladislav in
was
trouble,
not
but
played.
d6 not played. Yeah, it's not obvious if you think that rook endgame might be a draw. Rook e7 might also win, by the way, because it's picking up a pawn.
Wait, rook d4, you take, rook d3, what do you do?
Now, somewhat surprisingly, we must put our rook behind the passer.
Ah, never heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I would have never found this.
Yeah, like rook f7, rook f3, like in all seriousness is something. Ah, yeah, and in fact, like the pattern that whenever you get to this position, you understand. Yeah, the pattern's always there. But yeah, so that's tricky stuff. Will Haik Martirosyan find it? That's a big question.
Artemiev looks deeply concerned.
If the colors were swapped in this position, I would strangely have more confidence in white winning this one. Artemiev, something tells me he's very good in endgames.
He is, which is why it's slightly surprising. He ran into trouble here. After I had announced it's a draw, how dare he? What went wrong? B6 was just a massive mistake,
right? So he could have waited, or
I'm not smart enough to figure out.
Yeah, like
the difference where you make some random
seriously?
move, and after rook b8, no, you do go b6.
And that explains everything.
No, it doesn't.
Not much.
Certainly, yeah. It's a tempo thing. b6 feels natural enough, but after that, it's gone. Rook e6. And this is a big, big threat. So yeah, you had to do something constructive and wait for rook b8 to provoke b6, then rook comes back, then he can go king g6 and he survives. Easier said than done. Artemiev, yeah, he doesn't look happy. Also, somehow today he looks 40 years older than yesterday. Maybe it's the jacket.
Maybe it's the jacket. Maybe it's the heat. It's
the hair.
Very, very warm in Goa, other than in our studio where we were.
It's very cold, nicely cold in our studio. Vladislav gets up. Haik stays at the board.
But from the top boards, not that many games left. And I'm surprised Kovalyov is still somehow in it.
But he's not, right? He's just keeps making moves.
Keeps making moves, yeah, you can say so.
Around here, Raunak should be a draw against Hovhannisyan. And we can check back in with Vincent. Okay, at least the H-pawn.
The H-pawn will
get closer. Shouldn't be enough.
Okay,
but still some calculating to do, which is annoying.
What's the way to win?
95. H5.
95.
I will eliminate all your pawns.
Knight g4, but it requires the ability to checkmate with knight and bishop.
Oh, Vincent can do that.
No, wait. It's the other, yeah. It's the other line then. Knight g4. No, I thought take on g6. Yeah, Vincent can do it for sure. Yeah,
so I'm not sure. Does this get knight and bishop? B2 or check? You might not make it to give the rook for the b pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, true that.
Anyway.
Yeah, okay.
That he would manage.
That is not very serious
The
statement.
W maneuver is taught in German elementary schools.
W maneuver?
With knight and bishops, I was told you do the W maneuver with the knight.
W.
Yes.
Because apparently there is another way of checkmating with knight and bishop.
That is the only way. That's what they taught me. Why would they lie?
Gukesh. Board one.
No, Vincent is completely winning, but he still has to calculate and solve problems, which is sort of annoying when you would think the game has been over for 20 minutes.
It's tricky that Gukesh might not be completely winning. We are back to this speculation that is it like really winning or not.
Oh, Kazybek is back again.
Yes, b3, a4, ba4, rook b2, a3, rook a2, and
it's a
don't
similar
ask me
spot.
why.
Computer is asking for h4 like it has before.
Don't ask me why, but a5 was a very important move instead of king e2.
Maybe.
And now, yeah, and now
Gukesh didn't know that passed pawns must be pushed.
Yeah, but again, it's probably some tempo-y thingy, because rook a3, king d2, rook g3, and somehow magically this a-pawn runs. And
Well,
now,
so isn't a5 way more logical now that we've seen it than king e2?
Fair point, yeah.
Take this anyway.
yeah, I guess he doesn't want to drop the g-pawn, and yeah, king e2, rook a3, no. Yeah, wait.
And you have to build a bridge.
Yeah, king e2 is a weird move if you think of it.
I guess his point is rook a3, rook e3, yeah?
Yeah.
Something like that.
But even so,
Control.
even so, like rook a1, king d2, h4, even then Compi says that it's like 0.5 and, you know.
I do not know, but I do trust him.
The world champion?
No,
the computer, the Stockfish, yes.
World champion I also trust. Just less than Stockfish.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've been thinking that there were conversations about will computer ever play. I mean, I think it started as a chess master or something, right? So then yeah, will computer ever beat grandmaster? And then finally, the breakthrough being made, and then somewhere around 2010, I believe, or maybe earlier. Okay, could be wrong in the year. We said no. Okay, this is like the mastermind. And it'll never ever we can compete. That was clear, but also like we were taking everything that computer back then had to say. We were taking as like that's an absolute mathematical
truth.
And then, like if you pair these new computers with old Ripkas and Fritzes of sorts, and Hydras or whatever was the thing at the time, that's
no, completely
no
crushes them. There was
comparison.
some sick thing, no, like Stockfish with knight odds wasn't losing to Ripka or something insane. I heard.
Wow.
And don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if that's true. But okay, for our purposes, we were right. I mean, they were so much smarter than us back then, so it was very hard to prove them wrong.
Yeah, no, but that's
I always thought, okay, this is the best move because computer said so, but that was not the case.
That was not the best computer and therefore not the best move. But now, finally, we are thinking,
the truth is known.
These are the best computers. Which might not be true as well.
Definitely not. Chess, complicated game, it turns out.
Chess is a very complicated game indeed. Maksimovic Bojan, though, figured out that if you have opposite-colored bishops, you might hold.
Well, this doesn't look that tough anymore, right? Put the bishop on e8. Or anywhere you want, really. But why not e8?
Can the king run to g3? e3.
Okay, then I will go bishop c6.
Ah, bishop c6, you will, yeah. No, I was thinking, okay, so we get to e3, d2. I'm still kind of trying to imagine, like, how on earth am I...
You're allowed to run wherever you want.
I cannot really make progress. And
also, I can play king a4, king b3 if some...
Yeah. No, I was thinking, like, get to d2 and then threaten some a4 somewhere, but even this doesn't add up.
Yeah.
You'll be always controlling this square.
Oh, it's just a draw and a handshake should be imminent. Anish also looks mildly disinterested in the course of the game.
That's a miss by Anish, right? He was like, it wasn't an easy game from the start, but he eventually outplayed his opponent and then let it slip.
Yeah.
Where it was reasonably close.
Dr. Bojan.
Dr. Bojan, Dr. Fausti. So we do believe in Wesley, so you told me.
I do believe in Wesley, so I believe in America. However, he's still not better. Wesley?
Yeah. Titas Stremavicius puts up a very good defense.
I'm going to have to question all my beliefs.
But yeah, isn't it weird that it's an extra pawn and no obvious way how you lose this pawn or something, and yet white cannot really make progress. Too active, right? The knight stable on d5, two rooks, so that he always constantly has to guard g2. Somehow.
No, good job by Stremavicius. It felt for a while. These Lithuanian guys are getting stronger and stronger. I'm not sure it's reflected in the ratings properly yet. It just seems like a very good player.
Yeah. Okay, Giri draw
and we will switch to Katy for some endgame lessons.
This is a very tough endgame we have on the board. Petrov against Sindarov, same color bishop. And here we have the very active pawn already on the third rank. White here played king to e2. And you see the engine bar goes all the way down. This is a blunder. Instead of king e2, White had a very fancy idea here just to eliminate all the pawns of the board and try to just chill and make a draw. This was the idea, e5. Now pawns are hanging.
Breakthrough, huh?
We do have some trade of the pawns, and that's going to be a safer choice for white. There is no other way to avoid this e4, e5. If, for instance, if you move the bishop first, then in this case, I am just on time to control this c pawn, and all I can do is to play bishop to d3 to avoid king c4 entering on the queen side. And when black attacks the pawn on g4, you attack the pawn on c3. And we can see that bishop, together with a and e pawn, just controls the king, and black is losing the c pawn. And again, this is quite safe position for white. Instead of this, what happened in the game is king e2 has happened here, and now it allows bishop c4 check, and again, very difficult position to understand. Black played king to c5, and it's its equal position. Instead of king to c5, here Sindarov could play king to d5 instead of that. The point being that after taking, we do have this e5 idea, and now bishop will get all the way on d7 and will attack this pawn on g4, and here black just has winning position -6. Every move we do have the different evaluation. Of course, it's not so easy to play this endgame, even though both players have enough time to figure it out what is happening. they might be a little bit tired because they are already on the move 50-ish. So it's not so easy to navigate here in this endgame.
Well, it's not easy to navigate this endgame for me, even with the help of the computer. Imagine how hard it is for the players.
I felt like I was back in school. I was paying close attention. I was sitting there, like, trying to absorb the information. I didn't understand a single thing.
I hope I looked like your favorite teacher. Not
Absolutely, absolutely. I wouldn't have been late if school was like that, but I still didn't get it. Endgames are too tough.
Again, here we have this position, and now Black has a winning situation. It says that e5 is still possible. The bishop just gets very nice square on d7, attacking on g4, and we might have some zugzwang position here for white.
Yeah, I guess you would love to play bishop f5, but then the king infiltrates, right? So you had to be closer with your own king. Yeah, maybe it's tempo-based thing, in fact. Like if the king's already on c1, no, with the king on c4, probably white can't do anything.
I just wonder what happens if king goes here and
bishop d7, right?
Bishop d7, we have king to f3.
Bishop d7, king f3, so it's still not over.
It is still good, but the engine says go for e4. Very tough position, and now...
so some corresponding squares, and if the king was on g3, then... this is, again, back to Jan's point.
This is too difficult
Listen
me.
to it. Try to memorize. Failed.
But what I do remember is Sindarov was my teammate in German Bundesliga, and we had a crucial match against St. Pauli, Magnus's team. And there Sindarov had a very similar endgame, which looked drawish to putzers like me, but the opponent had two fixed pawns on the square of his bishop. He did some nice maneuvering and he won eventually. So he's good at this kind of stuff, and he has a very good feel for these endgames. So I would expect that he somehow wins. I'm not sure what happened in the end, but normally he finds a way.
Play the position, what we have, and
e4, right?
So that e4 is a powerful move here.
So he will.
It's to move, and e4 is the move that Sindarov has to figure it out. Miro, is this the only way Black can win here?
It looks like with the only idea. It's not the only move. You can hover around and so on, but basically you have to go e4, I think, and then white somehow will let you infiltrate, right? And again, I imagine king g3, you somehow maybe wait on d7, king h3, and then you go bishop b5 or.
Says bishop.
Yeah, I mean you can. Yeah, but king g3 doesn't change much, right?
Like if I just keep here.
No, I think you get the bishop on d7, you go bishop b5, king d5, bishop d3, right?
Let me do that. So
now it's doing stuff, no? King b5, bishop c4.
King b5. Yeah.
Bishop c4, bishop d3.
And if we take, it's still enough time to go king a4 and so on.
White's king is too far from the queen side.
Yeah, and I think I've lost. On a similar motif, I've lost the game to Michael Adams. It wasn't the bishop's endgame. I actually had the rook, which is even more shameful. But he had a very strong passed pawn, and I had to sacrifice the rook for it. And then I was trying to get to his last pawn, king f3, and the bishop stands on e6, you know. And if you go king e4, he takes. When you go king e5, he moves the bishop back, and the pawn survives.
Is this current position? I see this as a last move, and
it is.
It is. Jan, you know quite better than me and Miro, probably Sindarov. Do you think he will burn some time from his opponent's clock, and then he will try this winning idea, or he doesn't really mind?
I don't know. I think if he has a winning idea, he's gonna go for it. This is not a position where you need to tire out your opponent. You just need to calculate and find a way. But I don't know, it's without computers. I'm so confused by all this stuff. Like, I understand Black is trying to win, and it's a win or not, but you just try whatever you can. But as for Sindarov, He's very, very strong, very good in end games, and it's easier to attack because you can try anything than to defend the stuff. So I think he's going to win.
It's gonna win. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. And do we have? No, we don't have E4 yet on the board. This is our analysis. So he has 8 minutes to figure it out, this idea. And this might be quite comfortable time for him to find it.
He just played E4. So we will switch to his game as other games as well. Thank you, Kati. It is indeed a very, very interesting bishop's ending.
Oh, school bell ringing. Class is over.
Class is not over yet. Yeah, Wesley Saw is still playing. Class cannot be over. While
oh, Dr. Wesley.
Professor Wesley is still in the house.
What's the topic? Religion?
The topic is you can't
still
win.
Math. 0-0.
Right.
Equals half.
The topic is you cannot win a pawn up, give back your pawn and try to win with equal material.
I like it.
This is what Wesley Saw teaches us.
Do you win? Looks a bit scary, no? Bishop h4? I mean, if you're a computer, you can just go knight f4.
You say knight f4, I'm not bothered. Yeah, but this is not something... Hang on, but if you block the check, if you go rook c7, how bad is that? Because rook takes, knight takes, you get to take the pawn, and knight d5.
Play another 8,000 moves.
True that, yeah.
Still a draw, apparently, but
that,
I would not enjoy the process.
Yeah, that is far less obvious than this one's a draw. There was some game. There was some game that I thought. Vincent Keymer. Vincent Keymer. I don't know. It's probably
the
a glitch.
Was not his friend.
It's probably a glitch, man.
What glitch? G5 check.
G5. It's either glitch of a transmission or glitch in his brain.
It's a normal-looking move. No, king takes 94 check. So I wouldn't expect this to be transmission error.
G5.
But somehow the trend was not in his favor. He had to solve problems all the time.
So king f3 now, knight d3,
no longer so
h6,
easy,
and you have to care. You have to stop the h-pawn on h7.
Let's use the horsey, knight f4.
Yep, h7, knight g6. And don't ask me why, but king f2, brilliant move.
King f2?
Stronger than anything else. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. You run via e1. You run via e1.
And you come to the rescue.
Yeah.
Wow. Freaking
king
chess.
d1. King c1.
Oh, and now this is cute. Rook c2 check.
Wow.
Like second-rank defense.
You know, you know this type of defense, but obviously not in...
Don't expect it here.
Wow.
F3 plate. Oof. I'm a Vincent.
That is...
And to work so hard.
That is incredible. Okay, it's not necessarily how the game's going to finish.
No, most certainly not, but...
Yeah, but Kovalev...
You know how this goes. No? You're winning, but your opponent keeps making it tough to win directly. You get a little more annoyed and tired, and then you have to deal with his h-pawn. You know, the trend is not in his favor. He is very tough, of course, but this is, much tougher than it used to be. h6, are there other ways to stop? Okay, you can do the same, king c5, knight e5. And knight g6, but
we've arrived to the same
king e1,
position.
king d1 is an almost impossible maneuver, or to me at least. That is too difficult, because normal stuff you're kind of losing. You will get zugzwang.
Normal stuff is like you try to activate your king and then you resign. I mean this is quite normal. But also you have this bishop e6, take the other dude, go back, ideas. As long as the b pawn is controlled by the rook only, then you almost always win.
Okay, so let's stick with this: knight d3 plate, h6 plate, knight e5 check plate, But 95 check also allows... Now the only way is king e4. Vincent, he's trying to avoid the king running back, because king f2, there's knight takes g4 check.
Yeah, but then now it's what?
It's forcing him forward.
So
e4,
here...
knight g6...
But now king d4,
apparently
and
this
you
is
crawl
equal.
to b2.
Now you made it. You made it through here, because I haven't played king c5 yet. Oh, and Kovalyov is staring down Keymer, nodding. Uh-oh. Vincent wanted king e4, knight takes g4. That must have been his idea. So why is that not winning? Because h7, knight f6, king d4, knight takes.
King takes.
King takes, and yeah, the king is too far away. Yeah, with the king cut off, it's probably a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, still, I wouldn't be 100% sure.
King c4, king d4, yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah, that is
very biased. Tough break.
Tough break for Vinny K. And
he doesn't have a lot of time left.
No, but that's an impressive, impressive fight by Kovalyov. Because we thought the moment the knight on a7 was trapped. That was the end. Maybe it was the end. Maybe Vincent kind of slightly misplayed it back there, because after b5 apparently there were stronger moves. But yeah, that moment this ship has already sailed.
No, you can see on his face, something's gone wrong. Now he has to make some tough decisions. Can play knight g6, but then king d4, king c3, or knight takes g4, which at least is safe, but it's just not winning.
No, that is absolutely...
He plays f6. He's a big fighter. He will always look for a way, but should try not to lose.
f6
forces white to go king f5. But king f5.
Wait, and
good.
h7 just loses because of?
Because of b2.
Of course. Yeah.
Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But no, that's
this
actually an impressive skill to
find
a move like f6 with seconds, prolonging the game, never
f6,
making it easy.
Now you have to go king to f5, bishop g8, king. Now king f6 is already enough.
Probably not enough.
Knight g4, king g5,
king g5, knight h6 or knight e5, whatever.
Yep.
And draw. But still, he asked the last question. Very focused.
Gukesh's game, it's an equal position as well. A big miss by the world champion as well.
Nogerbek under pressure the whole time, but not collapsing.
Yeah.
These guys are just good. Everybody's good at chess. It's very upsetting. Yeah, Vincent can tell something went wrong, but will Kovalyov spot king f5?
Yeah, that's
probably out of
not
necessity.
Easy. That is not easy at all. Because
also your instinct is, okay, I just brought the king there to deal with the stupid b-pawn, so let me run to that side.
Wait, and there is also king d4, which loses...
Oh, no, he wants to play h7. Vincent is saying, okay, it's locked in, this is a losing move, I accept. And b2 is the counter.
B2.
Yeah, he spotted it.
Yeah.
Oh, another plot twist. There's the smallest of stare downs after b2.
Wow.
Tables have turned yet again.
And you're unlucky that you could, well, not unlucky, but you could promote and be first to check, but b1 already is a check.
Yeah. Ooh. A lot of drama, but kudos to Keymer for spotting this f6, because
f6 wasn't an easy move at all.
He was ready for knight takes g4 or knight g6, but f6 is such a weird move, like letting the pawn run and then having this trick h7.
h7. Rook takes b2, bishop d3 now.
No, that's impressive.
King d4, bishop takes, and this is game. Yeah.
Hot take. Number 4 in the world, good at chess. Although he did this to himself, like he was so winning on move 40. Like, How on earth does White generate an
enough counterplay? It's a big
from this
question.
position?
Yeah,
You can't even go H4.
which, by the way, wouldn't be a bad idea
Not
because
at all.
Rook would have to spend like enormous amount of time to get to this
the Rook
pawn,
can try to get
if
there,
at all.
and, we put our pawn here.
Yeah, if at all.
But okay, he
had to make it
grind
entertaining.
it out. And actually, after you messed up, to still have the mental fortitude to calculate the stuff and keep asking questions with seconds on the clock. No, it's
that is quite impressive.
It's nice to be good.
Abdusattorov made a draw against Denis Mamedyarov. The game's over. Abdusattorov, precisely. Wesley Drorov is still fighting.
No, Wesley's going to win.
Wesley's going to win.
Stop doubting Wesley. It's gonna last till 11 p.m., but he will win.
He'll miss the dinner, so Niels Ganrelis cannot approve on this one.
Lotus will order something to the room. No worry in the world. She probably has already.
Yeah. Kovalyev just realized what he has done with his previous move.
Yeah, he got tricked. H7 was so tempting, though. Hard to resist.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now it is over. I mean, you have to take on B2, but that allows...
Yeah, but there isn't even...
Skewer.
There isn't even,
You
like...
can't even attack this guy, because knight takes G4.
Yeah, bishop takes and G4 is hanging, so you... Yeah, you
Go
have
passive,
to defend
then.
G4. You bring the king
Slowly,
to
but
E7, you bring the
surely.
bishop to E6, and you take the pawn. That's the big plan.
Yeah, I can't draw an arrow to E6.
Draw to G8 and then to E6.
That I can do,
that's
but H7, E6 apparently is not permitted.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the stuff is already over, and let's see how many games are in play. It's 8 in total. Haik Martirosyan, current position against Artemiev is a draw, okay, or equal. He's still trying, of course. Puya Idani against Murali Kartikeyan. Idani was winning at some point completely. Now it's once again seems to be that maybe Murali will escape. Has good drawing chances. Michal Sarin is still playing against Korkulos Artidis.
How's Korkulos Artidis doing? Which board is that?
The board
Max
22.
Really young.
Board 22. I think it's kind of the position is equal for the entirety of the game, to be honest.
Fair enough. How did Varmadam lose? He looked solid. I got checkmated. That does not help. No, he also got tricked earlier.
He got tricked
here
earlier.
we're doing good. How do you lose this position? Okay.
Yeah, even this one seems to be problematic to lose.
This was wrong.
And what was the trick?
F6.
And if queen takes,
because there is
a check and the check and
nice
the rook
geometry.
Yeah, the rook is gone.
Sorry.
Apparently, Smyslov. Okay, they attribute this quote to Smyslov, but tactics in chess is a pin, a check, and a double attack, and that is this sequence. Yeah, rook e8 and then takes and includes all three.
Yeah. No, big blunder here. Plays rook takes b2. There's nothing to worry about. Then probably white has to force a perpetual somehow.
Yeah.
But with the rook on f2, this was unpleasant.
Yeah, out of all the games that are still going, Keymer Keymer now has a winning position.
Okay,
Wesley,
let's check.
you told me he's going to win, but for now...
But we're not waiting for Wesley, apologies. But we're waiting for Vincent, and then we'll check back in with Gukesh. And then we will draw our conclusions.
For the game 1 of round 2.
After B2, Kovalyov is letting all his time run out, but he understood what happened, of course. It's this process of dapta, the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah, well...
Depression, anger, bargaining.
Yeah, I think anger...
No, it's the wrong way around. It's denial.
Denial.
Anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance.
How close is he to acceptance?
I think he's in the depression phase. First, you can't believe, why is B2 winning? Then you're angry that you didn't think longer before you played H7, so King F5.
6, yeah.
You look for a desperate save after H7. Then you see there's nothing there, so you're depressed. Then you accept it, go through the motions, play rook takes B2, make 5 more moves.
Yeah.
Resign.
He had enough time, though, right? And the fact is that if Black doesn't have B2, he's the one in trouble, because Knight G6 loses.
Oh, that's why
Knight F7.
Such a crazy move to let the guy run.
It's such a crazy move, but also that like you have to, you're playing, the top number 4 in the world, right?
Yeah,
the top 10 in the world. Maybe you didn't check the latest rating list, so you think of him as top 10 in the world, but still, like does he just let you play H7 and be better? Or does he have a trick? And it turns out it's the second option, option B. Yeah. He goes king to D4. Wow.
Okay.
King to D4.
There was no way to save it, so might as well.
Yeah, might as
now
well.
It's checkmate. In 5 moves.
5 moves is the shortest. Queen A1 leads to a checkmate in 5. Queen G1 leads to a checkmate in 8. Queen B6 leads to a checkmate in 11.
As long as you give checks, you'll be all right.
Yeah. Knight F3 is good enough of a check, but yeah, I guess Vincent will make sure to give the most precise check here.
Yeah.
Or,
don't know.
I know, good enough check. G1.
He gave a check, but not the best check.
Not the best. It's good enough check, though.
Good enough for sure.
It's
check
good enough check.
I guess what you do is you probably go for this check, then for this check. Then you take the rook, then you double check that there's no stalemates.
That the king has a square? Right.
King has a square, you're not hanging the queen.
Queen F6 and... yeah. Seven games remain. 7 games remain. Nihal Sarin is still playing. Very peculiar situation. Yeah, so basically there are a couple of games that can last till tomorrow.
Check. This is also a good check.
From C1.
Rook C2 is kind of forced. Now we can go for checkmate again.
Queen F3, Knight E3, Knight F3. Good.
Yeah, this is actually very findable.
Yeah. King d2, yeah, and then knight to f3. Yes, knight f3 played.
And Kovalyov has seen enough. Comeback victory from Vincent. Keymer, good stuff. Vincent, after some troubles, manages to get the full point. We'll briefly check in with Gukesh. Draw.
Gukesh, yeah, I mean, this one, the game is still in progress, right, but
there's nothing to do, right? Even if black just waits with the king. I mean, you could also activate your rook, but you don't have to. So this will be a draw. I need small breather. So we'll go on break, discuss the strategy going forward. The world champion will not manage to win his game. And we'll be right back.
After a few minutes break, yeah.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch Postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
I'm here with Vincent Keymer, who just won his game after a roller coaster end. You have the advantage, it equalizes, and then you play this beautiful move f6, after which your opponent blunders. Tell us your thoughts about this game.
Yeah, so I thought out of the opening it was just a complex game, and somewhere when he started playing knight b5 it felt like he went wrong. The end game should be very bad, which was coming out of that, and then I'm completely winning. And the only reason why I tried to mess it up is because I thought there's an easier way than to get the knight bishop against nothing, which, you know, it's always like you think you can convert it, but if you don't, it's very embarrassing. So I was trying to find another win, but yeah, it's like very stupid to go for such a risk. I mean, I should have just played knight e5 and taken on g4, and you know, then I will have to show that. But it's not that difficult. So I mean, we all know the patterns, and I should have gone for that, and then I would have easily won that game. And this way, it was really scary. I mean, if you had played king f5 instead of h7, I think it was just a draw. So that was kind of a shock that I managed to mess up such a winning position, and I actually think I even could have just started going back with the king at some point after rook a1, so there were so many easy wins, and I chose to go for the difficult one, which wasn't even winning, so that's bad, but I'm just happy I won my first game as black, and yeah, I think if I'm playing a solid game tomorrow, I will have good chances to advance to the next round.
And your time pressure, time handling was also very stressful for us watching. I mean, you have a minute, he's got 10 minutes left. How did you manage that stress, and will you improve on this time management in future?
Yeah, I think this position, it's not about the time difference, but only my time. And yeah, of course, it's just a stupid decision not to go for knight e5, knight g4 and playing that position, because yeah, it's not that difficult, and I would have probably easily won that game, and it's just a stupid decision.
Vincent, you were doing so well at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and then heartbreakingly didn't make it to that top 2. What have you done preparation-wise, mentally as well, since then to now, to qualify for the candidates in this last shot that you have?
Pretty much nothing, I have to be honest. I feel like the past few events I have played good chess, and I'm just trying to keep that up. Basically, I think the most important here is to come well prepared and fresh, because we will have, if it goes well, you have a very long tournament ahead, and also it's very nerve-wracking. Like knockout, not the same as any normal tournament, because usually you can come back from a mistake or even a lose, but here normally losing a classical game means also dropping out. Yeah. So you can really not afford to do a lot of mistakes. So yeah.
Final question. You've got this chic ring that you wear while you play, and our viewers have been wondering about it. Is it your lucky charm? Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, it's just for lucky charm. Since then, I've won a lot of rating. So basically, I bought it when I was 2720 in May, and now I'm 2773. So I think I'm going to stick with it.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है, अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move, it's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come, 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 don't be late. It's your move, ये तो कोई खोर।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग, शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन, विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन।
डंका बजा है, गोवा सजा है, खेल जमेगा खूब। It's your move, हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move, check में भी होगा just. It's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come, 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 don't be late. It's your move, इसको कर दो। It's your move, एक दो ढाई। It's your move, it's your move, it's your move, it's your move, it's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back to the final stretch of round number 2 in the FIDE World Cup. This is the round where a lot of the big guns joined. Some of them won their games, some are still trying, and we will jump right back into the action. Miro, where you want to go?
Well, just to confirm that on board 1, Nodirbek, Kazybek managed to hold Gukesh for a draw. The game is still in progress, but now it seems to be an elementary draw in the rook endgame. You just give checks. So he managed to stop the h-pawn. He managed to activate the rook.
Yeah, not much to hope for there. Rook a4 check. The king will march towards
the rook, but
rook, but we can always go king f7 if in doubt.
Yeah.
After h7 we go back. Not that that is the only way. I would assume even a move like rook h4. It's not exactly losing.
Yeah, here... No, but he had to go king b3, I guess. Or he already went king b5.
Draw, yeah.
He already went king b5. Now, yeah, rook h4 is the easiest.
What you shouldn't do is play rook f4.
Rook f4 is not very clever.
This pawn wins the day. But rook h4, which he will certainly play. Then if rook f6, king g8. White can't even keep the pawns for more than 3-4 moves.
So, well, great defense.
Yeah, very tough performance by Nogerbek and pressure out of the opening against the world champion to burn a lot of time in a very unpleasant position. But he did not collapse at all.
Yeah, some other games that are still going is Yi against Felix Blobiger. 2 pawns versus 1. Apparently a trovish rook endgame, but Yi keeps trying, of course.
What's Nogerbek so confused about?
Yeah. Do we see any trick after rook h4, or he's just...
There are no tricks. h7, rook h5 check, or rook f6, king g8. The game is over.
It's not even clear. King c6. Can you just take h5? You can, yeah. Take h5, king f7 next. King f7, that is as drawish as it gets.
Yeah. G8, and it is time to wrap it up. Yeah, Gukesh knows, of course.
h6, and everything will be swapped on h6, my guess is.
Gotta take the rook, though.
Yeah, can't stop, gotta take the rook.
Great job by Kazybek Nogerbek. Gukesh held to a draw in his first World Cup game. We'll have the black pieces tomorrow. Should that end in a draw as well, he has to go to overtime. But of course, we're not there yet. And we will switch to the adventures of Wesley So, who is a pawn up, managed to keep the game going. I still believe.
Still believe in Dr. Wesley.
In Wesley, yes. Position is a draw, apparently. But with little time and Dr. Wesley at the controls,
but why
it will not be easy.
Why exactly is... No, I mean, I understand, like, with proper defense is a draw, but apparently it's not even easy to make progress.
Anything,
yeah, like the bishop is ridiculously stupid, right? You go bishop g5, they go knight e6, and again, it's very hard to place the bishop on a good square.
He goes g5.
Wesley goes g5. Now, knight d3 is a good move. Rook c2 is a good move. Well, any move is a good move, as it turns out.
Let's say check, king g7. There's no way forward. Yeah? Why is this so dead? Bishop g5, knight e1, king g4. Looks like I'm making progress.
Yeah.
Apparently
well, and now knight c2 is the only move. No, okay, I mean, this is quite far-fetched.
Even this looks winning. Like check, bishop h4, knight d4, and somehow it's a draw.
Here, check king g8, not to be confused with king h8, which loses.
This looks very dangerous. Some magic here.
And somehow...
Nah, I believe in Wesley, until proven wrong by the result.
Knight d3 is played, though. Knight d3
He's
is
good,
played.
this Stremavicius, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just won't quit.
All right, so what do? We go g6. There is rook f6. There is an argument to be made for rook f6, king g7,
G6
bishop
played.
a3. No, g6 already played.
Looks
King g7 and bishop
tempting,
g5. Knight e1 only move, followed by knight c2 only move.
No, this is still far from easy.
Okay, for those of us who do not know anything, knight f4 loses because this is not the case when the pawn is stopped, right? Because sometimes, like if you can infiltrate between these two passed pawns and somehow block it in the right way, it can be a draw, but not this one.
What's Wesley doing? He's talking to the arbiter, saying, "I got it. Don't you worry."
It's not a draw, don't you see? I'm still trying.
Yeah. I'm making progress. Nihal's done.
Nihal Sarin is done, yeah. And
That was a draw, I'm assuming.
Was a draw, yeah. So only 2 games left. Yu Yang-yi. Yu Yang-yi is still a draw, but after the last move Black made in Wesley Saw's game, rook e1 was played, and after king g4, which was made instantaneously, Wesley Saw is completely winning.
Told you.
Yeah. True that. Jan was never in doubt.
Never. And now it's even straightforward, no? King f5, rook b7.
Yeah. How do you
wrap it up?
Like rook f1, you have to stop king f5. Rook f1, and then rook d6 is what you have to do. Rook d6. Oh well, king h5. No, king h5 wins because after check you go back.
Yeah.
So yeah, the real kind of win
rook
is
d6,
rook
knight
d6,
bishop
knight
e3,
c5,
and then
bishop e3
G5.
tempo.
The knight is also
Knight
on
is
the wrong track.
problematic. Yeah, the knight is problematic.
No, this is never in doubt for Wesley. So, how's Yu Yang-yi doing against Blue Berger?
Some drawish endgame. 2 pawns versus 1. Rook endgame, though.
Nah, he's gonna win.
He's gonna win, you think?
I don't know.
This hasn't changed for, don't know, 30 moves already.
It's not supposed to change. Just gotta win it. Okay, let's stick with Wesley. Back to life, back to reality. Hang on, it's a draw again. Bishop d2.
Bishop d2 allows knight e1.
Knight e1 is a sick move.
It is.
Which allows rook b1, amongst other things.
It is. And then knight f3 and you have knight h2. Well,
or rook g1 and knight f3 is a bit simpler.
Yeah.
And Wesley's still gonna win. Titas does not see it. He looks disappointed. Yeah, rook f2 played.
Rook f2. How do we beat rook f2?
Go back.
We go to e3. We go. Can we go? Nah. I've hallucinated. Thought we could go king g5.
Wow, no, that's too clever.
King g5.
We
rook
go
d2.
Rook g2 first, no, and then rook d2.
No, you take and you have rook b2. You have rook b2 at the end. So here, bishop e3 is the way. Or bishop c3 is also the way.
Move the bishop. Bishop g5 is also the way.
So the point is not to blunder the bishop. That is important.
He's gone bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Which apparently is good enough. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
But good enough.
Right, because now if you attack the bishop again, White goes rook c6. After rook c2, the only winning move is rook c6, though.
Okay, well that's naturally enough, no? Cover the guy. Then we're threatening all kinds of nasty.
Yeah. It is quite tricky. King h6. King to h6. And now again.
Try, but now rook d6. And
rook
white
d6.
Gets black to...
Dr. Wesley.
Yeah, grinding it out. Can't always be pretty, but it's just as important to win these games.
Rook d6.
Yeah,
Light
he's on it.
On the board. And now, is there one last sudden chance? Rook g2 check.
Okay, the king might...
You gotta go to h4. You gotta go to h4, which is
mildly awkward, but not impossible.
Rook h4, and then after knight f4, g7 is your only winning move. But
yeah.
Rather natural one.
Okay, king f5, rook g5 is easy to calculate. You can't do that because you end up losing your pride and joy.
The g6 pawn.
Yeah. So king h4 you should get to by elimination. Thinking about it. King h3, knight f4 is not it. No, I think king h4 will be played. Knight f4, g7 is a useful little tactic.
Yeah. Well, Wesley's pausing though. Just making sure everything adds up. What happens if after g7 they go king h7? Bishop e5, knight f4, g7, king h7.
Just take. Yeah, knight
g6, king h3, and you attack the rook.
Still have the f pawn if needed. Yeah, king h4 played, and this is it.
Well, black also doesn't have that much of a choice. Has to go.
Knight somewhere.
Wow, there is another line. After knight f2. How do you win after knight f2?
Oh, that's... You trapped the knight on f2? Wow, that is not that
guess, yeah. I guess there is bishop d2, king h5 maybe as an alternative.
Human. Yeah,
yeah, because the line Compi was giving is bishop takes pawn, rook g6 and rook d2, but this is... Well, you could find it out of necessity, but...
He went to c5. This sort of forces you to go bishop d2, king g7. Actually, even this, not that straightforward yet. Bishop e3. The knight is being dominated now. But let's say it goes to b3, and now we...
Bishop d2, check. King g7, already played. And you still have to go back to the right square to e3.
Yeah. Bishop e3 is a tough one. Catch this knight on the wrong foot. And now bishop g5. Haven't we been here before? Not with a king on h4.
Bishop g5 allows
this
e4.
Is a mistake, allowing e4.
E4 or knight b3.
Like I've always said, Stremavicius is just going to hold this effortlessly.
Never had any doubts.
I never doubted him.
Wow.
Wesley's tired.
Wesley's tired.
Now e4. I think e4 you just do.
Because you have to, right.
See what happens. You're not sure if it's draw or no loss, like f4, e3, f5 or whatever, but...
f4, e3, f5, rook takes g5.
That is useful.
King g5 and then knight e4 check.
And then e2.
e4 was not played, but knight b3 could prove to be enough.
Is good enough.
Because
bishop g5 was weird. He didn't generate any momentum.
Okay, so now king h5, rook h2 check, bishop h4, knight d4 check, king g8.
Haven't we seen this position?
I think in one of our lines.
Yeah. somehow white is too stuck. Huh? Rook f7.
Even rook h3.
Now you can take.
Now you can take everything. Yeah. And the g-pawn is gone. Yeah, as you said before, nothing can break this man's defense. Titas, Stremavicius.
Never doubted Titas for a second. Come on, Wesley. Do something. f4. What is f4? You're not supposed to exchange pawns as the attacker.
What does f4 do? Okay, ef4, king h5 now.
Why f4 first? What's his point?
So there is no knight d4 check, I guess. So now he's planning to hide on f5.
Yeah. Find a nice home on f5. That is his point. Okay, understood.
f4, still trying. You can give a couple of checks here. Rook h2, king g3 though, so it's not...
Feels strange, right? EF4 feels natural, but he goes knight c5, which apparently is a good move.
Knight c5, so now if pawn takes pawn, there's knight e4.
Yeah, rook takes g5 even, but king h5, rook h2, king g4, ef, king f5, and why am I not winning? Oh, rook h5. Wow.
Rook h5 is a tough one to find.
Unbelievable. Even this line is silly. Only move knight e4.
But this is not a draw, that's a theoretically winning position, right?
Keep going for another 8,000 moves. Oh my god.
That is a theoretically winning position, rook and bishop against the rook. I've seen people winning it, so that means it's winning.
That sounds empirically correct.
No, but if you think of it, yeah, like people started to take it seriously not so long ago. I remember candidates 2015, 16 when it was, Moscow, where Peter Swidler managed he did not lose the game, but he's got into filial position.
Yeah, he got a losing position.
From the weird angle, and then, from the weird angle, and then Fabi could not recall how to win it.
Isn't Peter also the guy? Greetings to Peter if you're watching. We miss you dearly. But didn't he also resign with the rook versus the queen and then fail to win with the queen versus the rook in very short succession?
Could be. Now, I think he was the one not to win against Gelfand, queen versus rook.
Yeah, and I think very shortly before that he resigned rook versus queen.
Because that's what we thought was a normal thing to do.
Maximize those endgames.
He takes f4, so now king f5. Now, king f5 was not played. Bishop takes.
Wesley is never going to allow
Bishop
that f-pawn, but still, rook e2 only move. Rook e2 is sort of natural, stops the check.
Wait, so rook e2, and if the king goes to f5, you go...
No, he's bungled it. He got rook g2 check, and it is lost once again. As I've said all along, Wesley's going to win. Never doubted him. Never gave a chance.
And that is
now
all
he knows he's winning. Yeah,
now,
that was the
finally, there is no more tricks.
No, that was it. Oof.
No more tricks. Now, if you move the knight, check on the 7th rank, king f8.
Cut it.
King f8.
Actually, it's very tricky. I mean, it's still difficult. Come on.
It's incredible how difficult this endgame is. It's incredible how difficult this endgame is. King f8, brilliant resource. And bishop e3 might not...
Yeah, rook g2 was silly, but it's still very tough.
Rook c6, rook c8, bishop g5. So you finally cut the king far, far away.
Such stuff is a draw again. Rook c6 is far from obvious, no? Because you're sort of dominating the knight with your rook. And
as easy, right, yeah.
And
then
squares is so weird.
Give it a square on d7, for instance, which is not obvious why it's not good to go to d7.
Allow it to jump to
rook
e4.
c6.
Oh, this is too difficult.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's almost study-like because it's rook c6, knight d7, and king h6. King to g8, and then finally rook to c7. Okay, finally, but it's again the only move which wins.
Why can't I do something normal like king h6 here? Played king h6, but apparently now it's a dead draw. Make any move. Rook g1, king e7, any move.
But after rook c6, knight d7, king h6 is the only move which wins. Yeah, it's very logical if you think of it.
Yeah, king e7. No, kudos to Stremavicius. Because normally the defender just loses such stuff. Especially if you're the weaker player on purpose.
You
on paper.
Fall apart easily in such positions. Yes.
We've seen some very tough defense from the quote-unquote underdogs like Kazybek, Nogerbek hanging in there.
Yeah, the position against world champion, which at some point was +2, and he just held.
Disgusting. Yeah. It wasn't a single blunder or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, just kept playing like moves not falling apart. Rook d5 allowing knight e6, and now
the end is near.
The end is near.
King
Never doubted him.
As I said all along,
knight
this was
e6
always going to be draw. Knight e6. I will try bishop g5, but then even knight takes g5. Oh no, knight g5 actually does lose. See, I would lose yet again.
Bishop g5, you have to go to e8 or f8. But the good thing is that after, say, king e8, you are threatening rook h2.
Yeah.
You have winning chances potentially after rook d6, right?
Yeah, but probably bishop f6 would happen, and it's still a draw. Now you can wrap it up.
Knight e6.
Wow, what's going on? The arbiter is also saying, come on, guys, dinner is closing. But this is exciting stuff. Rook f5 played.
Rook f5, rook f7, trying to do Lucina, even if the bishop and knight are somewhat interfering with this.
Still, I would still lose this to Wesley every time.
Rook g1. Is rook g1 good? Well, for
also threatening check.
Yeah, threatening a check.
Move. Let's say bishop h2, rook h1, rook f2. Can we at least get rook bishop?
I guess we will this way.
Nice.
Because we're gonna go g7 and
you gotta take.
Yeah. So it's not the last. It's not the last position. There will be more of this game.
Ain't over till it's over. Don't get checkmated, Wesley.
That would be one silly way of finishing it.
Almost checkmate.
What?
Not quite.
What? Ah, h2's covered though. King e8 was playing, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook f6.
So king e7, rook f7, king e8, and then we shall reconsider. But even here, bishop d6, I'm still scoring 0 out of 100 against Wesley.
How tough is this game of chess, one has to admit.
It's too difficult for humans. Rook king e7
rook f7,
played,
yeah.
rook f7, king will go.
Yeah, Yi is persistent, trying to win the Philidor position. So the only two games going, yeah, Yi is completely done now. It's like a dead draw. This one, as we said, always was a draw.
Never a doubt.
King d8 is king d8 any?
No,
it doesn't change much.
He doesn't want after bishop d6 to have the rook e7 threat.
Yeah, but do we? I think we do get knight and rook and bishop.
At
anyway,
least.
Anyway, yeah, bishop e5.
Yi is done. Probably draw or
it is
one
a
of the
draw.
other results, but it looked like a draw was the most likely.
It is a draw. Yeah. So, on move 100, Wesley finally puts the bishop on a good square. Bishop e5. Almost guarantees him to win the knight for this pawn remaining. And
he doesn't want to do that. For now, he will try to win the knight. Keep the pawn. Goes bishop d6.
King d8. That happened. The problem is there is no way.
Yeah.
Rook e7. Rook h2.
Oof, this is difficult. I have to go to the bathroom, but no reason to interrupt the show. Just mute my mic if you don't want unexpected content.
Yeah, so after bishop d6, king has to go to d8.
Am I muted? I just got
and it's done. And they've done it. Yeah. Rook e7, Wesley actually allows an immediate draw with rook h2 if Titas spots it. Otherwise, he will have to defend rook versus rook and bishop. So now you can go rook h2 check. Force white to take, then you take on e7 and you are ready to sacrifice this knight for the last pawn remaining. Yeah, players obviously quite tired, and Titas finds it. Rook h2, avoiding being tortured for 50 moves in rook versus bishop, rook and bishop versus rook endgame by Grandmaster Professor Wesley Saw. King e7, is there anything more to it after bishop e5? Well, not really. You can make a draw by going king f4, and you threaten to put the king on g4, king f4, king f8, and you threaten to go to g8. And then after king h7, you go knight g5 check, and then knight f7 check. Jan, big things happening.
Is he winning?
No.
Oh, he didn't even get rook bishop.
Yes, he has blundered the way we've mentioned. Rook e7 was played, and he allowed rook e7.
Oh, rook h2.
Rook h2, yes. Bishop takes, king takes, bishop e5, and now king f8 is the comfiest way.
Sort of cleanish.
King f8 played, king h7, knight check,
knight f7, and
yeah,
it shall end.
King h8, well, theoretically, no, it's not the only move, knight f7. You can still go knight
f6.
But
knight f7 looks pretty good. King h7, knight g5, and we repeat. Yeah, Stremavicius.
What a defense.
And Wesley has had enough. He takes.
Defense.
Oof.
107 moves.
Like I said all along, not a chance Wesley wins this. Great job by Titas Stremavicius.
But
heroic defense, really.
Yeah, heroic defense, no matter what. Yes, Wesley was winning, so on, but found so many great resources on short time and then against the rope. Yeah, brilliant defense.
Right, I believe that was the last game of the round. So whenever we're ready, we'll have a look at the results that we see. An empty playing hall. Everybody's gone. Another very important thing we have to remind you of. It's not only here. Let's look at the results. Gukesh draw. Arjun wins. Prag draw. Giri was held to a draw. Bunch of guys, really held their ground there.
Yeah.
Wesley draw, Vincent Keymer wins, Wei Yi wins, and Abdusattorov
draw
with a draw.
Then what do we have? Mamedyarov wins, draw for Niemann, win for Vashielagraf, draw for Nepo. Liekwan Gliam held to a draw by Jabava. Richard Rapport wins. Aronian wins. Sindarov wins. It's been quite a few wins there.
Yeah.
And
64 boards. We're not going
to read it out, all of them.
Check out the results. It was a very, very exciting round. And that brings us to the end of it. Of course, tomorrow, players will play another classical game with colors reversed. Whoever lost today has a chance to come back. Whoever made a draw has a chance to move on. And if it's 1-1, then they will go to tiebreak. Before we leave, we should, first of all, ask you to subscribe to the FIDE Chess YouTube channel. But there's not just YouTube. There's so much social media. I know, because that's how I'm spending my days, scrolling, expanding my horizons greatly. So if you have any content to share with us, then do it. Use the hashtag FIDE, and we will closely inspect all the best and worst that social media has to offer. If you can't get enough chess, you should also check out the FIDE social media channels, because there's plenty of videos, interviews, content that you didn't get here live. That was it from me. Miro, any closing words?
Well, one more game that we've forgotten to mention, and this one we were watching closely. Dr. Fausti held with it for a draw.
Fausti made a draw easily.
Quite easily. So this is definitely the one that we will be watching tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys.
Who do you think is a player to watch out for at the FIDE World Cup?
Oh, wow. Yeah, World Cup is unpredictable always. Usually, there's a guy who's a top player who plays very well in the classical portion and crushes like someone 2-0, then 1.5, then 2-0, then 2-0. But that guy usually stumbles too early, around the last 8 or something. So that is not the guy who wins. Usually it's the guy who does a hybrid of it and goes through a lot of tiebreaks early and still is a top player. That's usually the one.
Absolutely impressive. Also the crowds that I cheer. My chair will keep going down all through the podcast. There's nothing to do about that.
Kind of a big Elo favorite. Do you really want to, say, just secure the match, or do you want to win every game? I guess the second is more likely. That you want to win every game. In which case, I'm thinking not that many.
Guess the player with Vichy Anand.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a flag and a rating, and you have to guess who this is.
Prague.
Yeah, good start.
Boy, Wesley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Exactly 2505. I don't know, Lalit. Well, it's not Divya. So it is Divya.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I thought maybe I saw her post rating. Okay.
Okay.
Bluebaum.
Yes,
Okay.
that's a good one.
Lego.
Yes.
Okay. Durrell, Edis.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you think about Erdoğan?
Somehow I thought Edis was guaranteed to be 26, high 20, mid 26. So went with that.
Final one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yay! Wow. Full score. Well, almost full score. Divya. Well,
Yeah.
well done.
Oh, thanks.